Urgent. My sister's YouTube channel at Renovative has been hacked. Please be aware of any strange or unusual content posted on her channel as it is no longer under her control. We urge you to subscribe to her new channel, Rena Fiction, to avoid any confusion or misinformation. Thank you for your understanding and support during this difficult time. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and her entire clan, will have a holiday tomorrow. Tomorrow, October 10th, Kushina's baby was due. He was to be strong, the future prince of the Uzumaki clan, and the future head of the Whirlpool village. For the sake of this day, the elder of the Uzumaki clan, Oshi, and his clan members came to Konoha. One of them was a young man, about 20 years old. He had long, scarlet, characteristic of his clan hair that covered his left eye. Standing next to him was a man with long white hair that looked like the quills of a hedgehog or a porcupine, and he was wearing a green kimono with a steel protector with horns and the kanji for Mount Mayaboku. And behind them were the Jonin guards, escorting them to the Hokage residence to meet with the fourth. Aoshi was happy for Kushina, but at the same time worried about the seal. He understood that during childbirth, the seal will weaken, and there is a possibility that the Kyubi no Yoko will break free. So they walked for a couple of minutes and reached the residence. The accompanying Jonin stopped at the entrance and let the trio through to the Hokage. Aoshi knocked on the door and heard behind it. "Log in." Aoshi opened the door and stepped inside. A blond man was sitting at the table, wearing a chunin vest, over which was a white cloak. "Aoshi-san? Come in and have a seat," Minato asked. "Hello Minato, how are you as Hokage?" Aoshi asked as he sat down on a chair. "Nice to see you Aoshi-san. Everything is calm, but there are a lot of papers," the despondent Hokage said, looking more and more gloomily at the stacks of papers on the floor. "Should there be a birth tomorrow? We came here to visit Kushina and celebrate the birth of Naruto. We were met by Jiraiya. We are grateful to him." Aoshi spoke as he turned to Jiraiya while bowing slightly. "Are you with us?" Minato asked, looking over at Nagato. "Nagato. Nagato Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, Minato-san. Minato Namikaze. And how pleased I am. And drop that san suffix. Just call me Minato." "Okay. Minato. Aoshi-san, you didn't just come because of the birth of my son." "Yes, Minato, you know how childbirth affects the seal, don't you?" Aoshi asked, and then Minato nodded his head. "I know, for this I called a third person here. He will arrive in a couple of minutes. Let's wait for him and discuss everything." After these words, about a minute later, a third came. He knocked on the door and heard, "Come in," went into the office. There he saw Aoshi and the others. "So it's all set?" noticed the third, examining those present. And started talking. "Actually, we all know that the nine tails can break out of the seal during childbirth. In order to keep the village safe, Minato and I decided that Kushina would give birth in a hideout far from Konoha. We will also install a barrier and prepare sensors, so that no one can take possession of Bijou. Aoshi-san, Nagato, Minato, and you, Jiraiya, will hold back the tailed one if it tries to break free. You will also be guarded by my Umbu. I will guard the village from the inside, just in case." "How do you plan?" Just in case someone breaks into the bunker, we're here. So I think Kushina will be safe." Aoshi thought aloud. "I hope." Minato muttered, lowering his head. Cheer up, Minato. As long as the four of us protect Kushina, everything will be fine. Aoshi-sama, Uzumaki, Nagato is my student. You are the Hokage. And I'm the legendary sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya. Jiraiya boasted as he stood up in his signature stance. Everyone in the office laughed a little while Nagato looked tiredly at his teacher. Nagato's thoughts. Yeah. That stupid pervert didn't say anything good about me. He'll never grow up. Sis. I'll definitely protect you. Even at the cost of my life. Rely on me. After that, Jiraiya escorted Aoshi and Nagato to Minato's house. And there they met with Kushina. Aoshi walked to the kitchen, where he saw Kushina preparing some food. Hello Kushina, long time no see. Aoshi-san? It is you? Habanero looked at Uzumaki in surprise, dropping the frying pan. She was immediately picked up by Nagato and returning her to the stove. He said, Hi sister, I'll take care of cooking. Have you made ramen? Why yes. Kushina spoke without taking her eyes off Aoshi. We can swear. Minato said as he pointed to the chairs. Good idea, the conversation will be long. While Minato and Aoshi were retelling the plan for the third, Nagato finished cooking and placed 4 bowls of ramen on the table. And when they finished, Kushina said, I understand that this is for the safety of the village. So, of course, I agree with that. No, I just have to, if I don't want to endanger the village. That's good. Thanks for the food. We'll go to the mansion and restore the chakra for tomorrow. Aoshi said as he got up from the table. Nagato followed him and said goodbye. I can't wait to see your son, sis. Smiling, Nagato left. The next day everyone was on edge. In the evening, Kushina went into labor, and the wife of the third began to take birth. The first to suppress the seal was Nagato, since the male team decided to suppress the seal in shifts. Yes, and the prince of the Uzumaki clan had huge reserves of chakra, which were so needed when suppressing the seal. And closer to the night, when Nagato spent all his chakra, Kushina gave birth to a son. And then Jiraiya replaced Nagato, and Minato approached Kushina, comforting her. Hey Minato, can you at least look at your son? Jiraiya asked, covered in sweat. Exactly. Completely forgotten. Minato went to the third's wife, but he only saw her corpse. What? Where is Naruto? Minato frantically searched for the child and yelled at Jiraiya. Someone got in here. Iwako killed. Naruto is gone. What? Went out to Jiraiya, Aoshi, who was resting in the next room. Jiraiya go with Minato. I will continue to suppress the seal. Find Naruto. Note, Kushina passed out from the pain of childbirth. And Aoshi was resting because he had to suppress the seal after Jiraiya. End of note. We return to the plot. Nagato is also passed out because he wasted a lot of chakra. Minato immediately returned to Kushina and told him that all the Umbu were dead. Move away from the Jinchuriki. The masked man said in a grave tone. He was wearing a dark cloak, with a yellow mask with strange black spots on it. He had a newborn Naruto in his arms. He put a kunai to the baby's head and continued. Get away from the Jinchuriki or this baby won't live 5 minutes. Why do you need it? Jiraiya, Aoshi, and Minato asked in unison. I will destroy this rotten village. With the power of the 9 tails. I will destroy you. And the masked man threw the child up. Minato immediately took Naruto in his arms and, with the help of Hiraition, returned home. There he put Naruto on the bed and whispered. Naruto. Now dad will pick up mom and we'll be back. Hang on a little, okay? He returned to the bunker and saw that there was no one on the bed where Kushina was. A moment later, he heard the sounds of battle outside. He rushed there, but when he arrived, the fight was over. Minato ran up to Jiraiya and Aoshi. And he asked, "Where is Kushina? What kind of person was this?" Kushina was consumed by the space technique. "And this person?" Aoshi said while looking up. "That person is an Uchiha." Finished by Jiraiya. All blows went through him. Yes, and only Sharingan is able to subdue Bijou with the help of Genjutsu. Well, we ourselves saw his Sharingan. So she's in some special dimension? That's why my Hiration mark doesn't work on her. Maybe. But we need to go to the village, after all, this is his goal. We need to prepare for the attack. We must be prepared for the worst. Minato? I understand you, Aoshi-san. After these words, they teleported to the Hokage's office. The third was sitting there, waiting for news from Minato. May I come in? After knocking, Aoshi said. And then they told the whole situation and about the death of his wife. The third turned to the window and shed a tear. But he abruptly began to put on his combat uniform. And he asked, "Where is Nagato? Don't tell me that he too." In chorus, 2 Yuzukage, Sannin, and 4 Hokage were surprised. Meanwhile, Nagato. Damn. I overdid something. It's kind of quiet at Kushina's. Maybe it's over? We have to get up. Nagato went to the room where the birth was taking place. And he saw a beautiful picture. There was no one on the bed, and in the place where they were supposed to wrap the child in diapers, lay the corpse of Bavaki. After that, he rushed to the exit and saw the dead Umbu. His face changed significantly, he was furious and at the same time terribly worried about his sister. But Minato moved to him. Nagato. Kushina has been taken away and Naruto is fine. She was taken by a masked man with one eye. As I was told, he has spatial techniques. Hold on to me. We're going to the village. Minato, fuck, what were you doing when she was kidnapped? That asshole in the mask wanted to kill Naruto. If we tried to protect Kushina, my son would not be alive. I understand that you are worried about her, but you also understand my father's feelings. We have no time to talk about such things. Does he need the Kyuubi? Exactly. He said he wants to destroy the village with the help of the Kyuubi. Minato, you know it's almost impossible to subdue the Kyuubi. What are you hiding? Only one Dojutsu can subdue a tailed one. He is an Uchiha. He had a Sharingan. That's it. A strange shudder came to both of them. She enveloped their bodies and they were numb with fear. Kyuubi. Did you feel it too? He finishes, I will try to move to Kushina. Why didn't you do it right away? She was in another dimension. I couldn't move to her. But now I can feel her chakra. Get started already. No time. They both appeared right in front of Kushina, who was in a terrible state. The most unknown was not wearing a mask. Minato immediately carried her with the help of Hiration to the house. He placed it next to his son and returned to Nagato. Minato. We're in serious trouble. Nagato pointed to the Nine Tails, which was already destroying the village with might and main. Damn it. Can you help Nagato? You offend. Move us faster. I understood you. They found themselves on the carved faces of the Hokage. They saw that the third was trying with might and main to drive the fox out of the village. The village literally burned to the ground. There were sounds of terror everywhere. Everywhere felt the atmosphere of the apocalypse. And closer to the fox were crowds of shinobi trying to destroy or immobilize him. Minato, can you move the fox? Of course I can, but you will have to immobilize him later. Okay, let's try. After that, Nagato prepared to use the technique and said, I'm ready, Minato. Your turn. Alright, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Nagato found himself in a fox, where a fox stood in front of him and Minato on the head of the Kyuubi tried to free him from the genjutsu. And he did it. He shouted. Now. What, you have no technique there, its time has come. I know, stay away from the fox and stay close to me. Minato moved to Uzumaki and began to hold his shoulders. After that, Nagato clenched his hand into a fist and launched a black ball into the sky above the Kyuubi. And shouted. Chibaku Tensei. Tearing of the heavenly body from the earth. Note, to all my critics. Say hello to all these scumbags, and I want to warn you, I will write the Japanese pronunciation of the technique and its kanji. Maybe for those who watched Naruto in voiceover I will write anywhere in brackets Russian translation of techniques. But the first time will be a Japanese pronunciation. End of note. The fox began to be attracted to the black sphere, as well as huge chunks of the earth, thus forming a mini-planet. Which kept the fox inside. Minato. I forgot to clarify something. In whom do we seal the Kyuubi? I don't think Kushina can handle it. Nagato looked at Minato and saw his sad face. He immediately guessed what the fourth was thinking. Don't tell me that you want to seal the Kyuubi in. There is no other choice. Minato. I can. Now you're not able to. You're holding back the fox. If I seal it in you, it will break out at the same hour. You don't have much chakra left. Minato, you son of a bitch. Do not dare. There must be other options. Nagato's nose bled from overexertion. He was on the edge. Minato saw this and moved to Kushina. He picked Naruto up, but Kushina took him by the clothes. Minato, do you really want to seal it in Naruto? Do you even understand the pain of a Jinchuriki life? Don't you dare. Sorry Kushina, no choice. Okay, I'll help you. I still don't have much time left. Fine. Minato moved his wife to Nagato. Nagato barely held back the tailed one. But then he felt a terrible pain in his heart and fell exhausted. Nagato. Minato rushed over to him. Nagato was conscious, but he already knew that his chakra was almost at 0. And that he is useless. Minato picked him up and said, Nagato, please take care of Naruto. This is my and Kushina's last request. Kushina, not long left. And I use Shikifujin. Minato. Forgive me for those insults. I'm just useless if I can't protect you. You've done everything you need to. You don't have to blame yourself. Thank you, Nagato. Minato immediately began to fold the seals. He summoned the stone altar and continued the seals, snake, hog, goat, bird, horse, snake, and shouted. Kuchios, Shiki Fujin. Minato turned around and saw a Shinigami wearing a white kimono. He had white, gray hair, and also held a short wakizashi in his teeth. After a couple of seconds, the Shinigami asked. What's the deal? Shinigami-sama, seal the 9 tails. Half in me, half in this child. Mortal, I hope you know the price of sealing. Yes, Shinigami-sama, I know. At this time, the 9 tails released from gravity, punching the mini-planet with its tails. And after a minute, the muzzle of the tailed one came out. He saw Fourth summoning a Shinigami and growled as he realized he was about to be sealed once more. Kyuubi escaped from the core for another minute, and later tried to pierce the newborn with a claw. But under the claw was Kushina, with Minato. Habanera, using the last of her strength, tied the Kyuubi with the chains of Kongo Fusu. Minato felt his breath behind him. He turned back and saw the Uzukage. "Aoshi-san!" barely shouted Minato. "Shut up already. Minato. I knew it would end like this. You could have let me seal it too. Fool. I'm old already. And you? You could have stayed with your son. Start sealing." 3 people were impaled on a huge claw fox. Each of them was barely breathing. Minato turned to Kushina, who was lost in her thoughts. "Darling. Can you say parting words to our son? Son. Be kind and friendly. Eat well, wash every day. Resist the temptation of women, money and alcohol. Become a great shinobi. I want to tell you so much more. But there is no time. Yeah. I wanted to tell you something. But your talkative mom said it all. Be a good boy." Sealing. Minato clapped his hands and the Shinigami began to seal the Kyuubi. At the time of the sealing, the god of death knew that if the child was sealed with the dark side, then his fate would completely change due to the influence of the Kyuubi. Shinigami's thoughts. Can he seal the dark side into him? I'll watch him. I'm bored anyway. And so at least I'll have some fun. Well, let's get started. The Shinigami sealed the bijou, and 4 bodies lay in the clearing where the sealing took place. And there was also an altar where a child was crying. Nagato slightly opened his eyes, and remembering everything that happened, he abruptly stood up to inspect the corpses. It didn't hurt him. He knew that he was entrusted with the child. He knew that Kushina didn't want Nagato to be depressed. Prince Uzumaki approached Aoshi's corpse. "Father. Did you also try to save the child? You all entrusted this child to me, I won't let you down. I need to seal you. I won't let you be disturbed." Nagato took the scroll and sealed all the corpses. Hiruzen approached him a minute later. "Nagato, what happened here? Where are Minato, Kushina and Aoshi-sama? What's up with the baby?" "Hokage-sama, everyone died except for the child. I'm taking the baby to Uzushio. He will live there and become the next prince of the clan. That terrible night is over." The Hokage convened a council of clans and jonin. Also, the third invited the Sannin to the council, that is, Jiraiya and Tsunade, and Nagato. Danzo started the council. The head of the root was talking about the relocation of the clans due to the damage caused by the Kyuubi. After some indignation by Fugaku about the Uchiha moving to the edge of Konoha, Sarutobi began. "I think we are done with the clan moves. Minato sealed the Kyuubi into his child, Naruto. Nagato, tell everyone. Hey, Hokage-sama. While giving birth to Kushina Uzumaki, we were attacked by an unknown masked man. He had spatial techniques in his arsenal. This is what Jiraiya-sensei told me. Due to maintaining the seal in Kushina, I lost most of my chakra and passed out in the bunker. Then I got up and found the ANBU corpses that were sent to protect the bunker. As you can see, they failed. Well, the corpse of the wife of Hokage-sama. After the 4th came for me, he said that Kushina was transferred to another dimension. But later he still moved us to Kushina. The Kyuubi was extracted from it, and later the masked man subdued the fox. Just don't tell me," the head of the Uchiha clan said in a worried voice. "Yes, it was a Sharingan. Maybe even a Mangekyo. Since I don't think a normal Sharingan can subdue a tailed one. As you know, only Madara Uchiha controlled the 9-tailed." "Exactly." The masked man introduced himself as Madara. The Toad Sage remembered, interrupting his student. How is that?" Fugaku's face was filled with fear and great shock. Certainly, the news that Madara might be alive was shocking. A sly, barely noticeable smile appeared on Danzo's face, which said so. "Here's another reason to destroy the Uchiha clan." Whoever that person is. You can't blame the Uchiha clan for this. It's still an apostate. Nagato yelled as if reading Danzo's mind. I hope for your prudence, advice. But I didn't finish. Minato, Kushina and Aoshi-san died protecting the child. This child is Naruto Uzumaki. Since Aoshi-san died, following his instructions, I become the third Uzukage, and I will take the child to Uzushio. Who do you think you are? Council leader? The counselors of Konoha shouted in unison. Do you have anything against it? It's the weapon of the village. You have no right to take it. Is it just a weapon for you? Exactly. Almost shouted Danzo, who was one step away from the failure of his great plan. Listen, Nagato. Shall we have a vote? Hiruzen, good idea. Who is in favor of making him an obedient weapon? After Danzo's words, the clans started talking. Uchiha clan, against. Nara clan, against. Clan Aburame, for. Inoichi clan, against. Clan Akamichi, for. Sarutobi clan, against. Hyuga clan, for. Inazuka clan, for. Senju clan, against. I see that half of the clans are for, and half are against. In general, the Senju clan is only you, Tsunade. I don't think that your once great clan has any weight in the council. So it can count as a draw. So the child won't be in my care, but he'll stay in the village until he's 5 years old, or we'll break the pact with Uzushio. Nagato's thoughts. Damn old man. What's that asshole up to? Okay, I'll agree, but only because I don't want to break the treaty with Konoha. First of all, I'm Uzukage. But if Naruto dies, I'll wipe out this village with one technique. For which everyone flinched. And yes, I demand that the best ANBU protect him, not the second-rate ones who will sleep on a mission. And of course, I want no one to know about the caudate inside him. Tell everyone that Minato sealed the Kyuubi into himself and died. I think these are fair conditions. Excellent, let him be given to an orphanage. And yes, Jiraiya and Tsunade are forbidden to visit him, since they are his godparents. So be it. Hiruzen said, rejoicing that the boy would not be taken to the root. And yet, I think you should not tell the child about your parents. I think that it is worth forbidding anyone to talk about it to him. Okay. Nagato answered briefly. Then the clan council ends here. In Nagato's mind. Naruto. Forgive me. I couldn't take you. Fucking bastards. Those pitiful clans. How can I hate it. And the Uchihas seem to be normal. They don't see him as a weapon. This Danzo. I noticed his smile when I told him about subjugating the fox. Really? Something is coming. We must return to Uzushio. They also need to be told what happened. Nagato. Jiraiya turned to his student. Jiraiya-sensei? I'm really sorry. I failed to protect the child. This Danzo. I know. I'm guilty too. Now I have the burden of Uzukage, and also the burden of guilt for Naruto. I hate myself. Don't blame yourself, Minato and Kushina trusted you. Hiruzen is a good person, he will fulfill his conditions. Yes, I believe in the third, but Danzo. That bastard is up to something. I'm going back to Uzushio. Farewell. Nagato, you've got a huge burden on you. Can you overcome her? I believe in you. Jiraiya said mentally as he looked at the departing student. By decision of the council, Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki, is sent to an orphanage. It is forbidden for Nagato Uzumaki, Jiraiya and Senju Tsunade to be in contact with Jinchuriki under 5 years of age. Since they are his only relatives and godparents. Nagato was angry and sad. He could destroy the village and take his sister's child by force. But this means that Uzushio will violate the agreement on peace and trade relations with the Land of Fire. Konoha also has strong allies, and in which case, the attack on Uzushio will be repeated. Nagato cursed himself for being weak, but now he had to go home. A few days later, Nagato returned to his village by ship. There were guards at the gate. They immediately recognized Nagato's chakra and asked, "Hello, Nagato-sama. Where is Aoshi-sama? I'll explain everything later. Is everything okay in the village?" "Yes, Nagato-sama, you're welcome at the residence." "As you say." The future Uzumaki muttered. Nagato walked slowly towards the residence. People around worshipped him and smiled. But on Nagato's face, there was nothing. He had a blank look, without any emotion. People began to realize that something had happened. This led to whispers behind their backs. And now there was not much left before the residence. Nagato was approached by his advisors, Fusu Uchiha, Ise Uzumaki. Note, I have changed a few characters. In short, Fusu, meaning Nagato's mother, is now an Uchiha. And her husband is Aoshi Uzumaki, that is, Uzumaki. Ise is just an advisor now. That's something like this, that's why Nagato has Rinnegan. And Kushina is Nagato's sister, although Kushina's Rinnegan didn't awaken. Nagato looks the same as Kanon, only he is the same age as Kushina. Nagato. How glad we are to see you. Where is Aoshi? Fusu asked as she ran to her son, but seeing his sad face, she didn't hug him. Hello mom, I'll tell you everything in the office, send. And you too. Nagato said in a grave voice, while beckoning the second advisor with his hand. They went up to the Uzukage's office. Nagato sat in a chair, and the counselors sat down on the sofa. Don't worry, did something happen? The counselors spoke in unison. Nagato inhaled and exhaled heavily, realizing how difficult the conversation would be. In short, during the birth of Kushina, we were attacked by a masked man. At this time, I was completely exhausted in the chakra, due to the support of the seal, so I could not do anything. Then an unknown person stole the newborn and was ready to kill Naruto, but Minato saved him, and later, this person removed the tailed one from Kushina. He subdued him with the Sharingan, even the Mangekyo with the Sharingan. And so began the destruction of Konoha. It looks like his father was helping to contain the fox, and Minato took Naruto to seal the fox in him. I didn't want it, but I didn't have a choice. I held the fox, but he escaped and tried to kill Naruto with a claw, but father, Minato and Kushina set themselves up. They asked me to look after the child. But Konoha's stupid advice, they decided to keep him in their village for 5 years. One of them, Danzo Shimura, is plotting something. I wanted to take him by force, but first of all, I am Uzumaki. Fusu wept in grief. All the same, her husband died, and even her daughter. And this stupid ban. No one except Danzo knew why it was necessary to fence off the only close people from the orphan. Fusu could be understood. Nagato tried to hold back his emotions, but a tear rolled down his cheek. Nagato wiped away a tear and looked at Ise, who was saddened by this news. He also knew that Nagato would have to tell everyone about it. And he silently sympathized with the new head of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato raised his voice, realizing that the silence dragged on. Ise, I think you know what to do. Call a council and gather the people at the residence. I'm going to have a tough conversation. Nagato said, looking down at the floor. And then I looked at the photos of Uzumaki. Father, well, you left me at the wrong time. For what? How can I explain everything to them? Tell me, father. And although I don't see the point in waiting for an answer from you, you still didn't get into such situations. It flashed through Nagato's mind. Ise left the office, leaving the mother and her son alone. He understood what it was, after all he was a veteran of that attack. Oddly enough, when Ise left the office, the growling intensified, only hitting Nagato's heart harder. He approached his mother and began to hug her, realizing that this was the only thing he could do for her. He himself was very hurt, and then a crowd of villagers were waiting for him, who were waiting for him to come to the roof of the residence. They got together in about half an hour. During this time, Nagato was able to calm his mother down and made his way to the stairs. A difficult conversation began for everyone. More like a story. Nagato recounted everything that had happened over the past few days. In the end, he declared himself the Uzumaki, though he didn't feel good about it. Of course, residents reacted differently. Someone blamed Nagato for the death of the previous Uzumaki, someone sympathized with the grief of the head of the clan. But later everyone calmed down, and the funeral began. After all, Kushina and Minato were already buried in Konoha. Although it was difficult to call it a funeral, since Aoshi was simply cremated. Nagato remembered his father's request. Flashback. Nagato and Aoshi were sitting on a hill that dominates the entire village. It had a good view of the village. It was sunset. Nagato was watching the villagers. Aoshi interrupted the quiet idyll. Nagato, my son, someday this village will be yours. You will become a great ruler who is worthy of the title of Uzumaki. Your eyes will help you with this. You are the child who will change the world. I see it. See? Like this? Nagato asked as he turned to his father. Well, when you grow up, maybe then you'll understand. It's just a parent's premonition. You know, Nagato, when I die, he promised me. What? The scarlet-haired man interrupted his father. What an impatient person you are. Promise me that you will take care of your sister, and if I die, scatter my ashes from this hill to the village. And seal my soul. Why are you suddenly like you're about to die? Well, I'm for the future. Don't think about it. End of flashback. Nagato's thoughts. Father, did you see your own death? Did you know what would happen? As you understand, I did not protect my sister. What can I say? I can't even take her son away. I'm sorry, father, the only thing I can do now is to scatter the ashes. Farewell, father. Nagato spoke to himself as he took out the pot of his father's ashes. Behind him were the counselors and the entire Uzumaki clan. Nagato opened the lid, starting to scatter the ashes. On the same hill they made a grave. Thus ended one of the most important days of Uzumaki. Mist Village, Council of the Country of Water. Mizukage, what do you think? How do you like the idea of attacking Uzumaki? Reikage said. Reikage Dano, are you sure we can handle it? We lost too much last time. Especially this time, Konoha is better prepared for war if something goes wrong. Don't worry, Mizukage, Konoha won't step in, just like last time we signed a non-intervention pact. No, Reikage Dano, as long as I am in power. I will not attack Uzumaki. Call someone else. I've had enough of the war. As you say, Mizukage Dano. Then I will leave you, said the Reikage as he left the office. In his mind flashed. This asshole is Yagura. Stupid Jinchuriki. We would crush them, but then we'll have to prepare harder for the war against Uzumaki. We'll have to wait. The stone refused. Konoha seemed to be allies of Uzumaki, the fog disagrees, the sand is too far away. Oh well. Wait. The Konoha orphanage is an old building. From the outside, it looks more or less, but inside. As if from time to time, rest in peace, Hashirama. Although that's the way it was. There were enough kids. Approximately 30 to 40. No one took these orphans, and really, who needs a child that is not their own. One of those orphans was Naruto. It was safe to say that this guy was smart for his age. While his peers were crawling on all fours, Naruto was already walking calmly. He was a calm fellow, although the pupils were infuriated. After all, for each of their mockery or rude treatment, he did not care. Of course, he was not insensitive, but after 2 years of terrible treatment, you somehow get used to it. Older orphans used to beat the boy, but his regeneration. She shocked everyone. Not every day you will see that just a bruise that has formed will immediately disappear. If you think so, here everyone was treated like that. The pupils did not really like to babysit the children, so a small fast was the norm for everyone. That is, so far no one knew anything about the fox inside the boy. And now I'll describe Naruto in more detail. He was wearing a simple black t-shirt, without any Uzumaki emblems. This t-shirt was shabby, dirty in some places, there were holes, and the remnants of dried blood. Even though he had regeneration, spilled blood cannot be returned to its place. Wore, Naruto, the same black shorts and simple sandals. His face, he was a very handsome boy. There were 6 antennae on his face, 3 on each cheek, and his hair, they were beautiful. The roots and ends of the hair were completely black, while the rest of the hair was blood red. The eyes were dark blue, as if to say that Naruto was falling into darkness. He did have a tough childhood, though. It's been a year too, for Nagato it was a terrible year. It wasn't even the Uzukage's trouble every day that Nagato thought about Naruto. He cursed himself for not destroying Konoha, for not taking his nephew. But Naruto, during this time only became smarter. He got hooked on books about shinobi. He had his own ideology. Based on historical facts, he realized that sending genin to war was a stupid idea. He noticed that many children died in wars. Naruto frequented the library very often and was familiar with almost all of the previous Konoha genin teams. Most of all, he was touched by the story about the number 7 team, led by Minato Namikaze. It included Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha and Nihiro Rin. They all almost died in the war, but the 4th saved them all. If not for him, then everyone would have already died, and would not have become elite jounin. The most interesting thing is how Obito and Rin were saved, was completely secret. This intrigued the crimson-haired man, but so far, he could not find the answer. And here is another day in the library. After reading the Art of War part of the book, Naruto noticed that it was already getting dark. Well, guess what happened next? What? I'll describe how he gets beaten up. Obviously. Oh well. As soon as he left the library, the boy rushed to the shelter. You definitely can't call this garbage dump home. And then Naruto turned into an alley. There were drunk, God forgive me, chunin. Hey demon brat. One of them shouted. He must have noticed the boy. All the same, in Konoha, there are few boys of 4 years old with red hair. Basically, you don't know. The alcoholic chunin turned to the poor boy. Naruto froze in fear. He tried to overcome him, but his knees trembled treacherously. A step, and another step, and now the chunins were already standing at point-blank range of the boy. They began to crack their fists, intimidating the boy even more. They started hitting Naruto while saying demon and stuff like that. But after one of them took out a kunai, he was immediately stopped by the ANBU. Hey, enough. You can't kill him. Have fun and that's enough. Let's go, I still need to bring the demon to the hospital. The Umbu spoke and immediately disappeared with Naruto. The Chunin were upset by this, but remembered the Hokage's decree, and rushed away. And after 10 minutes, Uzumaki was lying in a hospital bed. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself in some dark corridors. Everywhere there were pipes and knee-deep water. The kid felt a strong hatred, and rushed off in that direction. And after 5 minutes, he stood near a huge cage. Behind it he saw only darkness. But it didn't last long as Naruto tried to inspect the cage. Shadow lazily opened her eyes. They were blood red with a vertical, bestial pupil. The boy was very frightened, but he did not show it. Listen, kid, or my jailer, I feel that you are afraid of me. Don't try to hide your emotions in front of me. Who are you? Naruto asked timidly, and immediately the shadow turned into a huge fox. I am great and unique, Kyubi no Yoko. The fox said boastfully, getting up on his paws. Kyubi. Naruto thought, recently he read about him. He was starting to guess that he was a Jinchuriki. Still, he couldn't be completely sure. And now he had strong proof before him. Kyubi, I read about you. You are the one who destroyed the village 4 years ago. The boy's mood changed abruptly. He stopped being afraid of the fox. Have you stopped being afraid? I can eat you. Kyubi screamed at the top of his mind, while grinning. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it already. Is printing bothering you? Yes, this cage. Kid, open it. Asked for a fox. Excuse me, but you will kill me if I open it. Do you have a name? Why should I tell you it? I want to make friends with you, please tell me. I won't tell you your name, you're just a brat. Now get out of here, you almost died, you idiot piece. The fox screamed and Naruto immediately woke up in a hospital bed. He was here for the first time, and he asked a question in his mind. What is this? Naya? Stop. Why did I swear? Did someone save me? First of all, it's not Naya, it's a couch. Secondly, you learned about mats at the orphanage from older children. Thirdly, I do not think that the act of the ANBU, which stopped the massacre at the very end, when you were almost killed, can be called salvation. The fox said in the same mind. Oh. Have you been watching me? Can I call you guardian? Taunting the fox, Naruto. Not knowing why, but this situation greatly amused him. Shut up, you bastards. The Kyubi screamed, breaking the connection. A day passed and Naruto fully recovered. He was about to escape from the hospital through the window, but he was immediately stopped by a man with the same hair as the boys. Hey! What did you think? Nagato yelled at him. Who are you? Naruto yelled back. He began to feel something native in him, and this feeling haunted him. Kyubi immediately spoke. What, do you feel kinship with him? Why yes. Naruto said in his subconscious. Do you know who he is? Heh, I know. He's one of the people who helped seal me into you. And more. Don't delay, Kyubi. You'll find out for yourself. The fox said mysteriously, closing his eyes, showing that he had finished the conversation. What an asshole. Naruto thought as he returned to the real world. Nagato, Uzumaki Nagato. It's like I'm your uncle. Uzumaki hesitated, who was consumed by guilt for the boy's terrible childhood. He showed up in Konoha to take the boy with him as Naruto would soon be 5 years old. Flashback. After the advice, Nagato approached Danzo. Danzo, how do you understand this? Why leave him for 5 years in Konoha? I didn't finish a little. What? Nagato was indignant, after all, Danzo was not the best person. And Nagato knew his methods. Under these words could be anything. Calm down if he doesn't have flashes of the Nine-Tails chakra for 5 years. Then you take him away after he turns 5 years old, and if there is an outbreak, then I take the boy to the root. Suggested advisor. Nagato just chuckled and continued. Why did not immediately say? I wanted no one else to know except us. Shimura spoke. Nagato, having heard the answer, left the office. End of flashback. Uncle? Naruto shouted, of course he was glad to meet you. All the same, he never saw relatives, and even the Hokage did not talk about his parents. Yes, nephew. Actually, I'm taking you into custody. In Nagato's head. This scum. Danzo, after all, his dogs have spread rumors about the Jinchuriki. Bastard, was he trying to provoke an outbreak? Exactly. When the Jinchuriki is in danger, he immediately releases his fox chakra. But why then, there was no outbreak? Could Naruto's chakra be able to suppress the Kyuubi's chakra? Or he subdued him, which is unlikely. Okay, too many questions and no answers. Then I'll figure it out. Naruto cried with happiness, and began to tell him everything that had happened to him. Nagato also shed tears at this. He began to apologize for everything. Forgive me, I beg you. I'm such an idiot, I should have picked you up right away. To hell with contracts. How I hate those who forbade me to meet with you. Banned? What are you talking about? Naruto asked him. Nagato started talking about his parents, the Kyuubi, the advice, the ban. He also talked about being Uzumaki for 2 years, but then he decided to travel the world. Nifuga, I have an uncle. Naruto was proud. No one would have thought that this poor boy was the heir to a great clan that was on a par with the Uchihas and Senju. Although he was sad for his uncle, who suffered because of the loss of his nephew, friend, father, sister. The Kyuubi immediately contacted him. Forgive me, I was furious that they would seal me. And I killed your parents and grandfather. It's all right, I understand. It's not your fault. You wanted to be free. Thank you, Naruto. He thanked the boy, Kyuubi, who was sure that this was a child of prophecy. They cut the connection. Nagato took his nephew by the hand and led him to the Hokage. Naruto asked. Where are we going? To the Hokage, we need to discuss your leaving the village. That's how. Nagato saw some strange look. It was filled with sadness and joy at the same time. Is there something wrong? Nagato asked, knowing he had to say goodbye to someone. When are we leaving? After tomorrow, just after your birthday. Let me guess, you want to say goodbye to someone? And you're quick-witted, Uncle Nagato. I can see right through you. You'll have time tomorrow. Alright, Uzumaki-sama. Naruto said slyly. In the Raikage's office. Raikage-sama. One of the advisors spoke. Nagato Uzumaki has left Uzushio. Now Uzushio is defenseless. Where did he go? Towards Konoha. It's still early, he needs to leave his village further than Konoha, at least to the borders of the stone. The Raikage spoke as he prepared his plan of attack. Get ready to mobilize. Collect the best shinobi. In the Hokage residence, there were 3 people. One of them, the leader of the village hidden in the foliage, the other the leader of the village hidden in the whirlpool, and the last of them was a kid about 4 or 5 years old with red-black hair. They were discussing Naruto Uzumaki leaving the village. He would be 5 years old tomorrow. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, was a good-natured old man. He found out that someone started a rumor that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. He also learned that the boy had been beaten up by some Chunin. This seriously pissed off the Hokage. He was glad that he was finally taken from the village. In Uzushio he would be treated with respect. So the Hokage thought, at that time, under the window of the residence, there was a man in some kind of mask. His umbu form hid his torso. He was clearly trying to eavesdrop on the dialogue between the 2 village leaders. He completely concealed his presence in his chakra, so there was very little chance of being discovered. But this did not stop the Uzumaki. Instead of killing the intruder, he creates a barrier against sound. And now the wiretapping becomes useless. The ANBU realized this and rushed to the base. And the village leaders continued. Hokage Dano, why are we being bugged by the umbu, or is this? Nagato did not finish. he began to remember the root of the umbu, to remember who is the head of this organization. I'm surprised you noticed. There was obvious surprise on Sarutobi's face, even he himself could not feel this shinobi. And after a couple of seconds of smoking a pipe, he continued. Root. It was Danzo who came up with the idea of leaving Naruto in the village for 5 years. I remember. Let's not talk about sad things, we leave the village the day after tomorrow, after the boy's birthday. You don't need to accompany us, I can handle it myself. Nagato said as he turned around and gently picked Naruto up on his back. The same, in turn, beamed with happiness, but he understood that now he needed to ask about his parents. Who are my parents? I realized that someone from the Uzumaki. Let me tell you this at home, and now let's have a bite. Yes. Naruto said happily, he was truly glad that someone wanted to feed him. He finally met a loved one. Behind Naruto, there was a terrible black streak of life, and now in front of him is a bright road to a bright future. This could not but please the boy. At this time, root base. Danzo-sama, I couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation, but I'm sure they'll be leaving Konoha after the Jinchuriki's birthday. That's right, he's not an ordinary person. No wonder he's the head of the Uzumaki clan. Damn, I need more time, I need to increase the pressure on the Uchiha. Free! Ordered Danzo, who was in turmoil, his thoughts jumbled. He did not have time to prepare to carry out his plan, as the Uchihas were just beginning to think about a coup. This greatly angered the advisor, because his plan was about to collapse. And he will no longer have a chance to seize power in Konoha. After a pause, he spoke into the void. Wolf. Yes, Danzo-sama, did you call? Summoned, prepare a detachment of medium-strength root umbu. I instruct you to attack the Uzukage and his nephew. Jinchuriki don't kill. Hi, Danzo-sama, but why from the average in terms of strength? The umbu in the wolf mask said. He didn't understand the whole situation. This amused the advisor a little. After a couple of seconds, Danzo decided to answer that question. Because we don't know what power the Uzukage has. For verification, we send medium umbu. Danzo answered, he was aware that most likely this unit would be destroyed. But he pushed these thoughts away with the words, everything for the sake of safety, in his head and almost shouted. And yes, don't forget to wear Nikkenin clothes. Free. Hey! The wolf screamed and disappeared into Shunshin. A man, about 20 years old, with scarlet hair that was up to his neck, was walking along the street of Konoha. On his shoulders, a thinking boy of about 5 years old, with the same hair and dark blue eyes, sat on his shoulders. There was a bright, sincere smile on the boy's face. He was clearly pleased with everything that was happening. Nagato, while walking towards various shops, noticed angry looks, but people noticed Lord Uzukage, and immediately held back their emotions. And now the Uzumaki stood at the benches, Naruto's stomach screamed treacherously. And Nagato decided to ask what his nephew likes. What do you like then? I don't know. Forgive me. Nagato said guiltily, holding Naruto on his shoulders. Ramen. I want ramen. I know where to go, I will lead you. Naruto shouted, he began to point his finger in the direction of the path. And so after 5 minutes they came to the shop, Ichiraku Ramen. Here means? Nagato asked as he continued walking towards the shop. Just know, I eat a lot. Warned Naruto, who for some reason was afraid for his father's wallet. Nagato, after Naruto's words, began to remember Kushina's dying words, and smiled sadly. In Ichiraku's shop, sat a young man in his 20s with red, bloody, shoulder-length hair. And a 5-year-old boy with the same hair. They talked merrily about everything. But then there was talk of strength and Naruto decided to ask his uncle about his abilities. After all, his uncle was Uzumaki. His curiosity made him ask. Uncle Nagato, are you strong? That is, it is obvious that you are strong, since you are Uzumaki. But what exactly is your strength? Any techs? Naruto, just call me Nagato. Fine. Said by Nagato, who looked up from his meal to smile at his nephew. Okay, don't torment Nagato, what kind of ability do you have? Almost screaming Naruto, his curiosity completely consumed him. Hey, hey. Then, when we eat, I will take you to the training ground, and I will tell you everything there. In the meantime, eat, otherwise it will get cold. Nagato said as he gestured towards the plate of ramen. Naruto, your uncle is right. Come on, eat. And then it gets cold. Tsuchi said as he prepared another batch of noodles. And so they sat until late. Nagato drank a little sake and carried Naruto, who could not move because of his satiety. After 20 minutes, Nagato was standing on the balcony looking out over Konoha. Damn, it's so good here. Nagato spoke in his mind as he lit a cigarette with Sarutobi tobacco. After one puff, Uzumaki continued to think. The tobacco here is great too, what the hell I think. I need to print a present for Naruto. I'll make it in time. Okay, I need to sleep, I'm tired too. Nagato thought as he walked to the futon next to Naruto's bed. Nagato almost forgot to put out and throw away his cigarette. And after Uzumaki threw the bowl, he went to bed. So ended Naruto's best day so far. The next day, Nagato got up very early at about 5 o'clock in the morning. He woke up and remembered that today was Naruto's birthday. And then he rushed off to wash himself in the bathroom, and later came to the kitchen. Nagato saw a huge mess. Srani Hokage could not give a better apartment. Greedy asshole, why can't you come here before this? Eh? You bitch Sarutobi. Nagato cursed to himself, remembering his conversation with the Hokage. Flashback. Hokage Dano, we need an apartment for the day, can you get one? Asked Uzumaki, who obviously needed an apartment for the night. He disliked all kinds of hotels, he did not know why. Yes, Nagato, but why not a hotel? The Hokage got interested. I don't want to tell. Long story, I don't want to tell you, Hokage Dano. Excuse me. Nagato said with a guilty smile, scratching the back of his head. Okay, Nagato. I'll take pity on you. Here's the keys and the address. Sarutobi said, holding out a piece of paper and a key. Nagato took a piece of paper and a key and read the note, and later said. Dormitory means. It couldn't be better. It wasn't. Okay, I'll be patient. I hope she's okay. Yes, she's fine. Sarutobi said with a sly smile. He was definitely being ironic, but Nagato had already left the office. End of flashback. Damn, I didn't really see it yesterday. Nagato said as he created shadow clones to clean up the house. And after 10 minutes everyone was done, and the original was going to the store at that time. On the way to the store, loving glances of women looked at him. It was inconvenient for him to notice this, but after a minute, girls began to run up to him and ask for his name, etc. Please let me through, I need to go to the store. Please. Said Nagato, who was beginning to get very annoyed by all this. And suddenly his mood changed dramatically. His joy was replaced by a thirst for murder, but the girls only began to cling to him more strongly, saying, "You are so cool." And something like that. Nagato lowered his gaze, covering his eyes with his hair and yelled. Shinra Tensei. After this cry, the girls were pushed away by a powerful chakra impulse. And so Nagato fought off the women for another 10 minutes, and then he reached the store. The men, on the other hand, began to envy the scarlet hair, but could not say anything to the head of the village, Yuzushio. And so Yuzukage stood at the entrance to the store, and later entered it. An elderly woman was sitting at the table. She looked at Yuzukage and bowed, recognizing his status. "What brought you, Yuzukage-sama?" Granny asked as she got up from the table. "Hello, let's do without sama. Just Nagato." "Is this a grocery store?" "Exactly. Shall I take a look?" Nagato asked as he approached the food stalls. "Certainly. Choose." Grandmother answered him. So 10 minutes passed and Nagato bought everything he needed. And later, after returning home, he began to cook food for Naruto. An hour later, everything was ready, and it was time to open the gift for Naruto. He bit his finger and ran it over some scroll that he had previously taken out. And from there she appeared in a haze. Nagato began to open a scroll with a gift for Naruto. After Yuzukage ran a bloody finger over the scroll, a black box appeared in the haze, on which was written, "For my beloved nephew." The box was painted in black chrome paint. The box was about 2 meters long and about a meter wide. Nagato just smirked and tried to pick up the box. He succeeded, albeit with difficulty, and Nagato began to lay the table for breakfast. After a while Naruto woke up and tried to get up. Narration from Naruto's perspective. "Morning already? What did I turn off? Please don't let yesterday be a dream. Stop. The bed, it's different, not like in a shelter. Where I am? Unfamiliar ceiling. Okay, you have to get up." I thought and tried to get up. After a minute I got up and decided to look around the room. It was well furnished. And also the surroundings were absolutely clean. Definitely someone cleaned up here. And suddenly the smell of scrambled eggs and bacon comes to my nose. I rub my eyes and walk towards the kitchen. My uncle was behind the burner. I began to rejoice that this was a dream. And without consciously crying, he jumped onto Nagato's back. He staggered, but held his own. End of story from Naruto. "Oh, you're awake, can you get off me?" Nagato asked without looking away from the pan. "Yes, I'm awake." Naruto answered him while clinging closer to his uncle. Nagato could tell by his tone that he was crying. He continued. "Hey Naruto, why are you crying?" Nagato asked, turning to Naruto, who had climbed off the back of the Yuzukage a second ago. "Don't pay attention. These are tears of joy. It's good that this is not a dream," Naruto said as he continued to sob. "It's okay." Started hugging Nagato to his nephew. Nagato understood his pain, though. He also rejoiced that the boy would finally have a happy life. And later Nagato decided to promise. "Naruto, I promise you, I will always be there and will not hurt you. Now that you're with me, you can feel safe." And, almost forgot. "Thank you, Dad." Naruto said confusedly. He later realized that he had interrupted Nagato. And he continued. "What did you almost forget?" "That's right. Happy birthday," Nagato said as he hugged his nephew even tighter. He was confused by Naruto's words, but Yuzukage quickly recovered. "I completely forgot about my birthday," Naruto said as he moved away from his uncle, sitting down at the table while smiling sadly. "Goosey." A cheerful Nagato answered his sadness, ruffling his hair and holding out a plate of scrambled eggs. Naruto took the plate and began to eat. Since all the accessories were placed before. "Nagato, did you clean it up? Too clean somehow for a rented apartment. Is this a genjutsu?" Naruto guessed. "Did you notice? Heh, you're not what you seem." Naruto only remained silent on this, and began to stare at Nagato, thereby forcing him to tell everything. Okay, I'll tell you." Nagato paused, and then continued, "Actually, clones did it. I knew it was some kind of technique. Wait, clones? They can't influence the environment, can they? Oh, you know a lot. Yes, I read a lot. You're right, illusory clones can't do anything. But here are the shadow ones. Nagato said mysteriously, as if waiting for Naruto's reaction. The Jinchuriki stood in a stupor. Less than a minute later, Nagato continued, shadows, on the other hand, can affect the environment. Even more, they can use all the techniques of the original. Also, experience and knowledge, and most importantly, fatigue, are transferred to you when dispelled. But the chakra costs are high. We Uzumaki are able to make quite a lot of clones, due to the huge reserves of chakra. I'll teach you some later. Nagato explained, who had already anticipated the boy's reaction. He thought Naruto would say something like, teach me about her, etc. But what was his surprise when he heard Naruto's answer? Here's how, it turns out you can speed up the learning of any technique. The only problem is fatigue, but I think it can be fixed by sending a few of them to bed, am I right, Nagato? Naruto asked, looking at his uncle's face, which represented true shock and surprise. But Uzumaki quickly recovered and decided to answer his question. Yes, you're right. Damn, you never cease to amaze me. Nagato laughed, and later removed all the dishes and created clones to wash them. They had just finished their meal and Naruto wondered what would happen next. Hey Nagato, what's next? Stupid question, you decide. Although, I will give you options. First, I give you a gift and you try to train. Or the second option, we walk until the evening, and then we eat and I give a gift. Naruto thought seriously and he decided to become stronger, and curiosity consumed him. He thought what could be a present for Naruto, since his uncle has only known him for a day. Therefore, the Jinchuriki decided to see the gift first. I want to train. Naruto said confidently, curiosity completely taking over. That's how. Uzumaki grinned. He went to the big closet. As soon as he opened the door, a black box fell on him. True, Uzumaki was able to catch her and taking her stronger, carried her to the waiting Naruto. As soon as the boy saw the box, his eyes lit up with a twinkle. This did not go unnoticed by Nagato, who in turn smiled at the boy. That's for me? Naruto screamed with happiness, who did not know what was inside this strange, mysterious box. Of course. Open. His stupid question was answered by Nagato, who saw the boy's reaction. He was happy for him. Uzumaki was glad that he would give him a happy life. And Naruto rushed to open the box. A moment later, the box was opened and inside were 3 swords, Nodachi, long sword, katana and wakizashi, short sword. These swords were very similar to each other. The only thing that distinguished them was the inscriptions on the scabbards and the length of the swords. Each scabbard had its own inscription. On the long sword was written, Blood Dragon Sealing Sword. Kagurasamaru. Middle, Sword that Cuts Mountains. Nukemaru. And on the wakizashi it was written, Manahoshi Deizo, or Wakizashi Terui Uzumaki. Naruto immediately began to inspect the blades. He wanted to take the longest, but Nagato grabbed his hand, glaring menacingly at his nephew. What? Let me see the blade. Naruto shouted, who was clearly unhappy with Nagato's behavior. You don't understand, you can't open it at home, you can die. What? What kind of blade is this? This is Nodachi. One of the great Uzumaki artifacts. But why would she kill me? Because this blade. This blade. I'll explain everything to you on the street. It's dangerous to expose Nodachi here. We'll have to go to the landfill. For now, check out the other 2 swords. Said Nagato in a menacing tone. Naruto immediately put the Nodachi down and started looking around at the others. But before unsheathing the blade, he asked. Nagato, can you even look at these swords? The Uzumaki asked with a certain sneer, although Nagato didn't pay attention, he just decided to answer. These? You can, but please don't hurt yourself. Uzumaki said, who was clearly worried about the boy's health. Moreover, these swords are made to order, and they are very sharp. So the chance that Naruto would hurt himself was high. Although Nagato was aware that Naruto was not stupid. But the anxiety on the face of the head of the clan did not subside. It seemed that Nagato already regretted giving such a young boy such dangerous blades. But now that Uzumaki has already presented the set, he won't take the gift back. Moreover, judging by the reaction of the boy, he liked everything. And so, the kid decides to get the wakizashi out of the scabbard. Naruto expected everything, but not a simple and ordinary wakizashi. The birthday boy was surprised by this alignment and began to examine the blade. On it, traditionally, there were traces of hardening of the blade, which spoke of its quality. He also began to inspect the blade by turning the point towards his eyes. At this point, Nagato nearly fainted. So he accidentally and unconsciously lit a cigarette. But he was still standing next to the boy. And then Naruto saw how the blade was sharpened and was amazed at its sharpness. Nagato, where are you from? Where are these swords from? Who sharpened the wakizashi so well? Asked in his own way by Naruto, who was very surprised by this set. And he didn't even look at the katana and the most mysterious sword from the set, unknown to Nodachi. Once upon a time in the land of fire lived a great blacksmith. His name was Muramasa. He made cursed blades, so people considered him a demon and expelled him from the country. All the swords he made are scattered all over the world. And after he was expelled, he decided to atone for his sins. He sailed to Uzushio. He wanted to find refuge there for himself, but Ashino, first Uzumaki, decided that he needed to take advantage of this, and the first head of the village asked Muramasa to forge a set of 3 swords for the Uzumaki princes. The blacksmith agreed and began work. A few months later he finished what he says are his best work. Muramasa warned Ashino that he was forging cursed blades. At this, Uzumaki only smirked, and instructed Muramasa to kill the blood dragon that lived on the edge of Uzushio Island. Muramasa agreed because he had nothing to lose, but before that, Uzumaki put some kind of seal on the sword. And when the blacksmith entered a huge cave in the mountain, he saw a sleeping dragon. It was as red as if the dragon was bathing in blood. And so, the blacksmith ran to the dragon with a blade raised to strike, and at the same moment the dragon woke up and decided to crush the intruder with his paw. By the way, the dragon was about 70 to 80 meters long. And when the dragon touched with his paw, he felt something sharp in his hand. It was Nodachi Muramasa. The dragon began to absorb into the blade, and he decided to finish off Muramasa with a claw. He succeeded, but he was sealed in Nodachi. And the blade, due to the fact that Muramasa was dying, lost the curse, but Ashino's seal and the dragon sealed in the sword united into one. Muramasa was still alive, so he carried the swords to the Uzumaki. He died right in the residence and the curse of swords completely disappeared. And the engraving of this very dragon appeared on Nodachi. Now the blade seals the sinners, because the sword sealed the sins of Muramasa, while releasing the dragon's chakra, which begins the sealing. Of course, you need to be able to control the sword so as not to seal allies or yourself. Nagato finally told everything, and after finishing his cigarette, put it out and threw out the bowl. All this time, Naruto was listening to him, who was surprised by his uncle's story. But he decided to ask. All this time, Naruto was listening to him, who was surprised by his uncle's story. But he decided to ask. All this time, Naruto was listening to him, who was surprised by his uncle's story. But he decided to ask. Nagato, why didn't you take swords? Honestly, swords are not mine, although I own them, I don't like to use them. Nagato really didn't like getting blood on his hands. But he was trained because he is the prince of the clan, which means he must know everything. So, if you give me these swords, it means I'm the clan prince. Do you want to give me the title of clan head in the future? Naruto was surprised, who had just realized everything. There was genuine joy and delight on his face. In response, Nagato smiled at him and said, "Katana, also look, it is the sharpest of the set." "Yes." The boy said briefly and began to inspect the katana's scabbard. After a minute of inspection, he decided to draw his blade from its sheath. What was his surprise when he saw the sharpness of the blade? It was maximum. After all, Naruto read about everything, so it was standard for him to know everything. It was surprising to him that he did not know such great swords. Nagato saw his joy and said with a smile, "Let's go to the training ground, I'll show you the techniques with the sword, and just practice. You are the future prince of the clan." With a mocking voice, Nagato spoke, waving his right hand, thus calling the boy to him. Naruto tried to take 3 swords at the same time, but his thin body did not allow it, and Nagato, remembering this, ran up to Naruto, who collapsed to the ground and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" On the face of Nagato was anxiety and fear for the life of the boy. "Nagato, why are they so heavy?" "And so I'm fine." "Well, to be honest, it's just that you're still weak enough to carry 3 swords at once. Let me carry Nodachi and Katana, and you Wakizashi, will you?" Nagato asked as he helped Naruto up and then took 2 swords and walked towards the exit. Naruto got up and took the wakizashi and went to put on his shoes. After 30 minutes, 2 people stood at the training ground. The first and the oldest stood in the center of the training ground, counting the circles run by the second, a boy of 5 years old. Come on, come on. Naruto is almost done with the circle. You can do it, I believe in you. Nagato yelled, cheering an already exhausted Naruto. Uzumaki understood the difficulty of such circles for Naruto, but he decided to test the boy's stamina and determination. To Nagato's surprise, the little prince rushed off with a new speed, and it seemed as if these words opened a second wind in the boy. This did not go unnoticed, and Nagato smiled kindly, as if confirming his thoughts. And then some more time passed, and Naruto finally got tired, reaching the second circle. As soon as the circle ended, Nagato approached the youngster lying on the grass. Well done. He ruffled the hair of his beloved and only nephew. At this, Naruto only smiled tiredly, and together, they began to sit on the grass and talk. Nagato just wanted to smoke when Naruto interrupted him, looking at his teacher with an annoyed look. What? Uzumaki asked, with a cigarette in his mouth. Smoking is harmful. These are special cigarettes. They restore strength and chakra. Nagato said as he put his finger to his teeth and uses the katana to light it. Teach me swords or not? Asked by Naruto, who only snorted at the teacher's behavior and looked away. Let's go. Just before that, 5 push-ups and 10 sit-ups and a warm-up of the hands. It was not enough for you to pull anything. Said in an orderly tone to Nagato, from which Naruto stood up and began to warm up. During this, the boy remembered yesterday and asked, Nagato, you still haven't shown me your strength. I'll make it, you'll see today, don't worry so much. Yesterday, you actually passed out. Okay. Said Naruto, continuing to push up stubbornly. So it took another 10 minutes and everything was done. Nagato, seeing that Naruto had finished, only took his swords and approached the outskirts of the training ground, printed out mannequins from some kind of scroll. The boy followed him, and in the small hands of the boy, there was a wakizashi. Nagato printed out almost the same wakizashi and began to show blows. So another 20 minutes passed. It was enough for the first time. And Nagato decided to show Nodachi the blood dragon. He pulled a blade from its scabbard and let his chakra into it. After that, he decided to tell the details of the sword control. Listen Naruto, This blade is quite difficult to control, but if you have perfect chakra control, then you can release a blood dragon on anything, be it a person or an object. And as you probably realized, if you don't have control, you can only seal sinners. And also, in order to strengthen the sword, you will need to seal the most selective sinners. According to some legends, the blood dragon fed on sinners. Therefore, such a strange ability. No one has used the sword but me, so only I can control it, but it's not full control. Better step back and watch the blade. Nagato said as he pulled out Nodachi. Naruto, on the recommendation of his uncle, moved away from him and began to follow the blade. Nagato swung and the blade was covered with red chakra. It seemed as if the chakra from the swing became material and began to take on the shape of a dragon. This terribly scared Naruto because of the thirst for killing chakra. She seemed to collect all the anger of this world and splashed out in the form of a dragon. Kyuubi in the minds of Naruto began to say. This chakra, sinister mine. Is this really the blood dragon? Naruto heard these words and decided to ask his neighbor about him. Do you know him? Well, a little. When he was sealed in Mito Uzumaki, I heard about him. And heard about this sword. It was said that this is one of the strongest artifacts on par with the artifacts of the father, the sage of the 6 paths. Said the fox, who almost told his past to this brat, in his opinion. On a par? Wow! What an awesome weapon! Naruto shouted happily. Because of these cries, the fox got angry and decided to yell at him. Shut up from here, otherwise something started talking to you. Kyuubi screamed. Naruto was thrown out of his subconscious and he saw a dragon from the chakra, devouring a mannequin. What is this power? Naruto shouted from behind Nagato. Uzukage turned around, while returning the blade to its sheath. Something like this. A very strong sword, but ideally to control it, you need to learn this for years, 5 to 6 maybe more. Said a breathless Nagato. Even for him to control such power was very difficult. And so the whole day went in training. Nagato showed him a particle of the power of his eyes, to which Naruto was very surprised. Not every day you see Jujutsu, but here it is so rare. This surprised the boy. He had read about it, of course, but to meet him in real life was amazing. And so they trained until the very night. After that, the boy passed out, Nagato admiring the young prince's tenacity. And he also carried it home. At home, he put him to bed, and he went to smoke on the balcony. He lit a cigarette and began to think. Kushina, Minato, father, I will finally take him out of here. True, I'm afraid Danzo won't let you leave so easily, you need to be fully prepared. Damn, how tired I am. I wonder who Naruto became friends with during this time. All the same, many residents see him as a demon, but not a child. I think that the old man and his daughter from the ramen shop, the librarian, since he reads a lot, I don't think they would let him in if they considered him a demon. Probably none of the kids. Maybe Naruto is just too smart for them. Nagato smiled as he puffed on his cigarette. And then he continued to wander in his thoughts. Damn, I need to stop smoking. Life is getting better, Naruto, you will become a great shinobi. I have to help you with this. Exactly the scroll. Nagato thought as he took out a small scroll from his pocket. He unfolded it and saw the inscription, Dojutsu Transmission Technique, a technique that allows you to transfer your eyes to a person, while if the dojutsu is transmitted to a close relative, then the latter can activate and deactivate them. The seals for this technique are monkey, hog, snake, bird, dragon, bull, rabbit, monkey, dog, sheep and concentration seal, and later touch the person. And the second inscription, Nagato, it's me Fusu, while searching the archive, I accidentally found a way to awaken eyes stronger than yours. Since I'm an Uchiha and Aoshi was related to the Senju, you awakened the Rinnegan. But if you transplant Naruto your eyes, and then he will be subject to severe emotional stress, then you can awaken your eyes stronger than yours now. But now it's too dangerous for him. You have to wait for him to be at least 10 years old or more. Mother, where does this information come from? Asked in his mind Nagato, who was simply amazed. He remembered the day he was given this scroll. Flashback. The Uzumaki residence, a week before Nagato left for Konoha. Fusu stood in the office next to Nagato. She was glad that Nagato would take away the poor and lonely grandson. Fusu saw the suffering of her son. All the same, maternal instincts made themselves felt. Uzumaki was sitting in a chair sorting through papers. He began to understand Minato's suffering, and thought about leaving his post. Mom, I'll resign from my post, Nagato said as he turned towards his mother. Fusu paled slightly at this statement. And with a dumbfounded face, she decided to ask the reason for such an act. What? What are you talking about? You've only been in office for 5 years. I'm waiting for an explanation. Ma, I want to step down for a reason. I have to take care of Naruto. He needs care, I'll make up for lost time. I understand that this is unexpected. Nagato muttered guiltily. He understood his mother's shock, but after 4 years of the Uzumaki, the head of the clan, he fully realized the torment of the Kage. He wanted to devote all his time to Naruto. The guilt kept weighing on poor Nagato. His mother understood the motive for such an act, and flying in her thoughts decided to break the little silence. That's how, and who will you leave a post for? Fusu asked. After all, a village without Kage would be in trouble. For you, Mom. Well, this is a temporary measure. I will train Naruto for 3 years, up to 8 years. And later we will return to Uzushio. Nagato said as he folded his fingers. He looked thoughtfully at his mother. On me? I will help you of course, but I hope you fulfill your condition. She said wary, Fusu. Her face had the same wistfulness as Nagato's. Well, so we agreed? The head of the Uzumaki clan asked a stupid question, raising one eyebrow, thus causing a little displeasure on the part of the mother. What do you think? The new, temporary Uzumaki was indignant. By the way, I forgot to show you something, Fusu said as she took out a scroll from her pouch. And later taking it out, she extended her hand to Nagato. He took the scroll, but did not open it yet, but decided to ask what was inside this mysterious scroll. What is written here? Asked an obvious question by Nagato, Fusu waited for the question and immediately answered. I was recently in the temple of our clan, and somehow I saw a seal unknown to me. It was hidden in a book about the history of the shinobi world. Seeing the sign of the Uzumaki clan on the edge of the seal, I immediately decided to open it with my own blood. And because Aoshi put a special seal of belonging to our clan on me, I was able to open the seal. It turned out that Ashino was able to awaken the Rinnegan, which is why you got it. I learned a lot from this print. Fusu said without finishing. She wanted to see Nagato's reaction. He stood in a clear stupor. In his opinion, he awakened his native eyes. He came to his senses and decided to ask his mother to finish what she knew about it. Do not pull the rubber, what did you find there? Long story short, I found out that Ashino gave his eyes to Aoshi, who in turn gave them to you. Somehow, the rest is written in a scroll, read it somehow, but not now. We have a lot to do, especially since you need to announce your departure to your guard. Let them escort you too. Fusu wanted to finish, when suddenly he was interrupted by Nagato, recovering from the words of his mother. Of course, he was shocked by such news, but still calmed down. I'll go myself, I'm Uzumaki, I can't be killed that easily. Yes, and I'm afraid of suspicion from Konoha. You never know what to think about, Nagato said, leaning his right fist on his cheek, looking intently at his mother. Your words make sense, but you know that I'm worried about you. Be careful on the way. Oh Kami, I'm only leaving in 2 days. Hold the horses. End of flashback. Nagato, remembering the conversation with his mother, stood in shock. POV. Nagato. That's how my father passed on the Rinnegan while retaining his normal eyes. I could do this technique. No, it's stupid, he can't handle them, at least not now. And I will lose the power to protect him, which means we need to wait with this. Someday, but not now, certainly not now. After such a short monologue, I went to bed and passed out almost instantly. End of POV. Nagato. Nagato woke up early enough, he wanted to practice a little, and remembering about leaving, he shouted to the whole apartment. How could I forget? Nagato rushed to Naruto's room, where he was peacefully sleeping. Uzumaki didn't want to yell at his nephew, so he started pushing his student lightly. Hey, get up, let's go, we have to leave. Nagato muttered softly as he continued to push the child. He did not respond. All the same, the fatigue of yesterday spoke about itself. And then Nagato remembered how he woke up his father and folded the seals, shouted, Suiton, awakening water jet. Naruto jumped up abruptly for 2 reasons. Because of the cry of his uncle and the jet of cold water, Naruto cursed in anger. You pour water? Nagato stood in shock when he heard swearing from his nephew. What did you say there? The already angry Uzumaki asked, flexing his knuckles and threateningly looking at his nephew. The same, in turn, began to curse himself in the subconscious. The fox heard all this and began to laugh wildly in a fit of laughter, he said. Now you will get such Yuli that you will forget mats forever. You know that Uzumaki are very hot-tempered. Your mom was the same. It is clear that she is his sister. The Kyuubi neighed in Naruto's brain, who later kicked him out of his own subconscious. Naruto glanced at his uncle again, this time he wasn't angry but grinned evilly and slyly. Because of this, our protagonist swallowed nervously and heard the words of his uncle. It's too easy to beat you, but to force you to train without rest. Nagato said, who came out of his thoughts and looked at his nephew. Naruto, hearing this, swallowed again nervously and said in his head. So he is also a sadist. After a short conversation and still one cuff from Uzumaki, they had breakfast and headed towards the center of the village. According to Naruto, there were a few people to say goodbye to. And after 10 minutes they were standing in the library of Konoha. Naruto took his uncle by the hands and led him to the entrance. Stepping inside, Nagato was surprised by the cleanliness of the library and the bookshelves. His attentive gaze turned towards Naruto. There he was talking to the librarian. Nagato walked towards them and Kurama, that was the name of the librarian, bowed. All the same, standing in front of him was Uzumaki himself, in person. Hello Uzumaki-sama, what brought you to our humble library? I don't think you need books, you have much more information in Uzushio. Kurama said, raising his head after bowing. Nagato just smiled and said. You are right, and let's not, Sama, but my nephew brought me here. Nagato said, placing his hand on his student's shoulder. The librarian was surprised at this, but after thinking it over and remembering the boy's name, he immediately understood everything and smiled. He was clearly happy for the boy. Finally, he had relatives, so what else? I'm happy for you Naruto, really happy. Kurama said as he turned towards the boy. And gently smiling, he turned to Nagato. Thank you very much. The librarian said bowing again. The Uzumaki smiled at that and spoke softly. You too, thanks for looking after the tomboy. He would not have been so educated and erudite if not for you. But it's time for us, we're leaving the village, and we've come to say goodbye. Well, Naruto asked. Nagato said, a little more cheerful than usual. Is that so? Will you take him to Uzushio? Kurama asked, he was wondering where Uzumaki and his future successor would go. Sorry, but this is classified information, Nagato said sadly. He was sorry that he could not answer such a good person, but still it was impossible for everyone to announce the departure of Jinchuriki. Saying goodbye with words, Naruto hugged the librarian and he, in turn, answered him the same. He was also sorry to leave. All the same, the boy was very curious and smart, and he didn't want to lose a regular reader, but still Uzumaki himself takes him. You can't argue here, and he himself didn't want to argue. After all, before him was Naruto's relative. Realizing this, he sighed sadly. Hearing Naruto's words, he cheered up. Kuruna-san, I'm not leaving forever. If I come to Konoha, I will definitely visit you. I promise. Naruto said as he stepped away from the old man. Kuruna smiled sadly and said, See you soon, Naruto. Promise me that when you return, you will be strong. Of course, Dadabayo. I promise. Naruto said and turned towards his uncle, and taking his hand led him to the exit. Pure tears rolled down his face. Nagato noticed this and smiled. Later, Naruto led his uncle towards ramen, where they also said goodbye. Tuchi and Ayam were also glad that Naruto had relatives, but they did not recognize this Uzumaki relative, and Nagato was very happy about this. And after 20 minutes of walking, they stood at the gates of Konoha. They headed towards the forest, along the trampled path. And so they walked along the path into the forest for about an hour. They moved far away from the village, and when they saw the clearing, Nagato ordered, Naruto, let's stop here, do a warm-up for now, and I'll prepare the equipment. Nagato ordered as he pulled the scrolls from under his pockets. Naruto was surprised by this action of the teacher and looked at him like he was an idiot. Nagato-sensei, why did we stop? Naruto asked, who was clearly out of breath but tried not to show it so as not to let his uncle down. Listen, Naruto, I see that you are tired. Why are you hiding your fatigue? Nagato, who clearly saw his fatigue, answered his question and at the same time asking his own, and continued with a suspicious glance at the student. Something stupid, do you really want not to let your teacher down? Nagato asked as he continued to look at his nephew. He, in turn, simply lowered his head and said, You're right. Naruto realized that hiding anything from him would be pointless. It was clear to him that Nagato was reading him like an open book. And started working out. During this time, Nagato arranged the clearing. He was going to train his nephew a little, and later move on. Once Naruto finished warming up his arms and legs, Nagato opened the wakizashi he had been given, and later opened the same but wooden weapon. Naruto, seeing Nagato with the wakizashi, smiled with all 32 teeth and began to wait for the arrival of his teacher in order to practice with the blade more. After all, Naruto really liked swords, and he set a serious goal in life, namely, to fully master such great blades of his great clan. Since having mastered them, he will surpass absolutely everyone. He also read about the 7 swordsmen of the mist. And if he meets them in a sword fight, he will have to, at least be equal to them. This is roughly the direction Naruto was thinking as he saw Sensei 3 meters away from him. And having come to his senses, he began training. Nagato printed out the mannequins and continued to show his moves. Naruto tried to repeat them, and he did it quite easily. Although it was a wooden copy of the wakizashi, he did not notice the difference in weight between the copy and the original. The boy thought maybe Nagato put a seal of gravity or something like that. Just as Naruto wanted to ask his uncle about it, he suddenly saw Nagato's serious face. The Uzumaki spoke softly. But he did not notice the difference in the weight of the copy and the original. The boy thought maybe Nagato put a seal of gravity or something like that. Just as Naruto wanted to ask his uncle about it, he suddenly saw Nagato's serious face. The Uzumaki spoke softly. But he did not notice the difference in the weight of the copy and the original. The boy thought maybe Nagato put a seal of gravity or something like that. Just as Naruto wanted to ask his uncle about it, he suddenly saw Nagato's serious face. The Uzumaki spoke softly. I can feel them. Naruto press against my back and take the wakizashi. Nagato said as he handed the wakizashi to his student. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at the words. There were many questions in his head, but the boy, for some reason, unconsciously took the blade and pressed his back against his uncle's back. He desperately wanted to know who Nagato was talking about, but his face seemed to tell him to shut up. So Naruto held his breath and listened to any sounds. Nagato immediately took out another scroll and opened the blood dragon sealing blade and the katana he had given him. Naruto heard the crunch of a branch behind him, and then another snap of a branch in front of him. He mentally began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 12. They surrounded us. Shouted mentally Naruto, knees wanted to tremble. But they were stopped by Naruto, who wasn't about to give up like that. Uzumaki raised the guard of the blade. On the guard were drawn samurai who fought with a snake. And now more about swords. The hilt of the katana that Nagato is holding was wrapped in a special fabric, it had a golden hue, and a special coating was applied to the wooden hilt itself. It was made of metal on the inside, but on the outside it was comfortable rubber for a better grip. On the tip of the hilt, in contrast to the guard, a samurai with 9 swords was drawn. 3 on each side of the warrior, except for the bottom. In general, like Killer Bee only has 9 swords, the scabbard of the sword was also covered with a special metal. From the bottom of the scabbard there was a sign of the Uzumaki clan and the mark of Muramasa, which confirmed the origin of the sword. The blade had a metal hardening mark, standard for katana, and also, after the beginning of the guard, namely on the habaki, there was an engraving of the clan. Wakizashi practically repeated katana, the difference was only in size and inscriptions on the scabbard. Both swords are sheathed shown a little blood red and black at the same time. Because of this, the swords looked even more intimidating. Let's get back to the events. Nagato felt their presence, but in terms of the level of chakra that Nagato also sensed, they were slightly stronger than the Chunin. This pleased him a little, but also alarmed him. One of them he felt once. He began to remember, and after a couple of seconds, he remembered the Anbu, who overheard his conversation with the Hokage. Damn it, if Danzo wants to take Naruto by force, then why would he send such a weak squad? He has better soldiers. Nagato thought through his head, but there was no time to think and he had to prepare as much as possible. You never know, this is all a disguise to lower the attention of the Uzumaki. Nagato was at the ready, when suddenly a loud noise was heard from the forest and 12 Nukenin came out into the clearing. One of them stepped forward and said in a rough voice, "Give us the child and you will not be touched," said their leader, taking out the wakizashi from behind. He waved his hand to his friend and he brought some girl about 5 years old, with shoulder-length black hair and eyes as white as clouds. "We'll let her go too," finished the leader, continuing to look at the Uzumaki. Naruto saw the Hyuga clan's Hime, turned pale and told Nagato about it. Uzumaki was surprised at the lack of chakra from the heiress and wanted to hide Naruto, when suddenly the owner of the strongest eyes in the world saw that Naruto was not near him. He looked in the direction of the leader and saw Naruto there, who was already running at the enemy with a wakizashi. Nagato, seeing this, ran after him. Naruto wanted to hit the enemy already, but the Nukenin set up the wakizashi so that the Jinchuriki ran into him himself. As Naruto's blade and the Nukenin's blade suddenly stopped the metal rod that emerged from Nagato's hand, the Nukenin stared at the Uzumaki in shock. Which in a second was between the Jinchuriki and him. Nagato grinned and pierced the renegade with a rod, grabbed a girl and a boy, and began to defend himself against the Umbu who began to attack in an organized mob. Nagato immediately activated the Rinnegan and immediately began to fold the seals, hog, dog, monkey, tiger. And then he shouted out, summoning technique, and hitting the ground, a 2-headed dog and an ugly bird appeared. They were large enough, and Nagato immediately grabbed the children and sat on the bird. While the dog was destroying the Nukenin squad, Nagato scolded his nephew, and Hinata blushed terribly looking at the young man who was scolded by his own relative. Never, do you hear? Never do that. Otherwise, you will train until you die from exhaustion and overexertion. Understood? Nagato scolded his nephew. And he began to question the Hyoma of the Hyuga clan. He wondered how she had gotten into the Umbu's hands. Hima began her story, although she constantly stammered and stammered. It turned out that her name was Hinata. Naruto did not pay attention to her look. She also talked about the clan, and Naruto promised himself to change the Hyuga clan. By any means, even if it means killing the current head. And so they spent 10 minutes in the air. And later Nagato realized that no one was left. He sadly ordered the bird to come down to the ground. The dog had already disappeared, and as soon as Nagato got down from the bird with the children, it immediately disappeared. And Nagato created a clone, sent him to accompany Hinata. And Naruto and Nagato went further into the forest, while collecting all the accessories before that. Naruto was curious to know the full power of his uncle. When fighting the Nukenin, he didn't even break a sweat. Naruto was happy for Hima's rescue and they continued their journey in good spirits. Nagato was happy for his students' bravery. And he was also glad for not showing Hime the Hyuga clan, the remains of those Nukenins. Nagato and Naruto continued their journey, the former Uzukage deciding to explain to his nephew why they were not heading to Uzushio as Naruto thought. Nagato began his story. For now, we will not go to Uzushio. I will train you for 3 years, and then you will go to the academy in Uzushio. There in the village, I'll train you even better. You understood me? Nagato looked at his student. His eyes were wide open. It seemed that his eyes would fall out of their sockets. 10 seconds passed, Naruto digesting the information. And realizing that they were going to hell, I wanted to ask the teacher about it. Stop, if we are not going to Uzushio, then where are we going now? Naruto asked the obvious question, gazing at his uncle intently. The same, in turn, immediately replied. In the shelter of one organization. I'm in it, sort of. Nagato answered, turning towards the student. Organizations? Sounds kind of illegal. With a suspicious face, Naruto said while looking away from his teacher. Well, that's the way it is. Nagato said guiltily, starting to scratch the back of his head and smiling just as guiltily. Naruto turned to his stony-faced uncle. He clearly did not like this arrangement. But if this is an illegal organization, then most likely it consists of Nukenin, and Naruto decided to ask about it. His curiosity screamed, intending to ask about it. Therefore, after a short pause, Naruto asked. Are there Nukenins in this organization? Naruto asked with interest. Nagato saw his face and laughed a little. Are you interested in this organization? I see. Well, let me tell you the most important thing about this organization. The name of the organization, Akatsuki. The organization consists of S-rank apostates, headed by my friend and girlfriend. Everyone in the organization fills other people's orders for a good amount. I am also a member of it, although I am not an apostate, but still, sometimes I fulfill their missions. Yes, and they entrust me with missions that are not difficult, so that my status as Uzukage does not go against me. Just imagine if they ordered to undermine the village. If I am a former Uzukage, I will participate in this, then a mountain of indignation may fall on Uzushio. Therefore, I mainly carry out missions to eliminate some people. Headhunting in general. Something like this. Nagato finished his story. Naruto listened carefully and decided to ask who exactly is in the organization. Since he studied some bingo books that happened to be in the library. And he might know some of the Nukenin. That's why I decided to ask. And who exactly is in the organization? Nagato expected such a question, and turning towards the cave where they were going, he said. You'll find out for yourself. Naruto looked at the teacher in bewilderment, and seeing his gaze directed towards the cave, he saw two people in black cloaks, with red clouds in the center. One had disheveled, orange hair like an autumn leaf, and a simple, unremarkable face. The second had blue, straight hair, part of which was tied into a bump. In the same bump was a rose made of paper, which gave elegance to the girl. You could drown in her amber eyes, just like in Naruto's blue eyes. The prince saw a smile on the face of both, which greeted the guests good-naturedly. Naruto immediately understood what his uncle was talking about and immediately sped up a bit. Not knowing why, but Naruto so wanted to come to them, their kind smile beckoned to hug them. Nagato grinned, and in a minute, the nephew and his uncle were standing near the cave. Nagato started the conversation. "Long time no see, Yahiko." Nagato smiled sweetly and looked at Konan, who was furious. Nagato's mood changed dramatically. Konan hit him on the head, saying, "Don't you want to say hello to me?" Konan yelled as Naruto looked at the pair. He grinned slyly and asked, "Well, how long have you been dating?" Naruto asked, looking from Yahiko to Konan. At first they stood in a stupor, and then, blushing, both hit the prince on the head. He immediately got a couple of bumps. He grabbed his head and said in pain, "Two boots, a pair." After these words, he again received on the head from a couple. And Naruto, from this, writhed in pain and squatted down. Nagato laughed and said in a burst of laughter, "Stop, otherwise you will kill him, he is my successor, as it were." Uzumaki continued to laugh, when suddenly Konan struck with a Nagato, which was happy and smirking sarcastically asked, "Have you really found a girl for yourself, and you are fast?" You're kidding me, I didn't find anyone, this is my nephew." Nagato screamed in pain, as did Naruto as he squatted down. "Nephew? Wait, is that Kushina's baby?" Konan asked with a sudden change of mood as she looked at Naruto. "Yes, that's him. He is the future prince of the clan, and he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I came here since I left the Uzumaki post, temporarily to train the kid well." "Yes, and your help will not hurt. I'll tell you everything later, take us to the shelter," Nagato said as he stood up and looked at Yahiko with a serious look. The same in turn turned and led Nagato behind him. Konan walked over to the child and held out her hand to him, smiling. Naruto responded in kind and stood up, grabbing the girl's hand. They started walking through the cave. Yahiko was in front, followed by Nagato, Konan, and at the very end Naruto. And so they passed 5 minutes and Yahiko, pulling the lever in the wall, opened the entrance to the shelter. They went inside and Naruto saw the comfortably furnished rooms. It felt like he was in a mansion. Yahiko led everyone into the main hall. There was a man wearing a mask that had a cutout for one eye. "What kind of boy did you bring, Yahiko?" the man asked, getting up from the couch, taking out a kunai. "Calm down, Obito, you can trust him, he's Nagato's nephew. He will live here for a while." Naruto looked at him and coming forward decided to ask, "You? Obito Uchiha? I read about you, you were part of my father's team, weren't you?" Asked with interest in Naruto's eyes, who was surprised to find the Uchiha here. Not in Konoha. The book said that they had all become elite jonin, so the boy didn't expect to see him here in the Nikkenen's hideout. "Father? Boy, do you know me? And is it you? Minato-sensei's son?" Obito asked as he took off his mask, looking at the boy with one eye. His left eye was covered with a bandage. He looked at the boy intently. The boy was very handsome for his age. A tear came out of Obito's only eye. He was simply amazed at such a meeting. "Yes, I am Naruto Uzumaki or Namikaze." "As you wish, Obito-san." Naruto bowed slightly, Obito getting a little angry at the boy's words. "And I decided to chastise him for such an act." Forget the suffix san with me. Clear? Looking menacingly at Naruto, Obito said as he stood up from the couch. The boy reacted normally and remained silent, decided to ask about their salvation. As Obito approached the boy, he began. It was written in the books that your father saved you, but how exactly is classified? I would like to hear your full story. Naruto said, noticing that the one-eyed Uchiha was approaching him. Obito approached the boy, hugged him and whispered. How glad I am to see you, and I'll tell the story later. Uncle is waiting for you, right? Obito asked already loudly and turned to Nagato while still hugging Naruto. Nagato looked at Uchiha, understood everything and said. Yes, that's right, we need to talk to Yahiko and Konan. And yes. Naruto, why didn't you introduce yourself to them? They are offended by you, go apologize and introduce yourself to them too. Nagato said as he looked at the blue-haired and red-haired with some request in his voice. Yahiko crossed his arms in a castle, and nodded his head sternly, confirming the words of his friend. Konan just puffed out her cheeks. Naruto heard this and stepped away from the Uchiha and approached the trio and apologized by bowing his head. And he almost shouted, while smiling. Well, you probably already heard my name, Uzumaki/Namikaze Naruto, at your service. Naruto introduced himself. At these words, Yahiko ruffled the prince's hair, and Konan hugged him so tightly that Naruto's face turned pale and blue, but he decided not to show it. My name is Konan, and this is Yahiko. The blue-haired woman said softly, practically in Naruto's ear. The latter from such a voice, goosebumps went all over his body. Nagato coughed meaningfully, stopping them. Konan got up with Yahiko, and the couple led them to the sofa. They all settled down on the couch and Yahiko started talking. Well, what's the reason for not doing missions? Yahiko asked, eyeing his best friend suspiciously. Obito, realizing that the conversation would be difficult, grabbed Naruto's arm and led him to the training ground. Nagato realized this and unsealed the swords and threw them at Obito saying. Thanks, and here's his outfit. Obito caught all three swords with one hand without turning around. Continued on his way. Naruto hobbled after him and within 10 minutes they were at the training ground. He was not very big, but it was difficult to call him small. At this time, Yahiko. Well, how long will you be silent? Yahiko asked a friend, he was never patient. So Nagato decided to answer the question with a question. As if you don't know. Rolling his eyes, Nagato said, who sincerely didn't understand his friend's intentions. I want to hear from you, will you deceive me? Yahiko smiled slyly as his mood changed. Konan watched Yahiko and chuckled lightly. She remembered the moment Uzumaki became Yahiko's friend. Flashback. A few days before Hanzo Salamander's attack on the Akatsuki organization, Aoshi was sitting in a chair in the Yuzuki's office. Opposite him, on the sofa, sat an advisor, namely Fusu. She gazed out the window behind the head of the village, which had accumulated over some time of Yuzuki's vacation. But here he was again sitting in the office and sorting out documents. Ise burst into the office, holding some kind of scroll in his hand. Aoshi was displeased with this behavior, but said nothing, because he thought that the matter was urgent. Ise entering the office, he said. An order from the daimyo. Take a special document to Amigakure to sign trade relations. Mission rank S, in, but we don't have any jounin left in the village. The mission is too complicated. Ise said, shouting a little. At these words Aoshi got up from his chair and said. I'll take the mission, but I'll take Nagato with me. Aoshi said and looked at Fusu. Ise stood in a stupor, how can one send Chunin on missions of rank S? That's what the advisor thought. But looking at Fusu, he saw confidence in her. And not an ounce of worry. Aoshi, seeing the advisor's concern, immediately anticipated his question and decided to answer. "Don't worry, Nagato is young, but he's stronger than some jonin. Especially since I'm going with him, so don't worry," said the old man, looking at the advisors. They only agreed with their eyes, but there was a slight smirk on Ise's face. Aoshi did not pay attention and created a clone, left it in the office, and he went to pick up Nagato. Uzushio was beautiful, a great, huge village. Compared to Konoha, Uzushio could be called a giant. Everywhere there were new buildings, which gave a certain cozy atmosphere. Uzushio was in her prime. After the previous attack, some residents left the village. But most of them remained, and there were enough workers to maintain a normal economy. Aoshi was walking through the streets of Uzushio. Everyone smiled and bowed to the master. Uzukage, in turn, returned the smiles with his own. He was heading towards the Uzumaki quarter. The area was the richest and of course the most influential. Uzukage knew where Nagato was. Throughout his life, Nagato studied. Even now, when he is 15 years old, he continues to study different scrolls. Perhaps he can surpass his grandfather in knowledge, which Ashino has received throughout his life. Every time he saw the current clan prince reading, Aoshi marveled at the resourcefulness and curiosity of the current chunin. Having passed into his native quarter, he went to the archive. There he saw a familiar door with a special Uzumaki seal, which did not let anyone in except members of the main branch of the clan. Printing a pass to the archive, only Aoshi can supply. Uzukage went to the door, bit his thumb and drew a whirlpool. The door took Aoshi's blood and swung open. As expected by the current head of the clan, at a large table, in the middle of shelves with books and scrolls, a scarlet-haired guy about 15 years old was sitting. He was distinguished by a short hairstyle, the bangs of which covered his right eye. Aoshi immediately recognized him, and approaching closer began a dialogue. "Nagato, are you spending your youth in the archives again?" Aoshi said as he sat down in front of the chunin. From such a sharp appearance, Nagato flinched and looked fearfully at his father. He, in turn, just smiled sweetly. On the face of the clan prince, there was a clear weariness. Uzukage noticed this and, laughing a little, asked. "Don't tell me," Aoshi said in a fit of laughter, watching Nagato's reaction. The latter began to chuckle wearily and nervously, but having come to his senses, he said sleepily. "Yeah, since morning here." "Why did you come?" Nagato asked, rubbing his eyes and looking up from his book. He raised filled with curiosity at his father. Aoshi immediately became serious and told the whole situation to his son. He, in turn, quickly agreed. He wanted to gain experience in order to quickly become jounin. Yes, and his father was Uzukage himself, so this task could improve the relationship between father and son. And so they both left the archive through the same door, and went to their house. The next day, at about 10 a.m., Nagato stood at the Uzushio gate, waiting for his leisurely father. Aoshi was indeed a slow man, but sometimes Nagato got on his nerves. Looking at the prince, it seemed that he was about to burst with anger. "After all, my father was late for 2 hours, although they went out together." Without saying a word, Nagato understood everything and decided to ask again for accuracy, without saying a word. Nagato understood everything and decided to ask again for accuracy. "Are we moving out?" Nagato asked, turning to his father, who in turn nodded, and they both headed for the Uzushio gate. First, they headed towards the port of Uzushio, yet the Whirlpool village was on the island, and to get to the Rain village you need to sail to the port of the Land of Fire, and after a couple of days go towards Konoha. And only then it will be possible to get to the leader of the village of Rain. According to the documents, the daimyo wants to sign an important trade agreement that will allow him to profitably obtain the products that the villages and countries need. For example, in the village of Rain, because of the constant rainfall, ferns grow well. And due to the fact that Amigakure is the place for ferns, various mutations occur. Therefore, some of the new species are needed by Konoha and the Land of Fire in medical and domestic activities. The situation is similar with the Land of Fire. She also has her own special products for Amigakure. On the way, he explained the situation to Aoshi, who, seeing the curiosity in Nagato's eyes, smiled widely and continued to talk. But he was interrupted by his son's question. "Stop, why are we carrying out the mission of Daimyo of the Land of Fire? He has his own ninja in Konoha, doesn't he? Only if all the best shinobi had gone on missions perhaps." Nagato thought aloud after his volley of questions. The Uzukage grinned again and said, "Yeah, you're really very smart, you're right, the task was given by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Maybe they don't have any strong shinobi left," Aoshi said, squinting suspiciously forward towards the road. Nagato continued to think about his father's words. Some strange feeling did not leave him, it seemed that something bad would happen. But the thoughts are gone with the passage of time. And at this pace, 3 to 4 days passed and they were at the entrance to the village of Rain, but the guards were not visible. Uzukage and his son were surprised at this situation. But then they came to their senses, smelling the smell of blood not far from them. They immediately rushed towards the terrible smell, and after 3 minutes they looked at the battle of some people in black-gray cloaks, with Amigakure protectors and Hanzo Salamander himself, who held some blue-haired girl captive. Nagato ran forward, and Uzukage, realizing that his son could not be stopped, ran after him. A fight ensued. Shinra Tensei. After that, the leader of some small army was thrown back sharply. And in the eyes of Nagato, the Rinnegan flashed, his hair treacherously rose due to the strong wind. Because of this, some, seeing the Rinnegan, smiled greedily, eager to take those eyes. Someone, on the contrary, tried to come up with a rescue plan, and for good reason. Nagato began to fold the seals. The prince of the Uzumaki clan summoned the two-headed dog, which began to destroy the enemy troops. Nagato sensed the intentions of Hanzo's opposite side. They wanted to resolve everything peacefully. But the salamander was not going to let go of power over the village and began this fight. So the dog that Nagato summoned didn't touch the raincoats at all. Across the battlefield were terrible, heartbreaking and at the same time such vile cries for help. Many of Hanzo's minions tried to destroy the summoned animal. The dog responded to enemy techniques by kicking his paws. No one could bring the dog to division into several of the same, but smaller. This, though not much, upset the boy, who is used to sparring with very strong clan members. But now he faced a truly dangerous opponent. Nagato already wanted to rush to Hanzo, but Aoshi blocked his path, who turned to his son and smiled sweetly, showing with his hand to stay away. And now the battlefield is silent. There were very few people left, namely, Nagato, the blue-haired girl, the red-haired boy, Aoshi, Hanzo, and a couple of surviving members of an organization unknown to Nagato that had such benevolent goals. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizik, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began, with the blows of their paws. No one could bring the dog to division into several of the same, but smaller. This, though not much, upset the boy, who is used to sparring with very strong clan members. But now he faced a truly dangerous opponent. Nagato already wanted to rush to Hanzo, but Aoshi blocked his path, who turned to his son and smiled sweetly, showing with his hand to stay away. And now the battlefield is silent. There were very few people left, namely, Nagato, the blue-haired girl, the red-haired boy, Aoshi, Hanzo, and a couple of surviving members of an organization unknown to Nagato that had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizik, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began, with the blows of their paws. No one could bring the dog to division into several of the same, but smaller. This, though not much, upset the boy, who is used to sparring with very strong clan members. But now he faced a truly dangerous opponent. Nagato already wanted to rush to Hanzo, but Aoshi blocked his path, who turned to his son and smiled sweetly, showing with his hand to stay away. And now the battlefield is silent. There were very few people left, namely, Nagato, the blue-haired girl, the red-haired boy, Aoshi, Hanzo, and a couple of surviving members of an organization unknown to Nagato that had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizik, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began. No one could bring the dog to division into several of the same, but smaller. This, though not much, upset the boy, who is used to sparring with very strong clan members. But now he faced a truly dangerous opponent. Nagato already wanted to rush to Hanzo, but Aoshi blocked his path, who turned to his son and smiled sweetly, showing with his hand to stay away. And now the battlefield is silent. There were very few people left, namely, Nagato, the blue-haired girl, the red-haired boy, Aoshi, Hanzo, and a couple of surviving members of an organization unknown to Nagato that had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizik, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began. No one could bring the dog to division into several of the same, but smaller. This, though not much, upset the boy, who is used to sparring with very strong clan members. But now he faced a truly dangerous opponent. Nagato already wanted to rush to Hanzo, but Aoshi blocked his path, who turned to his son and smiled sweetly, showing with his hand to stay away. And now the battlefield is silent. There were very few people left, namely, Nagato, the blue-haired girl, the red-haired boy, Aoshi, Hanzo, and a couple of surviving members of an organization unknown to Nagato that had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizik, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began, upset the boy, who is used to sparring with very strong clan members. But now he faced a truly dangerous opponent. Nagato already wanted to rush to Hanzo, but Aoshi blocked his path, who turned to his son and smiled sweetly, showing with his hand to stay away. And now the battlefield is silent. There were very few people left, namely, Nagato, the blue-haired girl, the red-haired boy, Aoshi, Hanzo, and a couple of surviving members of an organization unknown to Nagato that had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizik, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began, upset the boy, who is used to sparring with very strong clan members. But now he faced a truly dangerous opponent. Nagato already wanted to rush to Hanzo, but Aoshi blocked his path, who turned to his son and smiled sweetly, showing with his hand to stay away. And now the battlefield is silent. There were very few people left, namely, Nagato, the blue-haired girl, the red-haired boy, Aoshi, Hanzo, and a couple of surviving members of an organization unknown to Nagato that had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizik, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began, but his way was blocked by Aoshi, who turned to his son and smiling sweetly, showed with his hand to stay away. And now the battlefield is silent. There were very few people left, namely, Nagato, the blue-haired girl, the red-haired boy, Aoshi, Hanzo, and a couple of surviving members of an organization unknown to Nagato that had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizk, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began, but his way was blocked by Aoshi, who turned to his son and smiling sweetly, showed with his hand to stay away. And now the battlefield is silent. There were very few people left, namely, Nagato, the blue-haired girl, the red-haired boy, Aoshi, Hanzo, and a couple of surviving members of an organization unknown to Nagato that had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizk, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began, which had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizk, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began, which had such good intentions. Nagato obeyed his father, and taking the girl in his arms, went to Rizk, who showed with all his appearance that they would bring her to him. Nagato understood this, and a minute later the prince of the Uzumaki clan began. "Hello, do you know her? What's going on here? And what kind of organization is this? And what's your name? Sorry for the flurry of questions, but such is my character," said guiltily to Nagato, who laid the girl on the ground. The redhead decided to answer questions while he checked to see if his girlfriend was hurt or not. "Well, actually, she is my friend, Conan is her name, and my name is Yahiko. Our organization tried to take control of the village of Rain, Hanzo, a creepy and ruler who does not spare the human resource, but only money and profit. In general, a nasty type, terribly manages the village. Our organization, Akatsuki, is trying to achieve world peace. But we started, as you probably understood, from our village. Although you can no longer call us an organization. What are you doing here, like this Uzukage? The son of Ashino Uzumaki himself, the hero of your village, right? What have you forgotten in our village? Long to explain, but in short. Nagato began to retell everything that happened to him in recent days. From such a long story, Yahiko almost fell asleep, but for the salvation of his love, he is ready to endure. Conan woke up before the beginning of the story and listened to all this. During this time, Uzukage fought Hanzo. Hanzo tried to hit Aoshi with a kusarigama. But the head of the clan did not receive the title of head of the village for his beautiful eyes, so Uzukage, putting the seal of paralysis, after dodging the scythe. And later, Aoshi quickly finished him off with the same kusarigama. And Aoshi began to listen to his son's story. He also met the Akatsuki. Those who were previously in Akatsuki and survived after this fight, except for Conan and Yahiko, fled away. And Yahiko and Conan quickly hit it off with Nagato. After this fight, Yahiko became the Amikage, and the Akatsuki organization was influential in politics. And so Nagato's simple tasks began. Later they were joined by Obito, who, according to his story, became a Nikkenin in order to protect Konoha from the shadows. Akatsuki accepted him and this composition is still preserved. End of flashback. Recalling the history of Yahiko and Nagato's acquaintance, Conan laughed even harder. And later, the former Uzukage began to talk about the scarlet-haired boy. Yahiko noticed that he is very similar to Nagato and it seems that the head of the Uzumaki clan, the father for the boy. Nagato just smiled and tried to ignore such jokes. Continuing the story, and when he finished, Conan put in her 5 tenge, saying, "Yes, Nagato, time is running out, but your stories are not getting any more interesting." Conan laughed, raising her eyes to her friend. Nagato, in turn, fumed and shouted. "And you try to describe the life of a poor child briefly." Uzumaki swore, who almost broke the table in a rage. Yahiko, with difficulty, was able to calm Nagato. And Conan, having laughed a little more, decided to see what was happening at the training ground. Walking into the large hall, she saw in the center Obito with a wakizashi fighting a boy who also had a wakizashi. The boy yielded to his temporary sensei. Well, it was obvious because of the age difference, but still Naruto, somehow, namely, tricks and deception, could hit his sensei. But the blade, a centimeter from the opponent's torso, stopped as Obito dispelled his shadow clone. He appeared out of nowhere behind Naruto and whispered, "You're not bad for your age. But in order to defeat myself, you will need to try, despite the fact that I studied Kenjutsu quite a bit. But your tricks work. If you think with your head during the fight, you will be able to fight well even without special sword skills. In general, you are great." Obito shared his opinion, who was pleasantly surprised by the result. Conan moved closer to Obito and sat down on a chair near their location. The blue-haired lady began to blame the boy, and the Uchiha nodded in confirmation and noticed some details. While Obito was discussing the boy's skills with Conan, Nagato was talking to Yahiko about his training plan. "So, I want to train him until he is 8 years old, and then maybe in Uzushio we will continue training, although not as active. Will you help?" Nagato asked, who expected any reaction from his friend. Yahiko made a sharp face at those words, and later Amikage said, "Listen Nagato, are you sure? He's only 5 years old. He is certainly a strong guy, but you never know, he can't stand it." Yahiko, in such a short time, has already become attached to the boy and he did not want something to happen to him. But Nagato was unfazed and Uzumaki only muttered quietly so that only Yahiko could hear him. "Yes, I'm sure. I'll look after him, don't worry." Nagato paused. He bowed his head in request. And Yahiko exhaled heavily. And later, after thinking, he said, "Damn you Nagato, are you sure about him?" "Absolutely, Naruto is a skilled and stubborn guy, he will achieve everything he wants. My task is to make him a worthy ruler, not a killing machine. So I believe in him and you should also trust him and me." Nagato pointed his finger at Yahiko, who was in his thoughts. But after a little thought, the ginger decided to answer. "Okay, Nagato, I will trust you, but I need to check it personally," Yahiko said as he stood up from the couch and walked towards the door of the training room. There, he noticed Obito and Conan talking about something. Yahiko blushed a little. This was noticed by his friend, who was standing next to him. He wanted to look again at the boys striving and rejoice in the boys' good mood. Ginger and the scarlet-haired one stopped at the edge of the training ground and began to think about their own. Nagato broke the awkward pause and decided to play a prank on his friend. "Yeah, you don't change either." "Shut up," lightly shouted Red while standing red as a tomato. Nagato saw the jealousy in Yahiko's eyes and only smiled harder. "Did you already have it?" Nagato asked faintly seriously while taking out 2 cigarettes. He handed one to Yahiko, as a sign of a serious male conversation, and took one himself. And later, Nagato, with the help of the fire element, set fire to their cigarettes and Yahiko began the story. "Damn, you see right through me." "Yes, we did it, long story, we drank a little and she was blown away by the sake. Actually she started it, and I didn't resist. Oh, and one more thing, she was mumbling something about Obito in her sleep. He was on a mission, and I. Are you jealous?" He was interrupted by Nagato, who understood everything. "A little." "What a fool you are, Yahiko. I can sense intentions and emotions. Trust me, I don't feel a strong connection between them. Just pure partnership." "Nagato, where are you from?" "I don't know. After the death of my father, I began to feel all the emotions. And, importantly, I began to understand why my father constantly talked about his death in his last years." "Yahiko. I saw my death. said without emotion Nagato, who began to stare into Yahiko's eyes. Rizek was just in a giant shock. But quickly Oklamalcia asked. What? You are sure? And when will it be? Do you remember the details? He began to ask his friend about his dream Yahiko. He really wanted to prevent the death of his best friend. But Nagato's hand stopped him. In which he did not keep a cigarette. I don't know the details, everything is as if in darkness. But I covered Naruto with myself. And everywhere there was a terrible smell of corpses and burning houses. I don't remember anything else. Nagato finished his story. Yahiko just sighed tiredly and sadly. And he said. So it's either you or Naruto? Yeah. Nagato answered him quietly, who finished smoking his cigarette, and here is the last puff, and Nagato throws out the bowl. Continuing to look at Naruto, who has started training with the wakizashi again. Yahiko also finished smoking and walked towards Konan, Obito and Naruto. Konan, hearing footsteps, turned and smiled at her lover. The redhead approached the redhead, the latter turned and smiled with all 32 teeth, thus welcoming the redhead. Yahiko waved his hand at himself, beckoning the boy to him. As Naruto approached him, Yahiko knelt down and began to speak. Naruto, now you will do physical exercises, 25 push-ups, 25 squats, 25 presses and 3 circles around the training ground. Will it do? Yahiko said while smiling sweetly. It seemed that this smile was sadistic, but in fact it was pure and sincere. And so Naruto answered almost without hesitation or delay, while raising his right hand to the level of the weight. Hey! Naruto shouted and ran to do the exercises. And Yahiko turned around and walked away, while creating a clone under the hinge of the chair. Obito and Konan understood Yahiko's intentions and also turned towards the exit. Obito, before leaving, shouted to the whole field so that the boy could hear him. Come on, you can do it. We believe in you. Obito shouted, already knowing how such exclamations affected the boy. Naruto was well stretched, but even that was not enough to fully withstand the training and stand on his feet. He started running. The first 2 laps were normal, Naruto just ran. He was used to running at such a distance, but the 3rd round was painful for him. Legs began to squint and tremble with tension. But Naruto remembered Sensei's words and started to run even faster and the tension in his legs only increased. But the boy didn't stop. 1 hour passed. Naruto finished all the exercises and fell exhausted. Clone Yahiko was surprised at the stubbornness of the young Uzumaki, and deciding that he had passed the test, he carried him to the exit. Of course, having removed the henge before that, Nagato stood there. Who smiled broadly, rejoicing and proud of his student. And after a while, Yahiko carried Naruto to the boy's new room. And the ginger went to his friends who were opening bottles of sake. Thus ended the day of meeting with Akatsuki. And Naruto started training hard with his new acquaintances. Flash forward. In the direction of the island of Uzushio, a ship was sailing, on the deck of which there were 2 people. They were both scarlet-haired. One of them was wearing a black and red hoodie with red clouds in the center on his back. And on his chest he had the sign of Uzumaki, which showed his belonging to this clan. The second one was of a similar type. His long hair reached almost to his elbows. The hair in the center was collected in a long ponytail. His entire body was covered by a black kimono with the emblem of the Uzumaki clan on the right shoulder and on the left of the Uchiha clan. A wakizashi was firmly fastened to his belt, and a katana hung from his belt. The boy's eyes were filled with happiness as they watched the view from the ship. His reaction was obvious, he saw a piece of land. Uzushio could be seen, which seemed to beckoning Uzumaki, some native feeling called to come to their ancestral homeland. Nagato saw Uzushio and grinned. I'm back, damn this job. As soon as Naruto turns 15 to 16, I'll give up the post right away. Well, fuck him, I'll work in Akatsuki and that's all. Said to himself Nagato, who had already imagined a ton of papers and eternal torment of this title. A long time passed when the ship arrived at the port. A pair of Uzumaki headed towards the north gate of Uzushio. At the open gate stood guards, the level of a strong jonin. Uzushio's advisors also stood. Namely Fusu Uchiha and Ise Uzumaki. Nagato and Naruto were already standing 20 meters from the gate when the guards called out to them. But the advisors immediately shut them up, explaining the whole situation. And so Fusu ran towards her granddaughter. She wanted with all her heart to hug her lost grandson. Naruto did not understand what was happening, and seeing the old woman who was almost running towards him, he wanted to get the wakizashi, but Nagato grabbed his hand, smiling nervously, hinting that this is his grandmother. Naruto looked at his uncle with shocked eyes, and later turned his gaze to his granny. She was already a few meters away from him, and Naruto, putting back the wakizashi, spread his arms to the sides and prepared to hug a relative as well. A second passed and now the grandmother meets and hugs Naruto. A dialogue began between Fusu and her grandson. But they were interrupted by Nagato, saying that it would be better to discuss everything in the office. Yes, and you need to show Uzushio to the youngster. And relatives began to walk around the village. They were greeted with smiles and respect, especially by Nagato and Naruto. Everyone in the village already knew about the Nine Tails inside, but no one thought of him as a demon. Most simply bowed respectfully while looking at the boy. Naruto had heard about the whirlwind being addressed to the Jinchuriki, but had no idea that he would be respected by almost all the inhabitants of Uzushio. But suddenly Naruto felt pain in his eyes. Narration from Naruto. What? What is this? Eyes, damn it. I tried talking to Kyubi, but he didn't answer. I closed my eyes and the pain abruptly disappeared. I saw death everywhere, devastation, some people, a lot, destroying the village with technicians. What? What is this feeling? Hatred, contempt, desire for revenge, what is it? End of flash forward. Naruto woke up in his new room. The boy saw the ceiling, wiping the sweat from his face, said. An unfamiliar ceiling. But what was it? Naruto was already starting to think, when Nagato, who was sitting near his bed, calmly took his hand. Naruto got scared and shouted. What are you doing here? Naruto jumped out of bed while holding a pillow to attack. Nagato did not react to this in any way, but looked at his nephew with a serious look. Naruto calmed down a bit and sat down on the bed. Nagato continued to look at Naruto. I'm here because you seem to be calling me in a dream. Narration from Nagato. Oh Kami, why the hell are my friends such alcoholics? Thank God they didn't do anything else. And they just got by with a drawing on Obito's forehead. Think how. Nagato, what have you done, idiot piece, YWU? What? What's up with Naruto? I ran towards the stairs, you never know what happened. But when I went inside, I saw only a sleeping nephew. After examining the room, I looked at the table clock and saw that the time was 8:25, sat down next to it, while moving the chair. The room was well furnished, after all, Conan is sometimes very caring. I thought. I began to examine Naruto. I did not want to wake him up. Still, he trained well yesterday, he could have been spared. He showed no signs of illness. The only thing I noticed was his lips. He whispered very quietly about something. I listened and heard. Nagato, don't die, not now, do you hear? Piece of shit, don't you dare, remember you promised me. When I saw that he was trying to open his eyes, I calmed down and was shocked at the same time. My head was a complete mess. Did he also see my death? And will he see his when the time is right? And did he see the details? You can't ask him about it, I lacked one more person who would worry about me. End of story. Iki. A few minutes before, Nagato. How is it, called? No, it doesn't look like me. I sleep silently so as not to anger the nannies, the habit has already developed. Nagato is not saying something. Although you never know, I had a nightmare after all. Naruto thought to himself as he continued to look at Nagato. Changing the mood from suspicious to calm. Okay, since you're fine, I take it you had a nightmare? Why yes. Naruto stammered, who was ashamed of his behavior. But Nagato smiled and reassured his nephew. It's okay, I'm with you. Come on, I'll make breakfast, and you go to the bathroom. Nagato turned around and rushed towards the door. Naruto looked around and saw a bedside table next to him, on which all the boys' things were stacked. Filler. He lazily began to dress and went out to wash. In the bathroom, he saw Obito sleeping right on the toilet. Naruto grinned and yelled in Sensei's ear. Kakashi, why are you kissing Rin? Obito immediately jumped up and saw no one in front of him. He turned to leave, his head hurting badly. And he barely saw the door. He also saw Naruto, and for some reason Rin appeared in his head and the image of the girl covered Naruto himself. And Obito began to see Naruto as Rin. Obito sniffled loudly and started crying, not much, but Naruto's face was filled with shock. In a burst of tears, he muttered. Rin, I hope Kakashi didn't seduce you with his books. How are you without me? He continued to wrap around Obito, holding Naruto tightly. And the boy continued to remain in complete shock, and later came to his senses and screamed. Fucking pervert, why the fuck do you see me your friend? Get the hell out of here you drunkard. Damn, am I getting filler? Naruto asked himself out loud while making a thoughtful face. Obito pulled away from the hugs, sobering up a bit from screaming, and later asked. Filler? What's this? It doesn't matter, I mean, I'm stalling for the part, that is, get out of here, I need to wash up. This is some kind of extra chatter. Genya will cut it out anyway. Obito got up and rubbed his eyes out of the bath. End of filler scene. Naruto finally washed his face and went into the hall where all his new acquaintances were sitting. As soon as Naruto entered the hall, he noticed his uncle's thoughtful gaze. And later, he almost shouted. Good morning, Dadabayo. Nagato was at a loss. He began to remember where he got the feeling, as if he had heard it somewhere. Dadabayo. Date. Databane. Damn it, sister, your habit has been passed on to your son. Nagato thought and smiled, clearing all thoughts from his head. He didn't want to think about Naruto's dream. He mentally thanked Naruto for saving Nagato from bad thoughts. Everyone at the table greeted him, and after breakfast, Nagato, Obito and Yahiko, taking Naruto with them, went to the training ground. The hard training began. Obito and Yahiko taught martial kenjutsu quite well, and Nagato taught the boy theory and chakra control. Uzumaki was shocked when he learned that the boy had awakened the chakra focus a few weeks before the meeting. But the boy was really brilliant. Nagato was proud of Kushina's son, and it seemed to Nagato this 5-year-old tomboy was like a son. Speaking of children, several months have passed since the meeting with Akatsuki. Conan found out that she was pregnant. Conan was beaming with happiness, and after 7 months, a child was born. He was named Aoshi, after Nagato's father who saved Yahiko and Conan from Hanzo Salamander. Without him, Akatsuki would have been long gone. And so the year of training ended. The child was not allowed on the mission, of course. He's not some kind of shinobi god. In a year, the boy was able to master wakizashi and could fight on equal terms with Obito's clone, only in kenjutsu. For another 6 months, he honed his wakizashi to perfection, but due to his young age, he needed more time. Everyone understood this, so Nagato taught the boy shadow clones. But the boy could only create 5, so he sent 3 to train in kenjutsu, 1 to rest, and the last one to meditate. And he himself went for a walk around the base or played with the child Yahiko. So some more time passed. Sometimes Naruto was haunted by that terrible dream. But he seemed to see a little more each time. That is, the darkness recedes. But he did not attach any importance to this, since this nightmare appeared once a month. Nagato also began to see details, but not much. But the boy could only create 5, so he sent 3 to train in kenjutsu, 1 to rest, and the last one to meditate. And he himself went for a walk around the base or played with the child Yahiko. So some more time passed. Sometimes Naruto was haunted by that terrible dream. But he seemed to see a little more each time. That is, the darkness recedes. But he did not attach any importance to this, since this nightmare appeared once a month. Nagato also began to see details, but not much. But the boy could only create 5, so he sent 3 to train in kenjutsu, 1 to rest, and the last one to meditate. And he himself went for a walk around the base or played with the child Yahiko. So some more time passed. Sometimes Naruto was haunted by that terrible dream. But he seemed to see a little more each time. That is, the darkness recedes. But he did not attach any importance to this, since this nightmare appeared once a month. Nagato also began to see details, but not much. But he did not attach any importance to this, since this nightmare appeared once a month. Nagato also began to see details, but not much. But he did not attach any importance to this, since this nightmare appeared once a month. Nagato also began to see details, but not much. After 1 year of training, for his birthday, the Akatsuki decided to give him a versatile workout outfit. Namely, an Olympian, but not a simple one. It was made with the help of some machinations with seals and Nagato's chakra. According to him, the clothes could not be torn and had good durability. The kit consisted of a standard black t-shirt with the sign of the Uzumaki clan, pants of the same color, but only with red lines on the sides, and the sweatshirt itself, it was elongated. It seemed that it was a mini raincoat. There were red clouds in the center of the back and chest. And on the sides, again, the whirlpools of the Uzumaki clan. By the end of his 2nd year of training, Naruto was already excellent at wakizashi due to the clones. And on the next birthday, Akatsuki gave the boy clothes again, but this time it was a black kimono. Naruto immediately recognized the clothes and looking at Nagato, the boy asked. "Isn't it too big for me?" Naruto asked. The boy put his index finger to his chin and turned away from the gift, began to think. "Yes, it's big for you, it's supposed to be like that, but..." Nagato didn't finish when Naruto interrupted him. "Any prints there, right?" Naruto asked since he knew about the peculiarities of the Uzumaki clan, and the last time Nagato did something like that. "Exactly, printing on clothes with special spatial pockets. Well, like the previous time, this kimono is special. It can be enlarged and stretched with the help of seals that were put in Uzushio. This kimono is made to order, just for you. And also the fabric from which the kimono was sewn is very durable. It can be said that this will be your everyday clothes." Nagato said and took the kimono out of the box. Naruto was at a loss when he saw Nagato folding hand seals. And later, the former Yuzukage touched the clothes with 2 fingers and the kanji, fortitude, appeared on it. The boy was invited to the table, and they began to celebrate the holiday. One day, after grueling training, Naruto went towards his already beloved room. Suddenly his eyes fell on a chest of drawers in the corner of the room. Recently, Nagato left the whole set there, secretly from the boy. But Naruto found the kit as an eerie voice called to him. "Come to me, human child," said a soft voice from under the cupboard. Uzumaki went to the closet door and opened it, feeling a huge thirst for blood compared to which, the hatred of the Kyubi smoked aside. The voice after a pause continued. "Child, you want to harness my power, right? Then pass the test and prove that you are worthy of my power." The voice said, and a small outline of a dragon's head appeared from the sword. His thirst for murder immediately disappeared and a feeling of calmness appeared in the boy's soul. Naruto immediately responded to the dragon's suggestion by saying, "Sure, but before that, I'd like to know your name. I don't want to call you Blood Dragon." At these words, the dragon bared his teeth and said, "My name is Ryu Kenshi, and you boy, I know you cannot introduce yourself." The dragon interrupted the boy, seeing that the kid was going to say his name. Naruto was surprised to see the chakra that made up the dragon. And later, remembering the last words about the test, he began to ask a question. "Ah, Ryu Kenshi, what kind of test do you suggest that I pass?" The dragon again made a grin, as if knowing the question in advance and said, in the same slightly creepy voice, "Naruto, while everyone is sleeping, try to get the sword out of its scabbard. If my chakra seals you, you will die. And if you survive, then I will begin to help you harness my power. Is it coming?" "Yes, but why would your chakra try to seal me? Are you not in control of her?" "No. I can control my chakra, but almost half of it leaks into your world. Therefore, I cannot control it completely, and because of my ability to increase due to sins, my chakra automatically seeks out sinners. Your uncle was only able to control a couple %, and that was because of that Rinnegan. Which Ashino still had, although you shouldn't know about it right now. Go and take this blade with you." Naruto obediently took the Nodachi and headed towards the training room. There was no one there because of the late hour. And here Naruto was standing in the center of the training ground. He grabbed Nodachi in his hands and stood up in a special stance. He grabbed the hilt at the beginning of the guard and, lifting it up a little, saw a red hibaki, on which one could see the kanji, seal. And then the blade of the blade was completely exposed, and the edges of the blade began to burn with red chakra. This seriously scared the boy. "Naruto, pour your chakra into the blade. This is the only way to control my chakra. So you mix two different types of chakra and you start to control it." Naruto began to sweat wildly as he tried to subdue the blade. But realizing that he would lose, he decided to simply return the blade to the sheath. After some effort, he succeeded. And due to the fact that part of the dragon's chakra came out, Kenshiro tried to feel all the sins of the boy. He was pleasantly surprised that he had no sins. But he pushed those thoughts aside, realizing that he was just a child. And he still has time to sin for his life. Also, Kenshiro decided to talk to Kyubi, thinking that the dragon, which is not inferior in strength to Bijou, could force him to help the boy. The dragon quietly transferred some of its chakra to Naruto, so that the dragon would be able to speak with the boy and the tailed one inside. "Hello Kyubi." Kenshiro said calmly in his subconscious. He saw Kyubi in a cage, and the dragon himself was standing on the side of the fox. The Kyubi nearly jumped out of his cage in fright, but his pride didn't let him show it. And Kenshiro began to explain his request, and Kyubi told about his father and about the name. Kenshiro also introduced himself to Kurama and they began to chat. Kurama was pleasantly surprised by the good nature of the dragon. He was described everywhere as a monster, almost the same as the fox itself. Therefore, they became very good friends. Naruto did not hear their dialogue, but he felt Kenshi's chakra in himself, so he came into the room and before that returned Nodachi to his place, went to bed. The morning after meeting Ryuka Kenshi, Naruto woke up in his room today, having that damned dream again. To Naruto's surprise, Nagato was sitting next to him again, staring at the boy intently. Naruto looked at him and immediately understood. But this time, Nagato decided to ask about the dream. "Good morning, Naruto, tell me what you dreamed." Naruto got up from the bed and looked down guiltily. He tried to find an excuse, but knowing that his uncle read Naruto's thoughts like a book, he decided to tell the truth. "Lately, I've been dreaming." Naruto paused, and then looked at Nagato. Your death. Nagato knew the boy's answer in advance and tried to calm him down. Don't worry, everything will be fine, I'm with you. It's like you don't know my strength. Before the former Uzumaki could finish, Naruto immediately hugged him, strongly pressing to himself while crying into his uncle's shoulder. For Naruto, Nagato became a loving father. The older Uzumaki also held the boy close to him, realizing that the kid was very worried about him. They hugged like that for another minute, and then Naruto calmed down and began to change. And Nagato went towards the door, but stopped at the exit and said, I'm really happy that you made friends with the dragon inside the sword. Naruto turned towards his uncle with shock on his face. Did he follow? It flashed through the boy's mind as suddenly Nagato disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto smirked and continued to change. He put on his kimono and left the room. Time skip, some time later, the day before leaving for Uzushio. At the Akatsuki training ground, there were 2 people standing. There were 3 people standing on the edge of the training ground, and one of them, namely the blue-haired girl, had a child of about 2 years peacefully in her arms. He watched with a fascinated gaze a pair of soldiers standing in the middle. One of them was a red-haired man, wearing a black hoodie with red clouds on it. In his hands he held a long katana, at least its length did not exceed the limits of the classification of the sword as a katana. His katana was tied around the hilt. This meant that the person used the sword a lot, that even the standard fabric covering the handles was practically erased. Opposite the redhead stood a tall boy for his age. It seemed that he was over 10, but the real age was 8 years old. This boy also had a katana, but its color gave off black and red hues. At least in the area of the handle. They struck very quickly, but no one hit. The boy was inferior to the adult, only in physical terms. He made up for his deficiency with cunning tricks and beautiful and graceful parries. They fought at this pace for a very long time. About 40 minutes if not more, and now Naruto is tired of it, and he tries to make a move that he has been trying to make for 2 weeks. He bounces off Yahiko and runs his hand along the blade. To the surprise of all those present who were watching them from the edge of the training ground, they saw the blue chakra that enveloped the sword. Naruto, seeing that everything turned out slyly grinned, and ran to his sensei. Yahiko hasn't studied the element of wind, and it's very difficult to channel water chakra across a sword. But Naruto's speed was going through the roof. Yahiko had only time to raise his sword for protection, when suddenly he saw for a moment in the boy's eyes a Sharingan with one tomo. Naruto was a meter away from sensei and cut Yahiko's katana with one swing. Rizek stood in a stupor. He was the only one who saw his Sharingan, the rest simply could not see him. The distance was quite large. Naruto stood in front of him and seeing sensei's reaction he immediately deactivated his Sharingan. Yahiko waking up looked at his sword and exhaled heavily and wearily. And later muttered, "You won." Yahiko calmed down a bit and decided to ask questions. "Where is the Sharingan from? If you deactivated it, then it is native." Yahiko asked as he threw his katana onto the grass and later sat down on the grass in the lotus position. He waved his hand to call the boy. The prince, like the teacher, sat down on the grass and began to examine the clouds. Today was a great evening. A cool breeze blew, it gave a sense of calm and harmony. But the idyll was interrupted by Yahiko, who was waiting for an answer from the Uzumaki. "Well? Answer." "Nagato once told me that my grandmother was from the Uchiha clan, but her teammates abandoned her on a mission. And my grandfather saved her. Well, then they started dating. And her grandfather took her to Uzushio. In Konoha, no one cared about her, as she couldn't even awaken her Sharingan by the age of 12. And after meeting with my grandfather, a lot happened. And her damned eyes still awoke. So I passed on the genes of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans at the same time. Also, my uncle said that he also has about 50/50th genes from both clans. But somehow my mother, Kushina, didn't get the genes. This is in short. He told about his relatives to Naruto, but Yahiko didn't know exactly how Naruto was able to awaken the Sharingan, so he asked again. How did Tomo wake up? Yes, I had a nightmare, it made me feel very bad. I woke up by accident. The truth, could not use it because of poor control. But now I seem to use it, although not without difficulty. Still, I'm not a pure Uchiha, the Sharingan takes quite a lot of chakra. You know. Yahiko sighed lazily in his manner and stood up from the grass and walked towards his already wife. Rizak, without turning around, quietly said. Let's go, you have to go tomorrow. Naruto followed the example of his Kenjutsu teacher and, standing up, also headed towards the observers. And after a few minutes, Naruto approached his uncle. Yahiko first had a little chat with Konan and later joined the Uzumaki. Yahiko started asking Nagato about the truth of Naruto's story about Fusu Uchiha. Nagato confirmed this, but decided to ask why Yahiko was asking Naruto about this in the first place. But Nagato didn't have time to say. He was interrupted by Yahiko with a serious face. But why did I ask? It's simple, Naruto's Sharingan with one Tomo awakened. Yahiko said, looking at the reactions of the older Uzumaki. Nagato started staring at the eyes of the 8-year-old boy. This news struck him, but he did not show surprise, but only grunted and turned towards the shelter. He began to think about everything that had happened in 3 years. Dreams, awakening the Sharingan, seeing his death. All this created some kind of chain of events and consequences. Recently in a dream, Nagato saw something red in Naruto's eyes. But he didn't think that Naruto's Sharingan would awaken so quickly. At this age, only Itachi Uchiha awakened the cursed eyes. The genius of his clan. And that pissed off Nagato even more. Naruto, in turn, walked over to Konan, and the woman lowered the child to the ground. And Aoshi tried to get up. Naruto knelt down and began to call the child to him. The child, with a fascinated look, was able to rise to his feet and with a leisurely step went towards his, as it were, brother. Naruto was taken aback, as was Konan. Yahiko and Obito also looked at the very small man in amazement. They all let out a shocking groan. Nagato turned back to his friends at this and also saw the boy's first steps. Aoshi kept walking when suddenly, he tripped over something and was about to fall. But Naruto caught him in time. Uzumaki took him in his arms and put him on his shoulders. Aoshi was happy for his brother, but he also had an urge to catch up to Naruto. Although this is still a long way off. They all let out a shocking groan. Nagato turned back to his friends at this and also saw the boy's first steps. Aoshi kept walking when suddenly, he tripped over something and was about to fall. But Naruto caught him in time. Uzumaki took him in his arms and put him on his shoulders. Aoshi was happy for his brother, but he also had an urge to catch up to Naruto. Although this is still a long way off. They all let out a shocking groan. Nagato turned back to his friends at this and also saw the boy's first steps. Aoshi kept walking when suddenly, he tripped over something and was about to fall. But Naruto caught him in time. Uzumaki took him in his arms and put him on his shoulders. Aoshi was happy for his brother, but he also had an urge to catch up to Naruto. Although this is still a long way off. After some talk about Naruto's power, Nagato took the boy to his room. The scarlet-haired immediately lay down on the bed. Because of that fight, he was very exhausted. Kensher, who was in a good mood, decided to talk to him. In the time since meeting Ryuk, Naruto hasn't touched Nodachi. So, there could be no progress in using Nodachi. The dragon during this time tried to offer training. But the boy was too tired, and on the weekends, he helped Nagato in some simple missions. He didn't perform very well there. What do you think an 8-year-old can do? But the boy had experience in tasks. Therefore, the dragon decided to talk to the boy until he once again fell asleep in a minute. Hey Naruto, can I have a minute? There is an important conversation. Naruto was surprised that Ryuka Kenshi contacted him. He immediately moved into the subconscious, and when he saw the dragon, he smiled with all 32 teeth. And asked later. Talk. I'm listening. You're going to Uzushio tomorrow, right? This means that you will meet with your relatives, albeit distant ones. But know something important. I can feel the strong sins of one person in Uzushio. But the worst thing is that I can't feel who it is. I felt it recently, a couple of days ago, but I couldn't say in any way. You were constantly turning off. The dragon said, while standing on 2 legs, thereby showing its real growth, and later, pulling itself up, returned to its original position. Naruto understood what that meant, namely a conspiracy or worse. Thank you, Kenshiro, what would I do without you? But if that person is in Uzushio, we need to find him. Naruto said as he continued to think about it. It seemed to him that the nightmare of dreams was connected with this sinner. So he wanted to ask the dragon about it. But Kenshiro interrupted him. Maybe, but I don't know for sure. Most likely, what that person did will destroy many innocent lives. You need to be more careful. After all, you are Jinchuriki, you yourself know that they want to kidnap you and take you away from the fox. By the way, his name is Kurama, he is good. It turned out he was simply subdued. He didn't want to kill. Just don't tell him about the name, find out from him yourself, he will be pleased. Dragon asked, looking at the sleeping fox next to him. Naruto scratched his nose and spoke. Of course Dadabayo, I don't blame him and I know everything. I promise I will avenge all the Bijou who suffered. Naruto walked towards the exit and said goodbye, exiting his subconscious. Kurama opened his left eye, which was looking at the dragon. He listened to most of it, but it was Naruto's last line that woke him up. He says he will avenge the suffering of the tailed ones? Stupid brat. Said the fox grinning and slightly raised his head. The dragon also grinned and said. He really is the child of your father's prophecy. Yes. Kurama held out and went back to sleep. The next morning, Naruto woke up around 6 o'clock in the morning. Due to constant training, the boy developed the habit of getting up early. He didn't have those terrible nightmares today. But restless thoughts swirled in my head about that terrible man who would destroy many lives. He began to slowly get out of bed and head to the bathroom. There, Nagato was waiting for him, wearing a straw hat with vertical cutouts in the center. These cutouts allowed the wearer of the hat to see, because it covered most of the face. The senior Uzumaki held in his hands another similar hat. The only difference was the size of the headgear. Naruto understood everything and washed up, changed into his favorite kimono. The prince left his room and headed towards the kitchen. There was a process of preparing breakfast with might and main. Konan was standing behind the stove, and next to him on a chair sat Yahiko on his knees, which was little Aoshi. Nagato and Obito were discussing something at the table, and when they saw Naruto in the aisle, they smiled broadly at him. Everyone here knew what day it was. Namely, the day Naruto left the Akatsuki family. Everyone thought about the parting gift for a long time, except for Nagato of course. But Yahiko just yesterday evening found a common photo with Akatsuki, taken exactly 6 months ago. Flashback. Narration from Yahiko. It was the most standard morning. I woke up with a strange feeling of happiness inside. It seems like I dreamed of a happy life with Konan and our son. But I didn't remember the details, and I didn't need to, because today was another training session with Naruto. I slowly and lazily began to perform the necessary procedures. And then a brilliant idea came to my mind. We all had a day off today, and I couldn't miss this chance to get closer to my family, yet I was the amicage, which meant my torment with paperwork. Although I could and managed to train Naruto. But that wasn't as important as spending time with my lover, our son, and my friends. My very idea was to take everyone to today's fair. There, I could treat Aoshi and Naruto to various yummy treats, as well as a few drinks with Nagato and Obito. And after a couple of hours, when Naruto's morning practice was over, I called everyone who was nearby. I invited my comrades to go to the fair, no one refused, which made me very happy. And in the evening we already walked along the newly built streets of Amigakure. Everywhere there was a cozy atmosphere of happiness and prosperity. Everyone liked this environment. Suddenly, Aoshi, who was sitting on Naruto's shoulders, pointed to the fried octopus stall. Naruto looked at his brother, slightly turning his head, and seeing the serious face of the boy with peripheral vision, smirked and headed towards the stall. Nagato often gave Naruto pocket money, but how surprised I was to see his wallet full. Does it save? At that age? I thought and turned to Nagato. He just shook his head, making it clear that he was not involved. I kept looking at Naruto's actions. Who should also buy? He asked, waiting for our reaction. Everyone was silent and Naruto handed the bill to the seller, while saying, "Can I have 2 octopuses on a stick? And borrow that wooden bowl with the spoon." The seller with slight surprise held out a cup and 2 sticks with octopuses impaled on them. And a spoon to boot. Naruto took the cup and held out the bill. They gave him change, and he turned towards his uncle. Nagato understood everything and smiled, and later, the younger Uzumaki threw a cup at Nagato, as if it were a shuriken. Nagato immediately caught her and began to wait. As soon as Naruto threw the octopus up, the adult Crimson returned the cup with the same throw. While the octopus was flying up, my student took out a wakizashi and said to Aoshi, "Hold on tight." After these words, Naruto began to chop the octopus while in the air. After a couple of seconds, Naruto took the cup and caught all the little pieces left from the octopus. He handed the plate to Aoshi. There was already a spoon in it. Aoshi mumbled something and started eating the meat. I was simply amazed at such treatment by Wakizashi and at the same time proud of him. We walked for a very long time, about a few hours, but there was a small problem. Aoshi wanted to sleep, Naruto ran to put him to bed, and Konan, freed from the burden, offered to drink a little. Of course, we agreed and headed towards the cafe, where we drank a few shots of sake. And later Naruto returned without Aoshi. The student said he left a clone on the child. And suddenly I noticed in the middle of the fair, some small booth. It became very interesting for me to find out what it was. Later it turned out that you can take a picture here as a keepsake. So we did. We entered the booth. I hugged Konan and Nagato. Uzumaki grunted angrily and annoyedly, and I smiled my widest smile because of the sake. Konan was happy. At the edge where Nagato was, Naruto was also smiling. Obito ruffled his hair. The Uchiha stood next to Naruto. So we were photographed. Naruto later bought a camera. I decided to find out why the hell he needs it. He just smiled and said, "Aoshi, I can't help but take a picture of him. You know how dear he is to me. He became my stupid little brother, especially since they taught me a little. Nothing complicated at all." Naruto said and called us towards our tower. We went after him, but we didn't give up the photo. End flashback and narration from Yahiko. This photo, the perfect gift for him. Yahiko thought to himself and began to eat the cooked breakfast. Konan also sat down at the table and invited the boy to join. The latter, in turn, agreed and began to eat bacon and eggs. Some time passed and Naruto began to pack up. His things were sealed by Nagato, while promising the boy to teach him Fuina in Uzushio. The younger Uzumaki was very happy to meet his relatives, but his mood was worsened by the thought of leaving Akatsuki. He really liked the cheerful company of Yahiko, who was the heart of the family. The Uchiha, who, although he did not show it, constantly took care of the boy. Konan, who prepared meals for everyone and maintained order in the tower. His uncle, who in any difficult situation helped him in everything. And Aoshi, his beloved little brother, whom he loved like his own. As Naruto began a little practice session after breakfast, he was approached by Obito, who knew about Naruto's awakening dojutsu. Before Nagato found out. Naruto, after having the nightmare and explaining the situation, asked the Uchiha to train him in the use of those eyes. But Obito, referring to his not fully developed Sharingan, shrugged his shoulders saying he didn't have time for that. But the one-eyed man promised that he would help with dojutsu in the future. Naruto didn't like it too much, but he understood the current weakness of his eyes and sensei's preoccupation. So somehow I forgot about Obito's oath. And then the Uchiha approached his student. In his hands he held some kind of black scroll, with the emblem of the Uchiha clan on it. Naruto understood everything and noticed how the teacher was holding out this scroll to him. Obito smiled and said, "Remember my promise? I don't take back what I said, that's my ninja way." Obito spoke. Naruto took the scroll and unfolded it to see all the stages of the Sharingan. 1 tomo, 2 tomos, 3 tomos, Mangekyo. I read Naruto in my mind. What it is? Naruto thought and looked up at Sensei and asked. Obito-sensei, what is this, a Mangekyo? Obito considered the question for a moment before deciding to answer. Mangekyo, this is a special stage of the Sharingan. In short, the Mangekyo awakens when there is a lot of emotional stress. These eyes give the user the incredible power of the Uchiha, 2 out of 6 great abilities. But there is a significant disadvantage. When using these cursed eyes, you will gradually go blind. And someday you will completely lose your sight. And in order to overcome the consequences of using Mangekyo, you need to transplant the same eyes of a relative. This is the only way to get the eternal Mangekyo. Only Madara Uchiha possessed such eyes. It's not written on the scroll, but basically, to get this much stress, you have to see the death of the person closest to you. This scroll has some Uchiha techniques. Finished Obito's explanation. Naruto was in shock, so much so that he did not even try to hide his emotions. Obito smiled even harder at the boy's reaction. Naruto couldn't see anything anymore, he was in darkness. Absolute darkness. The atmosphere pressed hard on the Uzumaki, but he kept his eyes open. Ahead, he saw Obito, who smiled sweetly towards Naruto, when suddenly, the Uchiha were pierced by a dozen spears that were at least a meter each. The boy held his breath at this terrible sight. His heart began to beat furiously, which pissed the prince off even more. He began to breathe loudly, not hiding his overexertion. He closed his eyes as hatred began to consume him. He snapped his eyes open, his eyes starting to hurt a little. Suddenly, a second tomo appeared from the single tomo Sharingan. And Naruto saw that it was all just a genjutsu, and not of such a high level. He closed the seal of concentration and dispelled the illusion and started yelling at his sensei. And then, recovering from his shock, Naruto asked. Obito-sensei, why was I able to see the genjutsu of the 3 tomo Sharingan with my 2 tomo? Naruto asked as he looked into his teacher's eye. He was extremely interested in learning about dojutsu. Curiosity began to consume the boy's thoughts and mind. Well, I didn't train him much, genjutsu is not mine, my specialization is elsewhere. I'm more of a scout. My Mangekyo ability is perfect for this, even though my eyes have a long history. Obito said as he touched the left eye socket, which didn't have an eye itself. Naruto became even more interested in the history of the teacher. For all 3 years of training, he never told anything. And now his chance, the pretext for this was a good one. after all, Naruto leaves Amigakure and it was the most ideal moment. Tell me, I'm leaving today. I won't rest until I know, you know me. Obito exhaled and began to tell his story. Flashback. In the Third World War, our team, namely your father, Minato Namikaze, participated in the fighting, since Kakashi was already a Jonin, while Rin and I were Chunin. Our team was tasked with destroying the hidden grass cannabis bridge in order to cut off the hidden stone supply lines in the war against the Leaf. Kakashi was appointed captain for the duration of this mission, while Minato was conducting military operations elsewhere. During the mission, Rin was captured by the Stone Ninja, after which Kakashi and I successfully rescued her. However, our retreat was hampered by the collapse of the cave, my body was crushed by the fallen boulders, as a result of which I was immobilized. By the time the other powers of the stone arrived, I gave my left Sharingan to Kakashi as a gift, and then told him to run away with Rin. As they did so, they were attacked by Stone's reinforcements, when suddenly Minato showed up just in time to help Kakashi fight them before he could save me. I was saved by Madara Uchiha. He implanted Hashirama Senju's cells in me and therefore now my body is restored. Madara cast a genjutsu on me that Rin died by jumping on Kakashi's Chidori and I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, Rin was saved by Minato who arrived in time. I did not immediately realize that it was a genjutsu. When Madara died of old age I went to Konoha to collect information. And then I saw Rin and Kakashi standing by my grave. I couldn't believe my eyes, but then I realized that Madara had cast a genjutsu on me. I approached them and asked, who died? They did not believe their eyes. Then we talked for a long time, went to the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. I told them I was going on a journey to protect Konoha from the shadows. They didn't want for me to leave, but I said that I would definitely visit, and I would definitely return. I said goodbye and left. While traveling, I met Yahiko and Konan and they asked me to join the Akatsuki and I immediately agreed. Here is my whole story. End flashback. Lord, help Artyomka in his life journey. Artyomka, I know that you are reading this, so many thanks for the flashback. Naruto listened to the story and was simply shocked that Madara Uchiha, who was considered dead many years ago, turned out to be alive. This surprised the boy, since he often dreamed of being a student of the shinobi gods. But dreams remain dreams. And Naruto, after talking a little more with the Uchiha, continued training, when suddenly leaving, Obito said from the training ground. I will miss you, alas, I have a mission soon. I can't take you. I'm sorry, and yes, while you're in Uzushio, Akatsuki will be replenished with new members of the organization, so Yahiko said, at least. Obito said without turning around, he wanted to smoke. Uchiha took a cigarette in his mouth, as his voice interrupted Naruto. Obito-sensei, you took the wrong side of the cigarette. Naruto said as a single tear rolled down his cheek. Obito saw his puncture and broke his cigarette in half. He turned towards the Uzumaki with one tearful eye. Tears started to come out even more and Naruto ran to hug his sensei. Obito also ran to meet them, they hugged and began to cry into each other's shoulders. The Uchiha began to say something like, promise me that you will become strong, so that you can protect your family, please. This scroll is the only thing I can give you as a parting gift. Obito later came to his senses and headed to the hideout. Naruto also ran to his room and started double-checking everything. He took everything he needed, only one thing remained. Naruto took the key to the bedside table and opened a small safe and found a photograph of Aoshi, which he also painted. In the background, where the child stood, flowers and trees are painted. Naruto smirked, remembering the best moments with his brother. But later, realizing that he was being delayed, he took the photo and put it in the inside pocket of the kimono. Nagato has been waiting for his nephew for 10 minutes now. Where is he hanging around? Nagato thought to himself, but when he saw Naruto running towards him, he smiled. Near Nagato were all Akatsuki, except for Obito. Uzumaki examined everyone, but did not find Aoshi there. He started to get a little worried. But his anxiety was destroyed by a boy walking behind him. He happily walked towards his not-blood brother. "Oh Oni-san." Aoshi did not scream much. Recently, he learned to speak, so his vocabulary was limited to family concepts. Naruto turned as he heard such a familiar voice. Aoshi was already standing close to the Uzumaki. And he began to speak. "Oh Oni-san, we are prepared a gift." At first he stammered, and then almost confidently screamed. Aoshi took out a photo from his small pocket in his pants. Naruto was in shock. His little brother was able to speak a whole sentence. Naruto involuntarily burst into tears as Aoshi handed him the photo. All the members of the organization were captured on it. Naruto remembered the origin of this photo, and cried even harder. Uzumaki was crying for a few more minutes when Konan and Yahiko approached him. "This will be our common parting gift," Yahiko said calmly, and turning towards Naruto, hugged him tightly. Konan also hugged both of them, and Aoshi, a little offended, said, "Mom, Dad, only my brother." Aoshi said and tried to hug Naruto, but the Uzumaki himself beat him to it. Naruto pulled the boy close to him and whispered, "Listen to your parents and be a good boy. Become a strong shinobi and surpass me. I believe in you." Later, Naruto pushed Aoshi away from him and nodded in the end. The child also nodded. As soon as Naruto stood up, 2 bento containers were placed in his hands. It was Konan who was afraid that Nagato would not be able to feed Naruto healthy food. Naruto smiled sadly and headed towards his uncle, who was already tired of waiting for him. Nagato and Naruto finally waved to their friends and headed for the exit. Nagato and Naruto had been walking for a day and saw the bandits attack the caravan. "Naruto, let's help him," Nagato said to his student, turning his head towards his nephew. Naruto took off his already favorite hat and hung it on his back as he said, "Hey!" Almost screamed Naruto and rushed into battle. He immediately felt the chakra of almost half of the robbers. So, half without chakra, but these robbers are not so simple, flashed through the Uzumaki's head. A couple of people with wooden maces immediately ran towards Naruto, but in response to their actions, the prince took out a wakizashi and easily cut the mace of the robber. The second of them wanted to hit the boy, while shouting, "Snot, I'll take the sword, and then I'll sell you into slavery, Uzumaki now dear." The robber swung 10 centimeters were already up to the boy's head, when suddenly, Naruto smiled maniacally, after which, with an instant blow, cut off the bandit's hand. He began to scream from such terrible pain, and falling to his knees, he passed out from the pain shock. Something in Naruto's head twitched as he saw the blood splattered everywhere, which was still coming from the rogue's hand. But he quickly came to his senses when he heard an angry scream of pain from the front. It was the bandit that Naruto cut the mace. He ran at the boy with his bare fists, when suddenly Naruto just rolled over and cut the thug's legs. He began to scream in terrible pain and also passed out. Another 8 flashed through Naruto's head, and he ran towards the others. Naruto sensed a strong chakra up ahead. Could it be the Jounin no Kenin? And 9 more Chunin. Naruto thought to himself, who had already dealt with all the criminals without chakra. They were very weak opponents for Naruto. 3 Chunin ran towards Naruto. But suddenly from behind I heard, "Bansho Tenin," said Nagato, stretching his hand forward, pulled one of them to him and pierced him with a metal bar. And Naruto, already with might and main, fought with Chunin. They had swords, which complicated the position of Uzumaki a little, and he had to become more serious. A Chunin ran at him and folded the seals. A dog, a horse, a bird, exhaled a small stream of air on Naruto, which was cut in half by a wakizashi with wind chakra on it. "Weak, weak," Naruto said frustrated, and running at the Nukenin, almost instantly cut him in half. he was very dirty because of the short wakizashi, which did not allow him to calmly cut opponents right and left. And the second of the Chunin was simply shocked to see the maniacal smile on the boy's blood-stained face. He began to tremble, but ran towards Naruto with a katana. "Bastard, who are you?" The Chunin shouted as he hit the boy with his katana, but he blocked the blow with a wakizashi, and with a circular motion of his hand, knocked the sword out of the Nikkenin's hand. He fell to his knees, allowing Naruto to cut off the bandit's head with a single swing. 7 more. Naruto said and ran towards them with the prepared wakizashi. Uzumaki began to dance with the criminals, while constantly dodging the slow blows of the ninja who had lost their skills. Nagato sometimes helped Naruto, but his thoughts were on that smile, that manic smile. Even Nagato himself trembled from it. He felt uneasy, but he put those thoughts aside for the duration of the fight. And it seemed that Naruto would miss the blow, but scarlet eyes lit up in his eyes. The Chunin immediately recognized this dojutsu and became even more nervous. Naruto began to chop off the limbs of the robbers, and as a result, 9 Nikkenin lay on the ground with some limbs cut off. Of course, Nagato helped him in some moments, but most were killed at the hands of his nephew. Naruto's kimono didn't get dirty at all, yet those seals made themselves felt. The younger Uzumaki was covered in blood, his blood-red hair complementing his blood-red face. He looked very menacing. Of course, Nagato helped him in some moments, but most were killed at the hands of his nephew. Jounin stood among the corpses. Nagato approached Naruto and spoke into his student's ear. "Oh Naruto, are you okay? He is a formidable opponent, most likely, he knows medium techniques. If not better, remember the theory, keep calm. I can handle him, but be on the side," Naruto said quietly so that the enemy would not hear. Jounin started to get angry. "Hey, maybe you won't ignore me? I am stronger than them, you know." The Nikkenin screamed and Naruto stopped Nagato with his hand. Uzumaki understood everything, and nodded his head, giving a sign. And so the younger Uzumaki rushed to the Jounin. The latter took out a couple of kunai from his pouch and threw them at Naruto. The scarlet-haired one immediately cut the kunai with his wakizashi. The Jounin looked a little surprised, but didn't show it. And he decided to throw kunai with explosive seals at the boy. And after a couple of seconds, this very kunai flew at the boy. Naruto stood up, and with the help of the wakizashi caught the kunai with the blade, and later, waving the wakizashi, he returned the kunai to the sender. Jounin was shocked, but he managed to apply the replacement technique, and after a loud explosion, there was a log in the place where the Nikkenin was. Naruto spotted a robber in the trees and ran towards him with a wakizashi at the ready. But he was interrupted by a cry. "Katan, Housenka, but Jitsu!" Several small fireballs flew at Naruto, which didn't even hit the boy. Uzumaki dodged well, and when the projectiles ran out, he grabbed the katana that was hung on the belt of his kimono. Naruto thumbed up the blade guard. On the Nabaki, the Uzumaki crest appeared. Jounin did not attach any importance to this, and jumping back a couple of meters, he saw how the boy was conducting wind chakra over the katana. The blade visually increased. And Naruto with a sharp jerk ran to the Nikkenin. The Jounin smirked and formed the seal of the tiger, unleashing flames on the boy. It was big enough that it would have been a difficult task to cut it, but Naruto tried and got hit by fire, but the flames went through and stuck a katana into the Jounin. When Naruto finished, Nagato bandaged his wounds, and later they both began to inspect and check the losses and how many people are still alive. They found in the strongest wagon, some merchant scared to death. "Don't kill. I will give you everything. Just don't touch my colleagues and me," the merchant said with his eyes closed. He was very frightened, but Nagato's voice calmed him. "Hello, are you okay? I would not like to upset you, but it seems that all your colleagues were killed by these criminals. We are the ones who killed the robbers. Please get out of the wagon." The merchant got out of the carriage and began to look around. Naruto just put on his hat and sat down on a rock near the caravan. He looked back at the battlefield and vomited violently. In the subconscious of Naruto. What for? Shouted at all the subconscious of Naruto, he was shocked by this. Like recently, he shed blood so calmly. And now, something strongly twitched him. Kyubi wearily opened one of his scarlet eyes. The dragon was sleeping next to the cage. The influence of my evil chakra. You see, when I was sealed into you, you fucking Shinigami decided to get burned and sealed my dark side into you. And my chakra is very evil, certainly not the same as Kenshi's, but still, because of it, you are consumed by the thirst for murder and hatred. Kyubi said lazily and decided to go back to sleep. Nagato saw Naruto's reaction to the corpses, so the Uzumaki decided to comfort his nephew. The prince was thinking at this time. Why did I kill them all? Where did Obito's moral teachings go? Damn, how bad I feel. I knew what I was getting into and still killed them. I am a terrible person. Human life cannot be taken away just like that. This isn't a joke. Human life is priceless. Obito-sensei. I don't seem to have learned anything. Nagato sat down next to Naruto and started stroking his back. There was no need to do more. If a person wants to become a ninja, then he needs to accept the fact of murder. The same merchant approached them and, bowing as a sign of respect, began to thank the heroes. Thanks for the help. If not for you, then I would. Everything is fine. Nagato said and turned towards the path they had been following all this time. May I ask where you were planning to go? Maybe we can accompany you. And yes, where are my manners, Nokari Uzumaki, and this is my nephew Kira Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. Yes, Nagato tricked him, just in case. My name is Ryuzo, I went to Uzushio with my caravan, more precisely, to the port of the Land of Fire, and there I already swim. Glad to meet such a great clan. Ryuzo said as he took out a flask and a cigarette from his bag. He drank a little and lit a cigarette. Since things went like this, then we will be with you, you just need to wait until my nephew recovers after the battle. And there the three of us will calmly get there. They walked for several days and arrived at the port of the Land of Fire. And from there already, they sailed towards Uzushio on a ship. In the direction of the island of Uzushio, a ship was sailing, on the deck of which there were two people. They were both scarlet-haired. One of them was wearing a black and red hoodie with red clouds in the center on his back. And on his chest he had the sign of Uzumaki, which showed his belonging to this clan. The second one was of a similar type. His long hair reached almost to his elbows. The hair in the center was collected in a long ponytail. His entire body was covered by a black kimono with the emblem of the Uzumaki clan on the right shoulder and on the left of the Uchiha clan. A wakizashi was firmly fastened to his belt, and a katana hung from his belt. The boy's eyes were filled with happiness as they watched the view from the ship. His reaction was obvious, he saw a piece of land. Uzushio could be seen, which seemed to beckoning Uzumaki, some native feeling called to come to their ancestral homeland. But his reaction was interrupted by thoughts that dream was prophetic. And now this dream becomes a reality and now he will meet his grandmother. And then darkness and hatred. To say that Naruto, for the time being, does not see exactly Nagato's death, he forgets everything, as it were, the only thing he remembers is the feeling of hatred and revenge. He said that there would be no questions later. Seeing Uzushio, Nagato smirked, but in Uzukage's head there was a thought, I'm back, damn this job, as soon as Naruto is 15 to 16, I will immediately give him the post. Well, I'll work in Akatsuki and that's it. Said to himself Nagato, who already imagined a ton of papers and eternal torment of this title. A long time passed when the ship arrived at the port, a pair of Uzumaki headed towards the north gate of Uzushio. At the open gate stood guards, the level of a strong jonin. Uzushio's advisors also stood. Namely Fusu Uchiha and Ise Uzumaki. Nagato and Naruto were already standing 20 meters from the gate when the guards called out to them. But the advisors immediately shut them up, explaining the whole situation. And so Fusu ran towards her granddaughter. She wanted with all her heart to hug her lost grandson. Naruto did not understand what was happening, and seeing the old woman who was almost running towards him, he wanted to get the wakizashi, but Nagato grabbed his hand, smiling nervously, hinting that this is his grandmother. Naruto looked at his uncle with shocked eyes, and later turned his gaze to his granny. She was already a few meters away from him, and Naruto, putting back the wakizashi, spread his arms to the sides and prepared to hug his relative as well. A second passed and now the grandmother meets and hugs Naruto. A dialogue began between Fusu and her grandson. But they were interrupted by Nagato, saying that it is better to discuss everything in the office. Yes, and you need to show Uzushio to the youngster. And relatives began to walk around the village. They were greeted with smiles and respect, especially by Nagato and Naruto. Everyone in the village already knew about the Nine Tails inside, but no one thought of him as a demon. Most simply bowed respectfully while looking at the boy. Naruto had heard about the whirlpool Jinchuriki being called, but he couldn't imagine that he would be respected by almost all the inhabitants of Uzushio. Umbu root. Then they have arrived, Danzo said to the void while thinking seriously about Uzushio. And later he shouted. Bear. Contact him, I need information about Uzushio. An Umbu in a bear mask appeared in the office and shouted. Hey! He disappeared into the Shunshin. Naruto was walking with his uncle and grandmother. They talked a little, but the most important thing was postponed for later. The walk was pleasant enough, most likely because of the situation around. Everyone smiled and bowed to the representatives of the main branch of the Uzumaki clan. Despite the Jinchuriki near the rulers of Uzushio, no one looked at them with hatred. Everyone looked at them respectfully. And so the family went to some school institution. Naruto immediately realized what kind of institution it was, just by looking at the inscription written on some board, Uzushio Academy. Uzumaki sadly sighed and muttered. Don't tell me. Naruto said looking up at his uncle. Nagato looked at Naruto with a guilty smile. Naruto exhaled again and completely drooped. To say that he did not want to study here is an understatement. Naruto knew the whole program. The only thing he should go there for is to better socialize with his peers. What he didn't really want. Nonsense, Naruto said softly out loud. His grandmother, Fusu, immediately hit the boy on the head, while strictly saying, You must graduate from the academy, don't be afraid, you will be assigned to the strongest class. There is mostly our clan, but there are also some clanless children. Meet someone your own age. Maybe you will fall in love, and then, Fusu smiled sweetly, and exhaled joyfully. Great-grandchildren, the Uchiha continued and began to soar in her thoughts, loosening her fist after the blow. Naruto puffed out his cheeks and started yelling. What are the great-grandchildren of grannies? I'm only 8 Databayo. I'm not of legal age to have children. Naruto turned away in embarrassment, and clasped his hands together. And then he spoke softly. I know I need to make friends with someone. I'll go to the academy. Naruto said, and returning to his previous state, he approached Nagato. The Uzukage was the first to speak. Naruto, don't worry, you'll stand up for yourself, I know that. As for friends, just be yourself, the way you are with us, okay? And yes, this academy is more difficult than others. Due to the smaller population, the academy teaches everything, and not just the basics of the shinobi business, as they do in all countries. Although our academy is not up to the great and terrible blood fog, and his genin academic exam, but let's not talk about bad things, let's go to the office, there I will start my work and talk about your future," Nagato said, ruffling the boy's hair. Naruto smiled and they walked into the office together. There, Ise Uzumaki was waiting for them and talking about Naruto's future. "Sit down, Ise," said Naruto and pointed to the black leather sofa. Fusu and her great-grandson sat comfortably and started listening to Nagato. So, Naruto Uzumaki is considered a member of the main branch of the Uzumaki clan, due to family ties with Aoshi Uzumaki and Ashino Uzumaki, the previous heads of the clan, as well as with me. He is the heir to the title of head of the clan, so we must transfer him to the highest class S, in the academy," Nagato said. Later, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, he listened to Ise's reaction. He was clearly surprised by Naruto's arrival that the latter was able to notice. Right there in his head, Ryuka Kenshi started talking. "Naruto, that person," Dragon said as he stood up a little. Uzumaki understood everything and subconsciously bit his lip in anger. For some reason, he wanted to tear the advisor to pieces. Some kind of hatred began to enslave the boy's mind, he immediately remembered this feeling. That dream, after coming to Uzushio, he was immediately swallowed up by darkness, he could not see anything, but the desire for revenge sat in the Uzumaki's head. What it was, no one, not even Ryuka Kenshi, knew. Naruto began to realize that just by blaming the counselor, he would not achieve anything. He began to make plans and ways to extract information about this person. It was impossible to say for sure that Naruto would find evidence of his guilt, but it was worth a try. "I remember Nagato was talking about some Konoha counselor who sent his dogs to leave me in the village," Naruto said. He turned to the dragon, Ryuka grinned and replied. "You really are not stupid. Yes, that Konoha advisor, he also has a lot of duties," Kenshiro said, and lay down on his paws. And later continued. "If you intend to find a lead that could lead to this worm, then I can only wish you good luck, since I can't help you in any way." Naruto came out of his subconscious and continued to listen to Nagato. He was silent, waiting for Ise's reaction. "Nagato, you don't even want to test his chakra strength?" Ise asked. The advisor, of course, knew that the boy was not simple, after all, the heir to great personalities, but for some reason he doubted the strength of the boy. Nagato closed his eyes. "I will, but I know what kind of chakra he has, Ise-san." "You shouldn't doubt," Nagato answered and sat down on the chair and began to speak. "Of course it's obvious, but I have to say, Naruto will live in the clan quarter. This is not a question, but an order. So I will not tolerate objections," Nagato said seriously. Naruto smiled and Fusu pushed the boy's shoulder. "Come on, I'll take you to the clan, I'll show you everything there," Fusu said and held out her hand to the boy. Naruto smiled even harder and answered her by grabbing her hand. Fusu and Naruto left the office. And Nagato continued talking with Ise. They talked for a while, but the talk turned to the academy and Ise, so I decided to talk about some of the changes. At this time, Naruto and Fusu were already at the entrance to their home quarter. This very entrance was guarded by Uzushio's special jounin. So to speak, the elite. But they saw the Uchiha, and after checking her chakra, they made sure that she was Aoshi-sama's wife and let her inside. The street of the quarter was very wide, many people of different contingents and ages walked along it. As Naruto headed down this road, Fusu followed him with a yell. "Actually, I'm a tour guide," Fusu called out as she continued to follow the boy at an accelerated pace. He constantly looked around on the sides, like a baby, for the first time going out into the street. The quarter was glad to see Naruto, so he was constantly invited to eat for free, to which the scarlet-haired refused and continued to walk towards the mansion in the center. Uzumaki immediately realized what kind of building it was. There weren't many options, so for Naruto it was like deciding 2 and 2. Fusu was still following the child, but when she saw that Naruto was staring at the mansion from the outside, she smiled and accelerated even more. And so she stood at the side of the boy, who continued to look at the house. It was large enough, surprisingly small. His appearance gave off a sense of threat or danger. It seemed that the house was somehow obsessed and could easily kill extraneous intruders. "Let's go inside," Fusu said. Naruto shuddered a little and swallowed the lump in his throat and moved forward. Directly in front of the boy was a short fence, with a small gate in the middle. The Uchiha stepped forward and opened the gate. She raised her hand and began to draw chakra into her palm. An access seal appeared on it, and the invisible barrier that guarded the house disappeared in the place where the gate had been. Fusu escorted Naruto and showed him the room, kitchen, hotel, bathroom, and left the house, justifying that she needed to talk to Nagato more. Naruto wanted to ask his grandmother about food. Yes, Uzumaki got very hungry during this time. But Fusu interrupted him by saying that the refrigerator has everything you need. The Uzumaki nodded goodbye to the woman and headed to the kitchen. To Naruto's surprise, there was food, only it was fast food noodles and a couple of chicken eggs. It was evening. After those noodles, Naruto began to study Obito's scroll in more detail. So he spent all the time until 11 o'clock at night. And later he went to bed. Naruto woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. During hard training, he developed the habit of waking up early. As always, "I'll go to training," Naruto thought, and went to take water procedures. Naruto washed, brushed his teeth and went to eat. The Uzukage was standing behind the stove, frying the same eggs that the Uzumaki had noticed yesterday. "Naruto." Nagato called his nephew to him. The younger Uzumaki approached, and Nagato, patting his nephew on the top of his head, said, "Naruto, you went to the academy today. I hope you remember." "Okay, Nagato." Naruto said calmly, quickly pulling out his wakizashi and saying goodbye. He ran out of the house. He ran to the nearest training ground. When he ran it was already 6:50. Naruto warmed up and stuck the stick into the ground, picked up the blade and started chopping the stick. Sword cuts were easy to manage. He continued training without any fatigue after the blows. Then he created 10 clones and told them to fight among themselves. Naruto finished at 8:25 and walked lazily to the academy. He went into the courtyard, where he saw many scarlet-haired children and their parents, several clanless children, Nagato and the counselors. Naruto sat on a tree and looked around at all the children and listened to Nagato's speech about the will of life. Not knowing why, Naruto listened carefully to Nagato. It seemed to him that he would remember these words for the rest of his life. Then the teachers came out and started picking up their children. Naruto was in the class of the strongest children. Everyone started introducing themselves, but Naruto just lay down on the desk and pretended to be asleep while watching his new classmates. He liked Uzumaki Seiji and Uzumaki Karen the most. They seemed strong. Although the first, somehow suspiciously looked at Naruto, but the prince did not pay attention to this. Karen, as Naruto realized, is a very modest girl, but her chakra is strong. There was nothing special on the first day of school, so the young prince just went home. And so ended the first day at the academy. Then years of hard training awaited him. Another morning in Uzushio, all the residents were leaving their homes and heading to work. The atmosphere in the village was calm and peaceful. In the middle of the clan street stood Naruto Uzumaki, the prince of the main branch of the Uzumaki clan. This one of the great clans was divided into 2 branches, although the rights were different, but it did not reach the cursed seal, as in the Hyuga clan. The boy was quite tall for his age. He was dressed in a black and red Olympic shirt. A wakizashi was fastened to his belt with a single strap. He was talking to the Uzukage himself, who, by the look on his face, didn't want to go to his boring job. But there was nowhere to go, so the Uzumaki went in different directions. Nagato walked towards the residence. And Naruto was already leaving the quarter of his clan. He went out into the market square, where a lot of people were walking along the street. This annoyed Naruto a little, but he exhaled tiredly and began to squeeze between the rows of adults. And later he was able to go to the street named after Ashino. He looked up and saw a dark alley. There he saw a scarlet-haired boy. He was clearly the same age as Naruto. He was beaten by 3 boys of about 12 years old. They were tall enough and Uzumaki ran to help his clanmate. Naruto approached the guys and started talking. Yar, so you went to the academy?" Naruto said, attracting the attention of the guys. And it worked. They turned around and saw a boy the same age as the boy they were beating, smiled a sly smile. And they decided to respond to the audacity of the scoundrel. "Do you also have extra money?" one of them said and ran towards Naruto. The others also joined in and headed towards the boy. He took out a wakizashi and got ready. He knew that in taijutsu he would most likely be crushed. And he didn't want to risk it. "Ho, you are approaching me, instead of running and hiding, you are walking towards me?" Naruto asked with a maniacal smile. The boy was about to punch Naruto when he suddenly saw and felt blood dripping from his fist. He began to examine the source and was horrified. In his fist a small shuriken stuck out, which dug deep enough into the skin and most likely reached the bone. The boy screamed at the top of his voice in pain, and Naruto laughed at his reaction. In his hands, Uzumaki held the second shuriken and prepared to throw it. The rest of the boys began to go around him in 2 directions. They took out their kunai and began close combat. As soon as one of them attacked Naruto, the last wave of the wakizashi cut off the boy's finger. He also fell to the ground. The last one. Naruto thought and was about to run to the last one when suddenly he saw that the last boy had just fallen. He looked behind the Eigen, or rather at the place where the homeless child was standing. There was this very scarlet-haired boy whom Naruto had saved. The scarlet-haired man was about to extend his hand, as he noticed the contemptuous, boring look of the clan member. As if Naruto had done something terrible. Naruto noticed this and remembered this very look for the rest of his life. "What's your name?" the boy asked breathlessly, his eyes full of pain and suffering. For some reason Naruto saw himself in those eyes if Nagato hadn't taken him from Konoha. The stranger rested against the wall of the alley and began to greedily absorb the air. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, you're an Uzumaki too, right?" asked Naruto and immediately continued, "Are you hurt?" The unknown boy chuckled in displeasure and looked away from the walls, to his side, away from Naruto. "Hiding your displeasure." But he barely squeezed out of himself. Seiji Uzumaki, I'm not hurt." Uzumaki moved away from the wall and walked towards the exit with a slow gait, holding his hand to a broken rib. Naruto saw blood streaks on the boy's clothes. He rolled his eyes and asked after. "And where are you going?" "To that world?" "You're injured, let's go, I'll take you to the hospital," Naruto said while waiting for Saiga's reaction. But the latter did not answer and continued walking. "Dad, Mom," the last thing Seiji thought before he collapsed. Naruto jumped up and grabbed the clan member and ran towards the hospital. "Damn, you need to try harder," Naruto thought as he continued to throw the kunai perfectly, trying to draw chakra through them. Another throw and the kunai completely destroys the wooden target. A man about 30 years old was sitting on a tree. He had purple, dark and long silky hair. He was dressed in the standard Jonin Yuzushio uniform. It consisted of a standard bandana engraved with a whirlpool on an iron plate. The vest is almost identical to the standard Konoha vest. A dark turtleneck with the Uzumaki crest on the shoulders. And a bag on the shoulder with papers for seals. Although this accessory could not be worn by a shinobi without a fuin. His face was aristocratic, with a pronounced chin and perfect cheekbones. He watched Naruto's training, for some reason he was assigned to follow him and report on the news related to him. But every day Jonin realized the great potential of the boy. His chakra reserves, control, everything amazed Shinobi Uzushio. But there was no time to think. A crowd of girls approached the boy, who looked at the result of his training with a surprised look. They started squealing and yelling how cool Naruto is. But the latter grimaced and spoke, turning to the girls. Yar days, what a class. During this time, he realized that Uzushio Academy is not an easy place. Although so far there was nothing complicated in the academy. But Naruto understood that some simple academy could not create a shinobi Uzushio, namely a shinobi, and not a sub-chunin, whom even a genin would fill up. But the girls continued to piss him off. As soon as the break was over, they sat down at their desks and the lesson began. Seiji glared at Naruto as usual. And Karen sighed dreamily as she saw Seiji at her desk. Days, months passed at this pace, during which time Nagato, together with his grandmother, began to teach Naruto Fuina. To the surprise of both, Naruto quickly got used to it and could already draw seals, but of course he lacked experience in speed, and besides, he did not even put chakra into the seal. And this meant that he was far from Nagato's Fuin at least. Although the latter did not stand out much in terms of sealing techniques compared to other previous Uzukage. But this was not as important as the fact that in this way the family of the main branch only strengthened their family ties. A year has passed since entering the academy. Naruto during this time has mastered a simple Fuin, namely sealing objects. It's hard to say what exactly Naruto learned besides the Fuin, but he improved his taijutsu and soon began to train hard with his katana. He often interacted with Ryuka Kenshi, but Kyubi continued to ignore the boy and continued to sleep behind the cage. This annoyed Naruto, but he endured, although he knew that he would soon become friends with him. During this time, he occasionally had that terrible dream. But the details didn't come out either. For now, he put aside the investigation about ISE and decided to just become stronger. This goal was enough. Seiji did not lag behind. During this time they became rivals. So far it was difficult to call them friends, but they could talk over a couple of topics, especially since their teacher, as he knew, put them at the same desk. Karen was jealous, of course, but she couldn't help it. The strongest Uzumaki children of this generation. Naruto, Seiji and Karen. They showed excellent results. Naruto showed the best results in throwing weapons and wielding a blade. Seiji won in taijutsu. And Karen with her ingenuity and some of the techniques that she was taught by her parents. So this trinity continued their studies. The teachers did not spare, and the material was truly huge. One story of Uzushio came out in a huge, thick book, despite the fact that the material was compressed to a minimum. But no one wanted to complain. Thanks to the academy, Naruto and Seiji were already ready for almost everything, but they did not know what the main genin exam would be. Night. Uzukage's office. What does it mean? They send children to their deaths. We don't have many people. Who do they think they are? Nagato shouted furiously. He received disturbing news. In the office was Fusu, who lowered her gaze guiltily. The Uzukage calmed down and continued. Tell me more about how it happened. Fusu swallowed the lump in her throat that kept the woman from breathing. She began her story. Flashback. When you left Naruto, about a couple of months later, I called a council to discuss some internal issues. All the clans were present at the council, and ISE was with me. We resolved some issues regarding the economy and trade relations with Grass, and after ISE started the topic of training new generation shinobi. He talked about the project to enhance education and called it the heyday of the whirlpool. He included the details in a document. It talks about strengthening education, thereby increasing the power of Uzushio. In military terms, of course. There are many points. Mainly this is the complication of lessons at the academy and the emphasis is not on theory, but on practice. But one of the items is the genin exam. The paragraph says, and I quote, Item 32, 1, the genin exam completely changes its structure. Namely, the exam will not be held at the academy, it will be held on Hisai Island. Only those who pass a special psychological examination for adequacy will participate in the exam. New rules are introduced, namely, it takes 1 week to complete the exam. During this time, the participants who will be in the teams distributed earlier need to survive this very week without losing their mind or desire for life, and the teams must be united in order to survive. Also, to speed up their completion of the test, the teams need to find artifacts on the island. They are hidden throughout the island, while there are special puzzles near the artifacts in order to test the thinking skills of the teams. Wild animals also pose a threat on the island. Any team is allowed to kill the enemy, while killing teammates is strictly prohibited. At the end of the exam, if all comrades from one team survived, they are credited with the past exam. After that, the team officially becomes a genin team. End of flashback. Nagato sat with his fingers together. He considered the situation. A lot had happened during Fusu's tenure as interim Uzumaki. But who knew that ISE would make such a move? Nagato had known for a long time that the advisor was clearly involved in shady dealings. But even during the reign of Aoshi, evidence did not appear. This exam, Nagato was about to say, as Fusu interrupted him, patiently closing her eyes. She was calm and upset. She also did not like this exam. She was one of those who were ready to sacrifice their lives for the sake of someone else's child. Therefore, she was against such a project. He's awful, isn't he? But I didn't tell everything. The council of our clans fully agreed to the execution of the project, which means ISE did what he wanted. It remains only to observe his subsequent actions. Fusu became even more upset and tilted her head again. Nagato felt his mother's excitement and spoke. Are you worried about Naruto? Fusu nodded. Nagato sighed and calmed down. Don't worry about him, he is a strong guy, only Seiji can be on a par with him. By the way, they are excellent opponents. Nagato said happily as Fusu raised her head and eyebrow. So you sent Tusher, right? Was he Kushina's friend? Nagato just nodded as he walked around the table and headed for the door. Fusu followed him. A couple more years passed. The study continued, during which time Naruto did not really make friends with anyone. Except for Seiji and Karen. They were friendly enough, but Saiga's face didn't lose the hatred when he looked at Naruto. Though Uzumaki skillfully concealed his emotions. The academy greatly helped Naruto and Seiji develop their thinking skills. The tests were always with a strong catch, and it got to the point that the question was a whole mystery. So they improved their intelligence and erudition. Tusher continued to monitor Naruto's progress. He already knew that he would be the captain of Naruto's team. And this pleased him. After all, he loved Kushina, although love was unrequited. But he wanted to take care of her son. Nagato and Fusu, along with ISE, continued to do important things. Advisors were responsible for domestic policy, but Nagato took over foreign policy. He often sailed abroad to meet with some of the rulers of other countries or villages. This made him very tired, but he did not give up and continued the activities of the Uzumaki. Obito used to come to him, just to talk or discuss some business. He also asked questions about Naruto. Although he did not show it, he was very worried about the boy. And so the time went on. And then came the moment of graduation from the academy. All Naruto's classmates turned 12 years old. All the students were gathered in the office where they had been studying all this time. And the advisors and the Uzumaki themselves also came there. They began to explain the new genin exam. Everyone was shocked, but no one wanted to contradict the strongest in the village, so everyone just kept silent. And as soon as the most important people of the village left the office, the Jonin came in and began the distribution of teams. There were literally 4 teams. Team number 1, Naruto Uzumaki, Seiji Uzumaki, Karen Uzumaki. Team 2, Kari Yogan, Hanaki Uzumaki, Ryuna Yuga. Team 3, Akuyami Takuri, Yagami Uzaraji, Nurai Harikazushikaki. Team number 4, Hirika Karamasori, Datari Yakumo, Torin Kurunasaji. The captain of the first team was Tushar Uzumaki. He was a special fast-paced jonin, actually special forces, the most elite classification of shinobi Yuzushio. Only counselors and Yuzukage are higher in rank. Distinguished by heroism on missions. Not a single violation in 5 years with the ANBU. Mastered 3 elements and is mastering the 4th. A great shinobi in general, as well as an ideal commander for the strongest team in this year's release. The number 1 team was happy to have such a strong sensei. But this genin exam was haunting everyone. All students were told to prepare for the test. They gave a month to prepare to strengthen team ties and get to know each other better, but in such a short time it is almost impossible to become very close friends, but the number 1 team was an exception. A day after the distribution of commands. Polygon number 0. Approximate time 8 o'clock in the morning. On the field under the trees, the Uzumaki trio were sitting, they were discussing something, while smiling and looking at the sky. They were dreamily talking to each other. Seiji, Karen, what do you think the Yuzukage should be like? Naruto asked as he continued to stare at the clouds. Everyone thought, both had their own visions of this post. I guess I'll go first. Karen took a breath and continued. Yuzukage is the one who protects the village like his own family. He protects her and takes care of her. Yuzukage for residents is like a father who guides them on the right path. The Yuzukage is the perfect leader. Karen expressed her point of view and lowered her head to look at Seiji. He thought hard. Really, what should an Yuzukage be like? Seiji asked himself mentally and began to remember his relatives. He never opened up to Karen and Naruto. He did not reveal his true feelings. Some kind of viscous pain made its way to the bones and simply did not allow talking about it. His parents. They were great people, even though they were from a side branch, but that didn't stop them from respecting the main branch. Seiji never understood this. But a tragedy happened. A tragedy that finally worsened Saiga's opinion of the main branch. His parents died. And the details were hidden. But Ise is the only person who told him the truth. Seiji, your parents. They died protecting Kushina Uzumaki, you probably know her. She was attacked by shinobi and your parents protected her with their bodies. This phrase of Ise forever stuck in Seiji's head. But he's gone too far. Hey Seiji, will you answer? Naruto turned to his teammate and asked. Seiji shook his head to clear his thoughts. Well, in my opinion, an Yuzukage is someone who is chosen by the people, rather than gaining status because of bloodline, someone who protects the village wherever he is. Protects the village from the shadows. This is my ideal ruler. And you, Naruto, how do you see the Yuzukage's post? Seiji asked and looked at his almost friend. Naruto thought about it, he didn't know what to say, like he has an example in the form of Nagato, but still. Probably, Yuzukage is not one person. Yuzukage is the responsibility of 2 people. Shadow and light, yin and yang. The shadow is the one who protects the village covertly. The light takes over the protection of the village from the inside. This is the Yuzukage post. Naruto lowered his gaze and looked down at his hand. Karen and Seiji looked at their teammate in surprise. Who would you like to be? Karen asked. Seiji nodded. Naruto sighed. Probably a shadow, paperwork does not attract me at all. But to fight enemies on the battlefield, protecting the village. I want to die a worthy death, the death of a shinobi. Naruto thought and looked at Seiji. For some reason he grimaced like an Uchiha and snorted proudly. A loser like you can't be a shadow, Seiji shrugged his shoulders mockingly. Naruto smiled, he was already used to such antics of a friend. Tusher was watching them all this time. He marveled at Naruto's thinking and climbed down from the tree. Tusher threw kunai shurikens at the genin. Naruto and Seiji with Karen immediately stood up and prepared to fight. The prince immediately pulled out the wakizashi and took it with a reverse girth, thereby preparing to repel the projectiles. Seiji stood in front of Karen with a kunai. The latter is also ready. Tusher folded the seals and shuriken, and the kunai doubled. Shadow cloning of Shiryukens means. Then Naruto folded his fingers, shadow cloning. Naruto shouted and his exact copies appeared near him. About a dozen clones began to destroy the projectiles. And the original ran to Tusher with wakizashi. Tusher took out a tanto and prepared for battle. He didn't expect that kind of blade speed. It seemed that the blade easily overcomes the air without losing speed, because of this the blade was fast. Naruto hit Tusher. The Jonin dodged and cut Naruto in half, but the body parts vanished into the haze. Clones? Tusher spoke aloud and heard a distant cry. Not all! Shouted Naruto, who was thrown by the clone. Naruto flew towards the elite Jounin with great speed. He's good, damn him. Tusher thought and prepared for a quick attack. But Naruto threw a wakizashi at the future teacher. The Jonin could calmly deflect the projectile, but what was his surprise when the blade he deflected turned into Naruto. You're open here! Yelled from behind Naruto, who had already swung at the Jonin. Damn it, he distracted me with a clone, he's smart, I underestimated him. What else did he cook? But excuse me Naruto, I outplayed you. Shouted Tushi's last sentence aloud and instantly folded the replacement seals. He evaporated and appeared on the tree, and Naruto cut the log. We replayed your replay. Seiji yelled, hitting Tusher in the face, and Karen roundhouse kicked the Jounin's shins. The latter fell to the ground and disappeared into the haze. The trio stood in shock, absolute shock. Wrapped around your finger. I could say something cool and pretentious, but I'm somehow too lazy. Yawning said Tusher, and then turned around and called the students to him. They followed him. They understood everything. It was clear that this fight was just a test of the abilities of the new number 1 team. Tusher led the trio, and they went out to a small tea shop. There were shinobi and some residents of Uzushio. In this institution, one felt such a native, homely coziness. Everyone was talking about something, but as Tusher and the team entered the cafe, everyone looked at them with interest. A waiter approached them. Tushi-san, we haven't been in for a long time. The waiter bowed in surprise, he wanted to say something, but Tusher interrupted him. 4th table. Tusher said curtly, and the waiter bowed once more and headed for the menu. The team sat down at the table and began to wait for the waiter. He came over a minute later and everyone ordered a cup of dango tea. They started talking and getting to know their new sensei at the same time. So the exam will be wildly difficult, Seiji thought aloud. Tusher nodded and warned. Very difficult, we need to prepare for this month. To be honest, I followed you, or rather Naruto, so I already know you well. And you seem like friendly guys, right? Tusher asked and yawned lazily. In 10 minutes of talking, Naruto, Seiji and Karen already recognized the teacher as a stereotypical lazy person who, although not active, is a dangerous opponent in battle. The academy taught not to underestimate such opponents, so they have such conclusions. After drinking tea, they went to the training ground where they began the first team training in their lives. Tusher was testing his students and decided to challenge each one individually to a taijutsu duel. The first was Naruto. They walked out opposite each other. Come on, let's see what kind of test you are. Tusher said as he prepared for battle. Naruto ran towards the enemy. First, he made a right hook, Tusher calmly dodged, then a sharp sweep went, but here, too, Sensei dodged, bouncing to the side. They ran at each other and a fierce taijutsu fight began. The blows were delivered quickly and swiftly, and the evasions and counterattacks continued from the side of the teacher. Naruto had already taken enough hits, he was already battered and barely able to stand on his feet. "Damn it, I didn't think I'd have to show my full strength," said in Naruto's subconscious. The dragon snarled. He thought Naruto would want to open the Nodachi, but exhaled calmly as he felt the chakra flow to his eyes. "Are you sure they should show the Sharingan?" Dragon asked, closing his eyes. "Yeah, I'm sure we're on a team now." There was a red gleam in his eyes. "Sharingan. Sharingan?" surprised aloud Tusher. Naruto's comrades also stood in absolute shock. But there was no time to think, because Naruto ran at the sensei with wild speed. The taijutsu fight continued and Naruto began slowly to compare forces. So 10 minutes passed and Naruto was really tired. And here is a second and Naruto's Sharingan turns off, moreover treacherously, just when the teacher made a kick with the help of a back somersault. And then a hard crack was heard at the training ground. And Naruto fell to the ground, exhausted. "Hey brat, don't you dare lose to some Uzumaki, you're my Jinchuriki, you're disgracing me." The fox screamed in Naruto's subconscious. And suddenly Naruto was enveloped in a red and terrible chakra. The Sharingan reappeared in his eyes. But the boy immediately passed out. "Don't worry Kyubi, it's just training. You don't need to kill him. It is obvious that he will be stronger." Naruto woke up under a tree, his body ached a little, but the pain was almost non-existent. He turned his head to see Seiji fighting Tusher and later smiled to himself. Seiji held up well, but the Jounin's experience was taking its toll, so Seiji lost after a long fight. Karen was the last to perform in taijutsu. Thanks to the academy, she learned many taijutsu techniques, but also lost to the teacher. "How do you handle swords?" Tusher asked, wiping his forehead with a rag. Seiji smirked with a hint of irony. The teacher looked at the oak tree under which Naruto was, but he was no longer there. Tusher turned to the team questioningly. All 3 genin were already there. Naruto smiled at his teacher with all 32 teeth. "In my dreams, I'm not exactly a master, but I know Tanto," Seiji said as he pulled out his blade. Naruto bit his finger. Karen and Tusher looked at the boy's actions with surprise. Naruto ran bloody fingers from shoulder to palm. 2 swords fell out of the mist. So he wants to show all his strength. Tusher thought and raised his eyebrow a little, took out his Tanto. "And I'm also not very good with a sword, at the level of a standard graduate." Karen warned modestly and saw Saiga's kind, so pleasant and cozy look. He immediately turned away, noticing Karen's gaze. "Sensei, I'm not going to feel sorry for you, I warn you right away. Of course, I lost in taijutsu, but in swords I have no equal. Victory or death. It's the only thing on my mind right now." "Then let's start, show the results of your training," Tusher said. He headed towards the open area with Naruto and Seiji following him. The prince threw all 3 swords on his shoulders and prepared mentally for battle. And here they are, facing each other, again. Naruto attached the katana to his belt. And taking wakizashi ran to the teacher. For a moment, metal friction sounds, Tushi's first blow beats off with little effort. Because of this, Naruto moves away from the teacher a little and strikes again. Another reflection of the Jounin, he was about to counterattack, but Naruto was ahead of him, changing the girth of the wakizashi and hitting the blunt side in the teacher's stomach. He drooped a little in pain and even closed his eyes for a second, but he manages to make a blow with the help of Tanto. That's just bad luck. Naruto somehow disappeared from sight. It seemed as if he had dissolved or fallen into the ground. But Tusher saw his student in the air just in time. He fell on the teacher with a grin, while holding the wakizashi so as to cut his teacher in half. The teacher already wanted to block the blow. He conducts wind chakra? Why didn't I know this? Tusher asked himself as he also channeled wind chakra into his tanto. But what was his face when he saw what happened to his tanto in the second after Naruto landed next to him? The handle and blade literally remained from the tanto, which was allowed without problems. The blade of his favorite sword now lay on the grass. Tusher looked up at Naruto and saw a smirk on him. "And my favorite sword," Tusher murmured in shock, looking down at the hilt again. "So what? Did we pass the exam?" Seiji asked from afar, and Naruto nodded in agreement. "You passed," Tusher said, calming down a little, and the bailiff approached the team. "You need to become a whole team this month," Tusher said thoughtfully. And the future Genin team nodded decisively. "Karen, you're behind. You need to sync up with Seiji and Naruto. You must act in concert, otherwise you will all die on the exam," the teacher shouted to the Trinity. The team ran around the range in circles. Naruto and Seiji were on par in terms of speed and stamina, but Karen lost quite well in everything to both. After screaming, she closed her eyes, gaining confidence. "Damn it, I'll be strong not to embarrass the team, guys, for you." She opened her eyes abruptly and accelerated so that she almost overtook the boys. And now she was running along with them. Yes, she was tired, because for the team this is already the 10th lap of running. Yes, she could just give up. But she, the whole academy, saw Saiga's success and just couldn't leave it like that. She ran forward, discarding all her thoughts. Naruto looked at Karen with a kind smile. As expected of one of the academy's top students. Naruto thought and returned his gaze to the front. There was already a teacher with a flag. Naruto, Seiji and Karen accelerated even faster towards the finish line. "Come on, did you understand my lesson or not? I need to know," Tusher muttered softly, although no one heard him. The teacher quickly created a clone and ordered him to stand on the side of the finish line. The original stood parallel to the clone and prepared to finish this run. And now the Trinity runs through the finish line, at the same time. Tusher smiled and approached his students. "Now you need to combine the techniques and you will be ready for the exam. Speaking of techniques, do you have any chakra guide paper? We need to know each other's elements," Seiji said and turned towards Naruto. The latter nodded and Seiji looked at his already love and also saw Karen's nod. Tusher took out the papers and held them out, but before that he spoke. "I hope you remember that all Uzumaki have wind." Tusher gave each student 5 sheets. They took them between their fingers, running chakra over them, and began to watch the reaction of the paper. As a result, it turned out, Uzumaki Seiji, Futon and Kato, Uzumaki Karen, Futon and Doton, Uzumaki Naruto, Futon, Katon and Sueton. "And you, sensei, what elements do you know and practice?" Naruto asked with interest. Tusher showed 3 fingers of his right hand and spoke. "Futon, Raton and Sueton, I'm mastering Doton." At this time, Seiji bit his lip a little, realizing that he was losing to the prince in the elements. Ise, one can say his guardian, promised to teach him the elements. Seiji hoped and believed in the words of Ise, as in the words of his own deceased father. Terribly cold evening. The rain completely destroyed the desire to stay outside. The cold wind passed to the very bones, and seemed to freeze the mind. Huge cemetery Uzushio, a boy of about 5, stood near the tombstone. He quietly, almost silently wept. His gaze was lowered, and his face expressed despair mixed with a sense of sorrow and regret. Regrets about many things. About the fact that he could not protect his parents, that he was afraid to dissuade his relatives from certain death. No, it's not that he didn't try, just a terrible feeling of guilt tore the boy apart from the inside. The boy looked up, his tears synchronizing with the rain, and it was already difficult to tell if he was crying or just looking at the thick clouds that threatened his whole appearance. Without realizing it, the boy stopped crying. A man of about 25 approached him. He had not very long red hair. They developed in the cool wind. The man held an umbrella in his hands, which sheltered the man from the rain. "I.S.E., that was the name of this man," covered the boy with an umbrella. "What a coincidence," S.E. sighed sadly and looked to the right. And later he continued. "The tombstones of my parents are nearby." "I knew your parents, they were good people," S.E. said softly and looked at the boy. Seiji turned to the man with new tears and quietly asked, "Do you know my parents? How did they die?" Continuing to cry, Seiji forced himself out. ISE thought while closing his eyes. They died protecting Kushina Uzumaki, daughter of Aoshi Uzumaki, actually one of the main branch of the clan. ISE said a little in disgust and looked at the gravestone. Seiji stood in complete shock. "That's how it is. That's why everyone hides the details from me. What is a clan? If they hide the truth from the clan member. Damn it, the main branch. Wait, Kushina Uzumaki has been dead for like 5 years. He's not saying something. Kushina Uzumaki has been dead for 5 years now. My parents couldn't have died because of her. Are you not talking about something?" The boy shouted at the man with anger in his eyes. "Hey, you're not stupid. Yes, your parents didn't die because of Kushina, they died because of Nagato Uzumaki, Kushina's brother, who survived that Kyubi attack. It was my parents who died because of Kushina. There is no difference, all the same, the death of your and my parents because of the main branch." Seiji began to think about everything he had just heard. He began to openly hate the Uzukage, but he did not have enough strength to take revenge, and it is impossible to escape from Uzushio from the word absolutely. So he had to temporarily put up with a thirst for revenge. Well, what to do? Still, we can't do anything to the strongest in the village. Come with me and I'll show you a couple of options. The last thing Seiji remembers is the phrase, "Project Perfect Uzumaki begins." "So you're ready to send that ally to the exam?" ISE said to the dark corridor where someone's silhouette could be seen. Counselor Uzushio knew who they were, but the names were completely forbidden in their contract. The silhouette hoarsely answered. "Yes, he's ready, but why would you activate those strange seals?" The silhouette asked. ISE smirked. "As if you don't know." "I'll show you the fruit of my work," ISE drawled and turned around from the silhouette. The silhouette took a step forward, which made ISE a little worried. "I hope you remember our agreement." "Of course I remember. I put improved mind seals on your future pawns and, as a bonus from me, information about Uzushio's barriers, and you give me that friend, Hashirama's cells. Are the countries ready?" ISE asked as he turned back to the silhouette, who nodded and continued. "Yes, ready, everything will happen this year. I don't know who your boss is, but everything is going according to plan." ISE smiled and said in the end. "I don't know about the boss, I'm my own boss." And the advisor went to the exit. At the exit, a humanoid creature was waiting for him, one side of which was white and the other black. It was also covered by what looked like jaws made of wood. "Everything goes according to plan?" The creature asked, and seeing ISE's nod, it went underground with a vile and such a sly smile. Seiji exhaled tiredly. This run had exhausted the Uzumaki, but he could continue training. The team lay down on the grass under a large thick tree. Tushar came up to them in a timely manner. The undergenins stood up a little, thus expressing respect for my teacher. "Rest for now, we still have time." Tusher said and, like the students, lay down on the grass with a calm and a little lazy soul. The team closed their eyes, everyone began to think about their own, so 10 minutes passed, as the teacher himself interrupted his thoughts, because he began to get up, while slightly hinting that the rest was over. You need more teamwork and synchronization, for this I came up with some exercises. Don't torment sensei. Naruto said unhappily and took out a notebook with a pen from his pouch. He started to record something, but no one saw his recording. What am I writing? Naruto screamed in fright in his subconscious, he was so frightened by the inscription in the notebook. The village was deserted, everyone committed suicide. Only rotten corpses laugh at random. Everything is dehumanized, and, also laughing. I walked down the street, satisfied, kicked my head jokingly. For some reason, his hand moved by itself, and he continued to write terrible things, no matter how much Naruto wanted to, but the hand moved by itself and there was no power to stop it. The Uzumaki heard Kurama rise up. I knew it. My evil chakra gave birth to your dark side. Naruto turned to the fox with a tired look. And then Naruto fell unconscious. The red scarlet chakra began to envelop the boy, and now he stood up and a red flicker appeared in his eyes. Naruto was surrounded by his teammates to bring the guy back to consciousness, but Uzumaki sharply opened his katana and started attacking everyone one by one. At first he ran at Seiji, who was already ready to repel the blow, but remembering and seeing the wind chakra on the sword, he sharply spent his wind chakra on the sword and thus blocked the blow, although he would later notice how his sword after that blow became blunt and was on the verge of destruction. The possessed Naruto immediately jumped back and ran towards Karen. I will not let it. Seiji screamed and hit Naruto in the back of the head with all his might, but he didn't even bounce back. No, he caught the leg that Seiji was trying to hit the possessed Uzumaki with. The latter swung for a counterattack, but Tusher jumped up sharply. He stopped Naruto's counterattack with his hand, and his palm, with which he caught the fist, began to burn from the inside. Burns from the Nine-Tails chakra appeared on the palm. Tch, Tusher clicked and saw a blood-red chain that almost pierced the Uzumaki's stomach, but he shifted the blow away from him. The chain immediately grabbed his leg and the teacher from such a blow flew a couple of meters, but quickly recovered. Seiji took Karen away and went up to Tusher and whispered. What are we going to do? He needs to be calmed down or something. Tusher nodded and turned his head toward Seiji. He needs to be brought back to his senses at any cost. Of course, we can reprint the Kyuubi, but it's definitely not the seal's fault. I feel like it hasn't changed much. Something is consuming his mind. I think if we don't save him, then Naruto himself will disappear from his own body. Tusher said. Seiji nodded and slowly walked towards Naruto. Hush, hush, Seiji said calmly, as if trying to tame a wild horse. But Naruto was not going to calm down. He continued to look at Seiji with a hateful look. Seiji had already seen this look in his reflection after the death of his parents. Step. Step. Tusher looked at this sight. Step. Karen ran up to the teacher, fear for all the boys on the team in her eyes. A step. And now Seiji had already approached Naruto. There was very little left. The obsessed Uzumaki froze in anticipation of something. Step. Seiji walks close to his friend. It's okay, friend. Seiji said quietly and the Kyuubi's chakra began to recede back into the seal. Seiji hugged his friend in a friendly way, patting his back. Naruto woke up and hearing Seiji's words burst into tears and continued crying into his best friend's shoulder. A couple of hours later at Nagato's house. Are you saying the Kyuubi's chakra is released? I checked with my friend Nagato. Tusher slowly nodded and looked at the room where Naruto was sleeping unconscious. Nagato sighed heavily. This was the first flash in the boy's life and his body was not ready for such a terribly strong chakra. Fusu sat on the bed next to the boy and wiped his hot forehead with a cool cloth. Don't you know the reason? The Uchiha asked and turned a little towards her daughter's friend. Tusher shrugged his shoulders. He really did not know anything about the reasons for such a sharp surge, because nothing foreshadowed trouble. No one angered Uzumaki, or even more so, he was not on the verge of life and death. It also seemed like a strange thing for Tusher to write in that notebook. He was curious enough what Naruto, possessed by the tailed chakra, could write. This only fueled interest and excitement at the same time. And yes, what I remember very well is that Naruto was writing something before the splash. On his face there was a desire to stop it, but he could not. To be honest, I did not see everything written, but I think that it can be important enough. Tusher said, looking at the bedside table, on which lay the same pouch where this notebook was kept. Nagato looked at his notebook thoughtfully. He understood Tushy's curiosity. He himself wanted to read the record, but some feeling in his head simply did not allow him to do so. Keep looking after the team, everything will be fine. Nagato said and turned around, walking into the corridor. Tushy's face twisted slightly. Yuzukage-sama, what if this happens again? Tusher was a little indignant with a cry. Nagato turned and answered. He has to go through it himself. And what was that? Naruto whispered. Now he lay in his bed, not understanding what happened to him after all. The Kyuubi started a conversation in his subconscious. Actually, as I said, my chakra created an evil you. It happened too fast. And it looks like the evil part of you tried to take over the body, using the flaws of the seal in order to release my chakra. This is just a summary. Kyuubi answered the question, continuing to lie in his cage with his eyes closed. Naruto heard the fox and slowly started to get up. But he felt very hungry. How long have I been sleeping here? Naruto thought, and getting up from the bed, he noticed a pouch and clothes on the nightstand. There was also a note. Uzumaki took the paper and began to examine the inscription. Loser, get well soon. We will be at the training ground number 0 every day at 8 o'clock in the morning. Come when you feel better. From Seiji, Karen and Tusher. Naruto smiled and stood up completely. Such a beloved and familiar kimono hung on the closet, but now it was necessary to dress more comfortably, so Naruto took out rather wide, black pants and a tight-fitting sweater with a hood of the same color. It was getting colder outside. Naruto felt cold due to the open window, so he dressed warmer than usual. The Uzumaki also grabbed a pouch and headed for the door of the room. He left his room and went to the bathroom. To Naruto's surprise, there was no one at home, which confused the Uzumaki a little, but he came to his senses and continued to pack up. There was yesterday's food in the fridge, and it was 7:50 on the clock. We need to hurry up. Naruto thought aloud and began to have breakfast. And then he went to the landfill. You're late, Seiji said to his friend who was already running towards the team. Karen sat next to the teacher and looked at the clouds. The teacher, as always, hovered in the clouds, but when he saw Naruto in the distance, he discarded his thoughts. Naruto ran up to the team and plopped down on the grass. I don't even allow myself to do that, and you? Said Tusher. Naruto looked at his teacher with a questioning look. But Seiji continued after Tusher. Already 3 days late. Seiji looked at his friend with a laugh. Naruto was even more surprised. I slept for 3 days. Naruto shouted and sat down on his knees and bowed towards the teacher. Sorry for the absence. He began to apologize to Naruto, but Tusher brushed it off and tuned into a serious conversation and to future training. Over time, the team started training. Tusher observed the actions of the students. Do you understand me? Deciding to check with his friend Naruto, Seiji smirked and began to fold the seals. Kato, fireball. Seiji shouted and exhaled a huge fireball. Naruto jumped back and nodded to Karen. She prepared to use Doton. Naruto hid behind the Saiga's fire, which was large enough, and began to create clones. At this time, Tusher had already begun to do the defensive Doton technique to eliminate the fire. Doton, earth wall. Tusher spoke and a wall of earth appeared in front of him. At this time, the fire had already come into contact with the wall, when suddenly a wall of earth appeared in the back of the Jonin in an arc shape that was larger than Tushi's wall. Damn, with this wall shape and size, the fire will just head towards me, like a ball will roll on a trampoline. Tusher again made seals, after his reflections, and the teacher surrounded the dome, which completely protected him from fire. But the Jonin felt something flying towards him. In less than a minute, a wakizashi with wind chakra on it began to break through a dome of earth. Moreover, there was not one wakizashi, there were 6 of them. Is it chakra? Naruto created clones and threw some of them on the dome knowing that I would be locked in the dome? This was his plan from the very beginning. Tusher thought and immediately went underground. He appeared behind the dome and began to destroy the clones. But the clones could not oppose something to the Jonin, so they were quickly destroyed and the original Naruto and Seiji went into battle. They began a fight in taijutsu, but it quickly escalated to kenjutsu, where the boys were constantly saved by Karen with her Dotona techniques. Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, Tusher jumped back and said, "I'm happy, I saw everything I needed. Great job guys, you are strong enough together. But I don't think you can stand my attacks alone. Therefore, now you need to learn a couple of wind techniques, they are the most basic. To you, Seiji," Tusher pointed at him, "I will teach you Katan techniques, and I will teach Karen how to use Doton, and you." Naruto, the teacher turned to the Jinchuriki, "Alas, I don't know how to use Suiton, but I know one person who will teach." Tusher said. Naruto looked at the teacher with a strange, questioning look. But Jonin didn't react and just spoke. "He'll be a better teacher than me, trust me." This person lived under Ashina-sama himself. Naruto's eyes lit up at the answer. Tusher created a clone and led Naruto along, while the original remained with the team. They walked long enough until they came to a huge mountain, which reached to heaven, at least it seemed so. There was also a huge staircase that reached the very top. Just don't tell me what." Naruto stammered, looking at the height of the mountain. Tusher smiled, a little sadistically. "Agas, this person lives there, at the very top. In order to learn from him, you need to rise. And when you rise, there will be a house in which the old man will live. Tell him that you came from me and he will teach you Suiton. Good luck, I'm off." Tusher said instantly and also disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto exhaled heavily, he was already tired enough from training, but there was no time to whine, so he stood on the first step and began to climb up. The time was around 4 p.m., Naruto had almost reached the summit after a grueling 5 hours of walking. There was very little left, when suddenly Naruto's leg seemed to be paralyzed. And Naruto began to fall down the stairs, when suddenly a red-blooded chain flew out of Uzumaki's back, which did not allow him to fall. What can I say? The chain began to pull Naruto up in jerks. The chain became his third leg, thus he came to the top. There was a small house, it seemed that there was no one here, when suddenly a fairly tall and muscular old man appeared from Naruto's side. He had long flowing red hair, among which were some gray hairs that indicated the man's old age. "Well, who are you? I feel that same chakra in you, Ashina's chakra," the old man said and frowned a little and prepared for battle. Naruto turned around and bowed slightly as he answered. "I'm definitely not your enemy, I came here to learn Suiton. I'm from Tusher Uzumaki, and my name is Naruto Uzumaki, son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, nephew of Nagato Uzumaki and heir to the title of head of the clan. I see that you are also from Uzumaki, then why do you live here? Your knowledge could help the village, because you lived during the first Uzukage, right?" Naruto asked and turned to the old man. The latter smiled at the boy. "So you are a student of my grandson?" The old man drawled. "I am Kazashi Uzumaki, one of the oldest Uzumaki. To be honest, I am now 197 years old. I know absolutely everything about Uzushio. And if you are from Tusher, then you also have Sueton? I think you came here to train techniques, right? The old man asked as Naruto looked at him in surprise. Stop, grandson. Tushi-sensei is your grandson? And although okay, yes, I have a Sueton and would like to learn how to control water. Come with me. Kuzashi-san, did you say Ashina's chakra? Naruto asked, but the old man ignored him. The prince realized that it was too early to know about it, so he followed him and began his training. Like I said, I sent Naruto to the sage. Tusher said to Nagato while bending his knee. The Uzukage sat in his usual office. His eyes fell on a huge mountain that shielded Uzushio from strong winds and violent water. The weather was clear, every detail on the top of that mountain was clearly visible. They called this very peak, Kuzashi Peak, because of its permanent resident. For a long time after the first attack, he never came down from the mountain. No one knew why, except for the late first Uzukage, who was considered a friend to the old man. There were rumors that Ashina and Kuzashi were named brothers due to the similarities in personalities and rivalry between them. But that's not about it now. The young boy and the old man were sitting at a small table in the cramped hotel of this, in quotation marks, house. There was very little space in the room. That didn't really interfere with their conversation. I knew you'd come, Uzumaki Naruto. If you have any questions, ask, I will answer everything I can. The old man raised a cup of tea to his lips and took a sip, lowered it on the table and began to listen to questions. Naruto understood this and thought a little. What should I tell him? What I would like to know so much. If this old man knows the first Uzukage, then he, Naruto thought and lowered his eyes a little and asked. Kuzashi-san, you knew Ashina-sama, right? Naruto Uzumaki looked up, full of seriousness. Now Kuzashi lowered his gaze and began to trace the cup with his index finger. Ashina, the oldest Uzumaki looked up, yes, I knew him, are you interested in his biography? Naruto smirked and continued. I'm interested in a lot of things, in particular his biography and the first attack on Uzushio. Kuzashi smiled slyly, and spoke after a moment. I'll only tell you his story when you finish training with me. Said the old man, and getting up from his chair, he went to the exit. He stopped and turned his head towards Naruto. The latter was a little upset, but seeing Kuzashi's gaze, he also got up and headed towards the exit. After a while Naruto meditated on the cold snow, he sat in the lotus position and tuned into training. The new teacher Uzumaki approached the student and touching his shoulder, the prince opened his eyes. That's enough for now. Now I have a question for you. What do you think Sueton is? And why do you need Sueton? Kuzashi asked this abstract question and Naruto began to think. And the old man went to his house. At the entrance, he said. Naruto, until you can answer my questions, I will not let you into the house, much less train you with Sueton. I am also not going to. I hope you understood me. What is Sueton to me? I think. A tool. A tool for what? For the kill? For guard? What is my goal? My dream? Why do I even live? I was drawn to the wrong place. Sueton is the personification of a person that does not have a specific character. Like me. After all, each element denotes the soul of a person. Kato, anger and hatred. Doton, the desire to protect and care. Futon can also be attributed to the desire to overcome the obstacles of life, because with the help of the wind even iron can be cut, with proper mastery. Raton denotes the strength of which was obtained with the help of bitter experience, the strength in exchange for which this or that sacrifice was given. And Sueton? It is probably universal. After all, with the help of water, you can both protect loved ones and attack your enemies. Exactly, Suiton is the soul of a person, and the types of techniques depend on this very soul. The more hatred and anger in a person, the stronger and more deadly Suiton's jutsu becomes. The opposite situation with the souls of kind people who want to protect the weak. Thanks to this desire, water techniques of defensive use easily come out of people. This is water. It can drown and kill living things, or extinguish and protect others. It really is water. After much thought, Naruto opened his eyes and looked around. It was already deep night, but in the house where Kazashi was, the bright light from the lamp was still burning. Uzumaki only now realized that he had spent almost half a day thinking. He immediately got up, but his legs. They hurt like hell, but overcoming the pain, Naruto got up and went into the house. Entering the room, he saw the old man drinking a cup of tea again. "Ah, you came after all," Kazashi said without emotion, but inside he was glad that perhaps Naruto could find the answer to such a question. Naruto sat down at the table and poured himself some tea as well. "Man, I think I found the answer to your question. You asked, what is Suiton to me? Okay, I'll answer you." Kazashi listened attentively to Naruto, and even more determined to listen to the prince. Naruto took a sip and continued. "So, in my opinion Suiton is me. Suiton can both kill and protect, depending on the person that this very Suiton uses. Why is Suiton me? Yes, because I am the same. I can kill a person if I hate him, or protect a person close to me. And I need Suiton to protect my friends." Kazashi laughed gleefully at the top of his voice. And in a fit of laughter, he said, "I knew you would understand that, Uzumaki Naruto." The old man stopped laughing and looked at the boy with a terribly sullen face. "But you lied about the fact that you want to protect your friends. There is a real monster inside you, which is locked in a cage, and if something disturbs this very cage. And I'm not talking about the Kyubi now. And not even about the Ryuki chakra, which is also in you. To be honest, I'm not trying to offend you, but you really did not say sincerely and even a little through force. So what are your real intentions? Answer Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto lowered his gaze and frowned. The old man poured himself another cup of tea and took a sip as he watched Naruto's behavior. Kazashi's thoughts were different. It seemed that Naruto would go completely crazy and start a pogrom, or he would start crying and sobbing about the request for training. The old man, in fact, began to think through all the scenarios for the development of events. My intentions? Honestly, I don't have a goal in life, like dreams, but I want not just money, a life without regrets. In general, the concept of life without regrets is alien to me, and it's boring to live so that it just passes unnoticed. I also don't want to. All this is familiar to ordinary people who do not know how and do not know anything in this world. They are just pawns of those who will be on top. I have a desire and aspiration. I have surpassed ordinary people, I am above them. I want to be the one who will be respected and feared by everyone on this damn, blood-cursed and war-cursed land, which is already disgusting to me. I want to destroy the curse of wars. Here is my wish. You lied to me again. You have a purpose, don't you? It's just that it's beyond what's allowed in this world, right? And you cannot answer, I see right through you. That was my first lesson. Goal setting. Okay, maybe you want to know why I know all this? Kazashi saw Naruto's nod and led him along. The old man led Naruto to a secret room in the basement, where there was a box of lenses, and nothing more. The old man began to speak. Naruto, these lenses. Kazashi took out 2 lenses and started examining them. And then continued. These lenses are one of Uzushio's artifacts. Nothing is known about him, at least that's what they say in textbooks. These lenses. They allow you to see the future, but only for a moment, and most likely you won't see anything due to your age, but it's worth a try. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The old man said when he saw a slightly fearful look. Kozashi put the lenses on the boy's pupil and the latter began to convulsively shake. After all, there was a terrible sight in his eyes. A young man of 18 years old stood in the middle of a carnage, his kimono was also covered in blood, and 9 chains, such familiar chains, were sticking out of his back. In his hands he held a katana, which also seemed familiar to the boy, but the vision was interrupted by the man himself, hitting the chains in the place from where Naruto was watching what was happening. The lenses after that hit broke and the old man was able to remove them instantly. He placed his fingers on his neck, taking his pulse. He was a little elevated, but the boy was perfectly fine. Looks like he saw something bad. Maybe the same as what I saw. Damn, that was a bad idea. The old man thought and picked up the unconscious boy. After some time, Naruto woke up and, remembering his vision, began to reason. What was that? Did I see myself? Or it seemed to me. Damn it, this is definitely related to my nightmares. But I didn't see any details of the nightmares, I just feel death and hate. And here, a clear picture. Okay, no time to think about it, you need to practice. Naruto got out of bed and headed out the door as there was no one inside the house. He went out and noticed Kozashi meditating. The latter noticed the boy and opened his eyes. Ah, Naruto, are you awake? How are you feeling? Ready to work out? Do you remember my first lesson? As you can see, I'm basically ready for training, but about your lesson. I understood it, didn't you want to tell me that goals are the first step to progress? Is not it? Exactly, the first lesson is the goals that you set for yourself in order to develop. I'm glad you figured it out. Kozashi stood up and approached the student. Listen Naruto, get ready for lesson number 2. Meditate and try to control the water. Kozashi said, and pointed with his hand to the place where he was sitting. Naruto looked at his teacher a little in a daze. Stop, control the water? But here she is not. Old man, are you mistaken, am I Tobirama Senju? Ah, Tobirama-kun, he really was my best student, he surpassed everyone in Suiton, even me. But I was not mistaken, and are you sure that there is no water here, even though it seems so at first glance, but it's worth it though to try, right? Moreover, water is always near us. Kozashi said and began to look at the sky a little longingly, remembering his past years. Naruto was even more surprised, what can I say, he was in complete shock. The great Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, a student of Kozashi Uzumaki. Naruto couldn't believe it, but the number of years that Kozashi lives explains everything. Naruto exhaled and walked over to the place of meditation and sat in the lotus position, began to think about water and the nature of water. What am I supposed to do? There is no water here. What should I do? There is no water, I absolutely do not feel water. What's the catch? I'm scanning the entire surface of the peak but I don't feel anything. But I was not mistaken, and are you sure that there is no water here, although it seems so at first glance, it's worth at least trying, isn't it? What is he talking about that at first glance there is no water? Think Naruto Uzumaki, think. Damn, nothing comes to mind. Or. Seems at first glance, that's it, I need to look deeper, as deep as possible. I was looking at the surface all the time, I need to delve into the feeling of water. Water. Water near us, and if. Naruto started to scan the area even more for water, and finally felt it. That's it. Mountain groundwater. I completely forgot about them. Groundwater is indeed always near us, how could I forget about them? Okay, I found water, what do I do now? How will I extract them? Maybe if I let my chakra into the underground channels, then the water itself will connect with my chakra and be under my control? Kozashi watched the student in surprise. Naruto had a sly smirk on his face that said he understood everything. And the prince at that time opened his eyes and unsealed the katana, ran the wind chakra over it and stuck it into the ground. Then he grabbed the hilt and began to conduct chakra, and behold, water began to rise near the blade of the blade. Well, you basically did it quickly, in just a day. Commenting on the success of Kozashi's student, Naruto looked in shock at the water he pulled out, realizing that he had spent the whole day on an ordinary small trickle of water. This made the boy a little angry, but I couldn't help it. Did you understand the second lesson? Kozashi asked Naruto as he sat at the table and poured himself some tea. Do you always need to think outside the box and deeply, not missing small details? I think we can easily finish training at this pace in a week. Tomorrow is the hardest lesson. Get ready. A day passed and Naruto woke up completely broken and battered. Fatigue from the day before made itself felt. Well? What will we do today? Naruto asked sleepily, dressed in his training uniform. Kozashi drew his sword and stood in front of Naruto. Sparring, get your swords ready. Let's check your moves. And yes, we'll fight until we pass out or die. Kozashi stood up straight with his back fully extended and pointed his blade at the ground, waiting for Naruto. The latter also got ready and took the wakizashi and ran to the teacher. Kozashi took a closer look at Naruto's running technique. So he was taught how to run properly, but that doesn't mean anything. We'll see his punches. The old man thought and prepared to parry the boy's blow. Naruto first hit the teacher with a simple downstroke. Kozashi easily parried this move and slammed the hilt into the prince's liver. The latter coughed, but kept his balance and bounced off the enemy. He's not bad, damn it, what was I hoping for? That he would miss such a banal blow? Okay, we need to check something, endurance sparring say. I'll show you the endurance of the Uzumaki. Naruto ran furiously at the teacher and started throwing punches quickly. But nothing helped. The prince was about to use the wind chakra when he heard Kozashi's words. Your actions are useless, useless, useless. So weak, so weak. And with such blows, do you want to achieve your goals? Nonsense. Naruto got even angrier and started throwing punches faster. With each punch Naruto seemed to get stronger. Suddenly, 2 red bloody chains came out of Naruto's back. So it means that you still awakened them, which means that when you first came to me, I was not mistaken. You really look like Ashina's chakra. Are you? Naruto Uzumaki, you really are a special child. I didn't make a mistake when I started training you, but can you overcome your anger? Kozashi began to dodge the chains, which rapidly covered the distance between Naruto and his teacher. And after some parries from Kozashi, the scarlet chakra began to cover the boy. Crap. Again. That feeling again. Shouted at Naruto's subconscious, Kyubi stood up, hearing the scream and seeing the state of the boy, exhaled tiredly. Naruto, hold on, try to overcome yourself. Remember that this fart is testing you. He tests your stamina, show him your willpower. Shouted at the top of Ryuk. He was supported by the Kyubi and Naruto began to resist his dark side. After much effort, Naruto wearily fell to the ground, as he was able to overcome himself. Kozashi ran up to him with a smile on his face. So you still overpowered yourself, well done. I'm happy for you. Let's go rest and learn the last lesson. So your lesson was in testing my stamina? Yes, you are an excellent student. The last lesson is the shortest. Neither the samurai nor the senshi knew that even a dull sword cuts through the armor with due strength. And they will never know the secret of Ronin. Think about the meaning for yourself, and that's where your training ended. I hope you understand why I didn't teach you the techniques, it's too early for you. Come back sometime later, maybe I'll teach you some tricks. Kuzashi said in the end, and Naruto retired down the stairs he had taken to the top a week ago. Naruto stopped and turned to the old man. Stop, what about your story after training? Then I'll tell you sometime, go already, let the old man rest. Kuzashi answered and went to his house. Naruto went downstairs angrily. Dark. Naruto was completely enveloped in darkness. A strange trembling passed through the whole body, like a bolt of lightning, and after passing through the whole body, this trembling returned to its original place, from where it had started, namely, to the head. Naruto opened his eyes, all around was pure and virginal emptiness, which somehow scared the boy. An unknown fog began to hover in the air. The boy only now understood everything. He falls in this darkness, into the most terrible thing in the world. He falls into the unknown. Naruto started to look around and noticed someone's eyes, but it was not possible to make out the person. The size of the eyes were huge, larger than those of the caudate ones. But the face and body were hidden in this frightening darkness. The giant somehow narrowed his eyes, examining the boy. But a minute later, with a quick movement, Naruto grabbed his hand, his palm gave off blood and fresh flesh. The smell was actually terrible. The monster began to bring the boy to his mouth, from which chains immediately came out, also in blood. And inside the mouth, the cries of torment of thousands of people were heard, who morally put pressure on the boy. But Naruto tried to resist, but the bloody chains wrapped around his neck, thus blocking the path to the already heavy air. And then Naruto inadvertently looked into the mouth of this creature, and saw there his reflection. Naruto abruptly jumped out of bed, he was covered in a cold sweat, and he thought about his dream. It was something new. Not just darkness and a feeling of hatred, but a whole being, saturated with death and sins. The boy rubbed his eyes and began to get up from his bunk. Thoughts of sleep were still spinning in his head. But Naruto tried to resist, but the bloody chains wrapped around his neck, thus blocking the path to the already heavy air. And then Naruto inadvertently looked into the mouth of this creature, and saw there his reflection. Naruto abruptly jumped out of bed, he was covered in a cold sweat, and he thought about his dream. It was something new. Not just darkness and a feeling of hatred, but a whole being, saturated with death and sins. The boy rubbed his eyes and began to get up from his bunk. Thoughts of sleep were still spinning in his head. But Naruto tried to resist, but the bloody chains wrapped around his neck, thus blocking the path to the already heavy air. And then Naruto inadvertently looked into the mouth of this creature, and saw there his reflection. Naruto abruptly jumped out of bed, he was covered in a cold sweat, and he thought about his dream. It was something new. Not just darkness and a feeling of hatred, but a whole being, saturated with death and sins. The boy rubbed his eyes and began to get up from his bunk. Thoughts of sleep were still spinning in his head. It was something new. Not just darkness and a feeling of hatred, but a whole being, saturated with death and sins. The boy rubbed his eyes and began to get up from his bunk. Thoughts of sleep were still spinning in his head. It was something new. Not just darkness and a feeling of hatred, but a whole being, saturated with death and sins. The boy rubbed his eyes and began to get up from his bunk. Thoughts of sleep were still spinning in his head. After some time, he nevertheless met with his team, because there was very little left before the exam. The Genin exam was supposed to start in one day. It meant only one thing. The most anticipated Uzushio event of this year starts tomorrow. A day later, Naruto again met with his team, but instead of the training ground, the meeting place was the port of Uzushio, which was located in the southern district of the village. Tusher stood on the gangway of the frigate. The team approached their teacher, ready to listen to instructions and wishes. Team, the day has come. The Genin exam is waiting for you. As your sensei, I wish you good luck and most importantly willpower. Your teamwork is so strong. I hope for your success and I believe that you will not upset me. Destroy everyone who stands in your way. Farewell, this is where I leave you. Tushar finished his speech and opened the way to the ship. The team boarded the ship and sailed to Hisayami Island. Hisayami is an island adjacent to the territory of Whirlpool Village. The island is quite large, but it is not heavily populated. Residential and forest areas were limited for the exam, so that the participants in the exam could not meet with the inhabitants of the island. The island mainly consists of forest, but there are also flat areas. From the fauna, the island is inhabited by wild large mammals. I read the certificate to my Karen team, then looked at the guys. Naruto looked into the distance, continuing to think about his dream. And Seiji looked at Karen in a bit of surprise. So they've got everything ready. I wonder what will happen next. I think they won't let some Nikenans through. It would be a real shame. Do you think we'll get through? Karen asked uncertainly. The scarlet-haired one was from a timid dozen, and it was normal for her to worry. But Seiji smiled and immediately replied. Of course, we will pass, there can be no other option. And you Naruto, are you sure we'll win? Seiji turned to the prince. But he said without turning around. Don't know. Naruto had already stopped thinking about his dream, his thoughts set in the last Kazashi class. A blunt sword cuts through armor. The secret of the Ronin, I need to think about it. Perhaps the old man was talking about the technique that is used to cut any armor with a blunt sword. It is about the technique of striking with a sword. What's the point then? Is he telling me to just hone all my skills? Then why didn't he teach me punching techniques? I think there's something deeper here. Seiji chuckled in displeasure at Naruto's response and stood up to look at the horizon. The land was visible. A few hours later they were already there. Where Ise and Nagato met them with their speeches. And so the exam began. Tushi's team, unlike the others, did not run headlong forward. On the contrary, they slowly began to inspect the territory. Karen, Seiji, I'll go to the highest tree and look around. And you know what to do. Naruto said and quickly jumped up a tall tree and started watching. There was a forest around, but the boy squinted and saw a clearing in which a small stream of chakra could be seen. At this time, Seiji was making camp and preparing for the hunt. After a couple of tens of minutes, Naruto came to this very place. After looking around the area for a bit, he decided to inspect the chakra focus. Approaching the stream, he saw that the stream was coming out of a crack in the ground. He began to study the cracks, but his work attracted the sounds of broken branches. Someone was approaching. Naruto immediately jumped back into the tall grass and pulled out his wakizashi, readying himself. So fast? It can't be. It's impossible. The forest is too big to find me like that, and I didn't make any noise. Maybe this flow of chakra lured them? Okay. I need to find out who it is coming. There's no point in looking around. We have to wait. Naruto continued to think about the situation as the footsteps got closer and closer. Suddenly, the scarlet-haired man heard a cry from the forest. Naruto Uzumaki. We know you're here, you can go out. Surrender and we will have mercy on you. Naruto turned pale sharply, he knew that he might not survive the fight with the whole team. Therefore, he began to think even more about his actions. With the fact that I did not communicate with other classmates, I cannot recognize the voice of this asshole. Damn, if I were more sociable, okay. I need some way to distract the whole team, and even then I can find out who it is, which means I will find a way to win. Invented. Still, the lessons of war from Obito were not in vain. The smile of the cunning demon fox. That's how you could describe the boy's face. His smirk meant only one thing, Naruto was sure of his plan. The enemy team approached the tall grass and were ready to start the fight, but they were surprised by Naruto's move. The strongest genin began to surround the team at high speed. He ran fast enough, but Naruto could see the faces of his opponents. It was team number 4. The team is strong enough, given the fact that the team has 3 heirs of forgotten but strong clans. Naruto did not know about the strong blood of these guys, and after the next circle, he attacked the team with a quick jerk. The latter could not do anything to Naruto's speed, and after a couple of minutes 3 under-genin were lying on the ground. Naruto sheathed the wakizashi as a kunai blade was suddenly placed against the prince's neck. Naruto turned pale sharply. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. Killing other members is allowed. Remember? One of the heirs asked what the kunai was holding. It was Torin Kuranosuji. His clan was famous for some of the best genjutsu in the world, slightly inferior to Yukikov's eyes. But their own people rebelled against the clan, and on the bones of the old clan they created their own clan, Karamasori, a member of which is Eureka Karamasori, Torin's teammate. Of course, it is clear who hates whom in this team. And the last of the Dotari Yakumo team. His clan was the strongest in the Land of Iron, that is, it was the samurai clan, but Dotari abandoned Bushido and decided to become a shinobi, right before the death of his father. He is silent and very cool with a blade. He will play his part in this story, as well as his teammates. And then the blade of the kunai almost stuck into the neck of the prince, as he immediately said, "Enough. I give up, but what do you want from me?" Naruto looked into his classmates' eyes, trying to find out what his team needed. Weapons, food, money, and your life, probably, if you resist. Do you understand me? Now don't move and you'll live. Naruto lowered his head, his hair hanging down and covering his eyes. When suddenly the prince felt his hands being grabbed, he finally understood. All that was happening was just an illusion in the clearing, a genjutsu barrier. As soon as I arrived on the field, I immediately fell into an illusion, but now it's too late. It seems that the genjutsu is done in such a way that I shout or somehow signal to the opponents that I fell into a trap. It was all just a trap where I went blind. This illusion is very good if I couldn't see it with my Sharingan. Naruto's mood changed abruptly, his stunned face turning into a wild smile. Naruto began to laugh maniacally, the opponents sharply alerted. They realized that the illusion flew off because of the touches. But no one expected such an answer, because Naruto just disappeared into the haze. Crap! Torin shouted and started looking around, but Naruto was nowhere to be seen. It was a clone. Dotari answered by shouting and abruptly grabbed the hilt of the family blade. The atmosphere escalated and there was silence. So dark and frightening that it seemed as if time stood still in anticipation of something. And suddenly Naruto came out of the grass, a shallow scratch was visible on his neck, and with both hands he held a katana. The Uzumaki got close and with simple blows of the hilt, knocked out Torin and Eureka without complications. Hari remained. The last of Team 4 stood in front of Naruto, hinting at a fair fight. The Uzumaki accepted the challenge by returning the katana to its sheath and grasping the hilt. Hari did the same. A minute passed and both boys lifted the guard with their thumb, thereby starting the fight. The two boys went towards each other, and when a meter remained, they crossed blades with a quick blow. They began to evaluate the strength of each other. Naruto was losing a bit. After a few seconds, they started throwing punches. Both shots were fast and accurate. Each strong blow and parry was accompanied by sparks. And then one of Dotari's blows hit Naruto's shoulder, and he, in turn, responded in kind. This went on for several minutes, until Dotari abruptly jumped away from Naruto and doing a backflip began to throw kunai. Naruto's displeasure had no end. After all, Uzumaki hoped for a fair duel, without the use of improvised means. Still, Dotari renounced Bushido. Naruto began to deflect the throwing weapon. But there were a lot of kunai and Naruto missed one, which hit his shoulder. The scarlet-haired man grabbed his shoulder and, distracted from the fight, lowered his hand to the ground, while dropping his katana. A second and Naruto sees Hari jumping at him with his blade raised. The Uzumaki dodged, but received a stab, deep wound in the same shoulder where the kunai was sticking out. The opponent's blade had completely pierced through his shoulder and the blade was visible from behind Naruto. "Gotcha," Naruto said firmly. Hari stared in fear at the blade, which he could not pull out. After all, Naruto's hand grabbed Yakumo. Hari felt a tremble under the ground. Suddenly, several thin jets of water pierced Yakumo's spine. The latter began to scream in pain and fell to the ground. He could not get up. Naruto took the katana out of his shoulder and taking the scabbard from Hari, Naruto returned the blades to their place, and then put the swords near Yakumo. Torin woke up screaming and looked around to see Naruto. He said, "How does he?" Naruto turned to Torina. "Torin, your plan was great, but you didn't take into account the fact that I'm an Uzumaki. This is first. And secondly, I'm a Jinchuriki. Bijou infuses his chakra to heal his vessel. So I cut my neck so that the Kyuubi would give me the chakra that was not enough to get rid of the Genjutsu. And thirdly, you just fell for the clone. And yes, help Hari as much as you can, I overdid it." Thorin, saddened, began to get up. Meanwhile, Naruto began to examine the crack in the ground. She wasn't big, but she wasn't small either. Uzumaki saw a small paper. On it was written, "Ryuko is Nikkenin, he is Yorin in the morning." Naruto began to think, the fact that it was nonsense interfered with his thoughts. But after a couple of minutes, he understood. If you take a word longer than 4 letters and take capital and final letters, then it turns out, Ronin is smart. Kuzashi talked about the Ronin and their secret. Is this really it? Naruto touched the flow of chakra, and she pleasantly warmed him, and after the flow of chakra pulled out of the crack 2 rings with a diameter of Naruto's fist. After all, these are not just rings, I feel like they can conduct chakra. Strange. But if I try? Naruto tried to conduct chakra and immediately noticed how the rings split into 2, and became something like a bearing. The Uzumaki began to inspect them, they could even channel water chakra. But while Naruto decided to remove them, because it was necessary to run to the team and tell about the fight and the artifact, he started to put the rings in the bag. But his work was interrupted by the sound of some large snake. Naruto looked around, but not seeing the source of the sound, he left. So he went toward Seiji's camp, which he saw with his Sharingan. After several tries, Karen was able to start the fire. Seiji was looking for animals, but unfortunately, no one was around. When suddenly there was a roar. A huge snake attacked Seiji. His senses worked, and he jumped back just in time. Naruto also heard the rumble, and accelerated, while slicing through the large branches that were obstructing the movement. "Here you are," the man with pale unnatural skin hissed and rushed to attack. Another dodge followed from Saiga. "Damn, hold on, I'll be right back," mentally began to experience Naruto. Of course, he was worried about his team, and would not want to make any sacrifices. "Listen here, I'm sure you're definitely not an academy graduate. Why are you here, Orochimaru?" Seiji said with a sneer, even though he was thinking of something else. "Here. Talk about irony. I was talking about how it would be a disgrace if someone from outside was allowed to pass. And then an outsider shows up at the exam, and even an S-class Nikkenin. We need to protect Karen, although this snake does not need her, but still. Where are you when you need it so much? Don't care, I'll deal with him myself. Rather than, why, but, for whom? I have an order, a very important one. And don't forget about your desires. I need to do something with you so that you remember everything, and also I found out that Naruto Uzumaki has a Sharingan. You know, I should change my old body, Seiji-kun. Naruto approached that big rumble with little alarm. The same feeling was reinforced by a strange déjà vu. The feeling that all this had already happened did not allow me to tune into an early battle, and after all, there was very little left before the camp of the team. And so Naruto plunged himself into the void of thoughts and fully prepared to respond to the attack. As soon as a red glow flashed in his eyes, Naruto saw a huge snake to his right that almost ate the prince, but thanks to the cursed eyes, he instantly reacted, took out a katana and cut the snake's mouth. The latter fell to the ground, and Naruto checked the condition of the snake and blew the accumulated blood from the sword with one small stroke. And then I saw the smoke from the fire. Uzumaki came to the fire, or rather, to what was left of it. Something or someone completely destroyed the branches that burned recently. But Naruto stopped his thoughts when he heard a roar nearby and the girl's scream. The scarlet-haired man immediately understood whose cry it was. He hurried towards the team and immediately saw the same giant snake that was before. Everything was clear to the prince now. Orochimaru somehow managed to slip into the exam with the strongest guards, but the word somehow quickly disappeared, remembering ISE. Bastard, Naruto mumbled and holding onto the hilt of the katana, without taking it out, ran towards the snake. Seiji brought his blade to his mouth and at the same time ran his hand along the blade, thus drawing the fire chakra over the sword. Naruto managed to capture these actions with his own eyes. And then Naruto approached the snake and instantly spent the wind chakra on the blade. Moments later, Naruto got into the stance that Obito had taught him. And having prepared for the blow, while holding the handle, he began to wait for the moment. Seiji understood. Naruto needs an angle so that the snake could be killed with one blow. For this you need to distract the snake towards yourself and take it a little to the side, and all because of the special structure of the summoning snake, which he saw through the Sharingan. It is so? I can read your mind, because I would have done the same if I were you. Seiji began to distract the snake with blows from the fire sword. While at this time, Karen sat on the sidelines, all trembling. She was in complete shock. Of course, she was prepared for this, but every shinobi must overcome fear. It is so? So Karen somehow strangely lowered her head, trying to rethink everything that was happening. The prince snapped her out of her thoughts. Karen, damn it, get it together already. Seiji will not be able to distract the snake alone, you must cover the backs of your comrades. Remember Sensei's instructions. Naruto shouted as he continued to wait for the right moment to strike. Karen's body seemed to be struck by lightning. She suddenly stirred up and thoughts of helplessness began to gradually disappear, because they were replaced by other thoughts. Naruto is right, if something happens to the team, it will be my fault. Because I couldn't help them. Because I got scared. I couldn't overcome myself. If Seiji and Naruto die here, I will blame myself for the rest of my life. I can't allow this. Karen jumped up abruptly and asked Naruto about the situation. Naruto revealed all his cards to her in a whisper. Karen nodded at what she heard, and as she prepared herself, she began to fold the seals at a high and insane speed for a genin. Still, Daughton's training with her family had not been in vain, and as soon as she finished folding the last seal, she yelled, "Daughton, stone peaks." In a second, huge stone peaks erupted from the ground. They completely pierced the summoning snake. The latter evaporated in a cloud of white smoke, and in this very smoke could be seen the silhouette of a man with long dark hair. Naruto looked at his teammate in surprise. My head was filled with thoughts. Did it work? Why the hell did I make a plan? Still, Karen, you are indeed a strong kunoichi. Maybe not physically yet, but spiritually. It's not for nothing that you are in our team, and it's not for nothing that I decided to be your friend. The pale-skinned man was getting closer to the team, Seiji also stood in front of Karen, preparing to protect her from the snake. When the stranger approached the team almost closely, he began a dialogue. "Kids, you know how to cheer me up. I wanted to test your strength, but the jokes are over and it's time to be more serious," the snake said, licking his lips. The Uzumaki shuddered a little at this killing intent, but didn't fall to their knees or instinctively back away. It was clear that they were confident in their abilities, and this surprised Orochimaru, because before that, almost everyone who felt his ki shuddered in fear or panicked. But here, the situation is completely opposite. One of the legendary Sannin was thinking about the number 1 team in Uzushio. "These kids are pretty good, not only did they kill my snakes, but they don't tremble either. What kind of test subjects would they be in my hideout? It's a pity that I can't take Seiji-kun with me. I see me slam." But he didn't say anything about Naruto. A nasty smirk played on Orochimaru's face again. Naruto began to strain it, and he even more carefully began to follow the snake. You never know what he would throw out. And so it happened, because Orochimaru's hands abruptly turned into snakes and attacked the team with great speed. But Naruto was not taken aback and decided to cut off the snakes at the root. The poet Uzumaki almost teleported to Orochimaru and with one wave of the katana cut off the Sannin's hands. Of course, it was impossible to kill him that easily, so Naruto did not relax, which was the right thing to do, because Orochimaru's new body began to come out of the snake's mouth. Naruto began to think how vile this man was, if he could be called that. It was clear that swords alone would not be enough, so Scarlet Hair began to think of a plan to destroy Sannin, in the best possible outcome, or at least delay the Sannin until help arrived. Naruto turned to Seiji and handed him the strange ring without a word. Seiji began to inspect the weapon. He immediately realized that he could channel chakra through the artifact. And then Naruto walked over to Karen and said softly, "Cover us, we'll finish him here and now." Naruto returned to his original place, and while he enlightened the team, Orochimaru fully recovered. Naruto jumped back and in a jump, crossing his fingers, began to create dozens of shadow clones that instantly attacked the Sannin, but the latter easily dodged and destroyed copies of Naruto. Suddenly, stone spears pierced his legs, and then a ring of flame appeared around Orochimaru. Seiji stood in front of the snake, and the original Naruto appeared behind the Sannin, but behind the circle of flames. Both Uzumaki held artifacts in their right hand. The snake tried to get out, but it was overtaken by another wave of stone peaks, and its tendons were also destroyed by the frantic pressure of the water that Naruto was able to get from the ground. Sannin was completely immobilized. Now, it remained for the small, namely, to finish off the snake. Seiji began to run the futon and katan on the blade. It seemed as if he was holding a huge shuriken with katan drawn in his hands. As soon as the chakra was completely conducted, the outer side of the ring immediately began to spin clockwise with inexorable speed. Naruto, on the other hand, spent the chakra so that the water was sharpened. Ask how this is possible? It's quite simple, because first, Naruto added water chakra, and later covered the water with a layer of futon. His artifact also began to spin, generating frenzied energy. Everything was ready. Naruto and Seiji threw artifacts at Orochimaru at the same time, and the shurikens pierced the air and crashed into Karen's stone peaks with great speed. A second passed and there was a huge temperature difference due to Naruto's water, and later, Seiji began to shrink the ring of flames so as to fry the Sannin. And when the ring finally narrowed, then there was a small explosion with a wave of heat and dust. When it was all over, there were clouds of dust everywhere and nothing could be seen. Naruto and Seiji tried to see through the dust but couldn't. The scarlet-haired one decided to activate the Sharingan, but what he saw was a shock to him. Looking at Naruto, Seiji knew that something was wrong. After a couple of seconds, he finally decided to ask. "Naruto, are you okay?" Seiji asked his friend. Naruto, ignoring his comrade, thought about what happened a couple of minutes ago in his head. "Naruto, come on, can you hear me?" Seiji shouted into his comrade's ear. The scarlet-haired man flinched in surprise. After he returned to normal, he answered the question asked. "Yes, I am here. It's just. Of course, I knew that Orochimaru was a tenacious shinobi, but in order to be so, in confirmation of the words of the crimson hair, a silhouette began to be seen from the clouds of dust. You can't imagine how much it hurt," Orochimaru said while rubbing the back of his head. He was completely out of the dust, his face was not in the best condition. Orochimaru sprinted toward Seiji, and in one swift move made it to the Uzumaki. A blow, and Seiji flies away towards the trees, and Karen rushed off to check on her lover's condition. Naruto still stood there doing nothing. After all, it was their strongest technique, and the snake, as if it did not feel the whole hail of damage. The strongest technique in your pocket, or not? Naruto's brain began to work abruptly. This had never happened before, because Naruto thought through dozens of scenarios of actions in milliseconds, and his face expressed complete concentration on thoughts. A second and Orochimaru swung his hand to strike, but he was stopped by Naruto's katana, which cut Sannin's entire arm. The latter bit his lip in pain and rebounded, began to regenerate. And then he took out his blade, Kusanagi, and ran at Naruto. The prince created clones and began to distract the snake while the original ran back to Karen. "Listen, Karen, you need to run, call for help and use the clones to carry Seiji to the hospital, he is in the port." "I got it. I'll delay Sannin myself, go quickly, before it's too late." Naruto didn't have time to finish, as Orochimaru's blade was stuck in the back. The prince coughed, but quickly disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Shadow clone? He stayed where my clone fought. We need to take Naruto with us, but first." Orochimaru turned to Karen and with a momentary jerk, while folding the seals, touched Seiji and twisted his hand counterclockwise, thereby unlocking Fuin Ise. Karen just wanted to hit the snake, when suddenly the latter abruptly grabbed the girl by the neck and slowly began to squeeze her throat. The Uzumaki tried to get out, but to no avail. Orochimaru's grip was weakened by the pressure of the most powerful chakra, such as he had never felt. He turned around and saw Naruto, who began to unsheath Nodachi Ryuki. "Naruto, you can't pull it," said in Ryuk's subconscious, but Naruto quickly replied. "Now or never. I must protect my comrades." "So you have Uzushio's strongest weapon, Naruto Uzumaki. Come on, let's see how you deal with the monster inside," Orochimaru said and readied his blade. At this moment, Naruto completely bared the blade. The screams of souls rained down from the blade, which were absorbed by Ryuka. And then the red chakra began to envelop Naruto. After a couple of seconds, Uzumaki felt a wild pain, and growled brutally, prepared for battle. And the chakra continued to come out of the blade, and later it completely created a kind of bandage on the right eye and a horn from the chakra appeared above it. Rather, not even a bandage, but a part of the mask that covers the right eye. Sharply, over the naked blade, the outline of Ryuki appeared, which looked directly into the soul of Orochimaru. The look full of hatred did not frighten Sannin so much. A second later, Naruto ran towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru came to his senses and was ready to defend himself, when suddenly Ryuki's chakra flew out of the sword in the form of a mini version of Kenshiro. And with an instant jerk, pierced the snake's heart. Sannin began to see the torment of all those whom he had killed or tortured. And then, the chakra pulled out the sinful soul of the snake and stuffed it into the sword. Naruto's last action was to return the blade to its sheath, and then the Uzumaki passed out. After an undetermined amount of time, Naruto opened his eyes. He was lying in some kind of tent, and turning his head, he saw Seiji not far away. The tent was command and three-seater. Naruto immediately realized that Karen went for food or medicine. So he got up and started rubbing his eyes. Leaving the tent, Naruto looked around. And later, Ryuka in his subconscious started yelling at him. Dude, you knew you could die. What the hell, out of all the options, did you decide to take the risk? Naruto's face twisted slightly at the noise. And then sat down by the campfire. The Uzumaki began to toss branches on the fire, thinking of what to say. Well, Kenshi-san, I was not satisfied with all options, and for a long time I wanted to ask, where do you get such power to absorb souls? You appeared before Bijou, so what kind of creature are you? You know our language, culture, maybe you are a person who has gained forbidden power? Naruto asked and Ryuka cooled off a bit. Long story, but since you have nothing to do, prepare for the worst. Once upon a time, before Rikudo, there lived a boy. He had an ordinary family of 4. Mother, father, elder sister, and himself. The boy lived and enjoyed life, and loved his family. They lived happily, but one day warriors came to take control of the entire village where the boy lived. The peasants were starving, and the boy's family was no exception. And as time went on, and in order to feed the family, the boy's mother began to work harder, so much so that she fell ill. She died a couple of weeks later with her family. And the boy's father was very sad. And the time of the father's drinking went on, and one day, the elder sister of the boy began to argue with his father and tell him to take care of his son. But in a drunken state, the boy's father did a very bad thing. A very bad thing because of alcohol, worse than murder, I don't even want to say it. The sister received physical and moral injuries, and the boy, that he saw all this, received mental trauma. And so strong that he began to pray to the Shinigami himself. He would say every night, Shinigami-sama, I beg and ask with all my heart, give me the power, to kill my father, and later the boy cut himself to blood with a kitchen blade in order to prove his desire. And after a month of suffering, Shinigami came. And what do you want, child? You've been praying to me all month, every night. Do you want strength? Do you need her? You can change your wish before it's too late. As long as I'm here. The boy answered him, Shinigami-sama, I stand my ground. I need strength. I'm ready to do anything for her. To protect my sister, the Shinigami smiled slyly. Okay child, so be it, I will give you powers, but you must serve me in the future. The boy nodded, and received power commensurate with death itself. The boy easily killed his father, and later, the power, what he got started turning him into a dragon. And so, the boy had to leave home and leave his sister alone in order to protect her from himself. And later, the dragon flew to the island that was in the middle of the ocean. How do you like the story? I think you figured out who the boy was. You. I'm sorry that I decided to remind you. Naruto said guiltily, and subconsciously bowed in apology. I never forgot. Naruto stared at the graceful flame, something stung him in this phenomenon. The fire warmed Uzumaki both physically and mentally. After all, the boy had some kind of pain. Not in his head, not in his heart. But in his soul. Something was bothering the boy. Maybe it was Orochimaru's murder. Or Naruto's thoughts were knocked down by Karen, who quickly ran up to the awakened Uzumaki. Naruto, you're alive. The girl said with small tears in her eyes. Naruto looked at his teammate in surprise. What are you talking about? I feel fine, like, did I die? Of course, I passed out after using the sword, but still. Karen was also surprised and almost screamed. Turned off? Yes, your heart stopped. And you spent half a day like that. You couldn't just restore your heartbeat, I already wanted to bury you. Karen lowered her gaze at the last words. Wow, it's too early to bury me yet, and I'm a Jinchuriki, which means I'm recovering quickly from injuries. Don't worry, I'm fine. What about Seiji, did Orochimaru do something to him? He's also fine. Naruto, what was the technique back then? You released an insanely terrible chakra that you've never seen before. I passed out, but I still felt it, and Orochimaru's corpse was unwounded, at least on the outside. Naruto averted his eyes. It's a long time to explain, then I'll tell you somehow. Did you find food? Naruto changed the subject, and Karen decided not to interrogate the boy and just nodded, put a rabbit near the fire. Uzumaki began to cook food. Seiji slowly opened his eyes, his head was in chaos. The memories were completely jumbled, but one thing was clear to Seiji, the purpose of his life. Namely, to take revenge on Nagato Uzumaki. After all, he killed his parents in front of the boy's eyes. At least that's what Seiji thought. Uzumaki began to think about the situation. Despite the mess in his head, he remembered that blow from Orochimaru. Damn it, Orochimaru-sensei overdid it. Ise, Fusu, and Nagato were sitting in the Uzukage's office. They observed the participants through special devices. They saw everything that happened to the number 1 team. Nagato's feelings cannot be put into words. He was shocked by Naruto's actions in battles, his skills hit the Uzukage, and Orochimaru's death right in the exam plunged Nagato into a severe shock. And next to him was Ise, according to Nagato, he was the culprit of the attack in the exam. But again, it is impossible to directly blame the advisor. Yes, and interfering with the exam is not the best solution. Ise-san, do you want to tell us anything? Nagato asked the advisor without turning to him, while continuing to watch his nephew's team. What can I tell you? He answered the question with Ise's question and smiled a little. Fusu stood up from her seat and asked in a slightly elevated tone. Weren't you in charge of this exam? Then why did this happen here? I think it's just a coincidence, the exam cannot be cancelled because of this little thing. I'm sure this won't happen again. And yes, I'm glad your nephew took out an S-rank Nikkenin. Ise said with a haughty look. Well, my nephew is a great shinobi. No, he's a better shinobi. Better shinobi? What is he talking about? Samurai in the district, only the country has iron. But even then, they are not so strong against shinobi. Who could he be talking about? Ise thought and then said. Nagato-sama, have you thought about the old age of this world? About how rotten the people of this world are? Even the Uzumaki are divided into 2 branches of the clan, for what? Saving genes? I think it's stupid, people are rotten. Now everyone is looking not at the abilities of people, but at their purity of genes. The situation escalated, it seemed that something terrible would happen now. Ise-san, what are you talking about? Turned to advisor Nagato, Ise closed his eyes. And later, sharply opening one eye, in which a red whirlpool lit up. He screamed. I will destroy the old clan and build a new clan on the bones of the main branch of the Uzumaki. Ise sharply kicked Fusu in the stomach and the latter flew out of the office window. Nagato activated his dojutsu and prepared to fight. Traitor! I knew it. I'm sorry I didn't reveal you earlier. Nagato said as he started a fight with the advisor. Damn, I should get up, Seiji thought and tried to get up. To his own surprise, it was very easy. He walked over to the team that had already prepared the food. Are you on time, Seiji-kun? How are you feeling? Karen asked, and Seiji responded immediately. I feel great, how are you? Seiji sat down by the fire. Naruto waved to his friend, but the last one simply ignored him. Hey Seiji, are you going to ignore me for a long time? But then again, Seiji didn't seem to hear his friend. Naruto stood next to Saiga and yelled into his ear. Seiji! Can you hear me? Before Naruto could finish speaking, he felt the blade in his stomach that Seiji was holding. The latter didn't even look at Naruto as he continued talking to Karen. Naruto almost closed his eyes in pain, the wounded man wanted to pull out the blade, but Seiji held him firmly. Karen noticed that Naruto was frozen in place with a strange look. And Seiji, seeing her look, turned to Naruto and put him in the tent, while not showing the blade. Damn, I can't speak, it looks like he paralyzed me with poison on the blade, but why the hell did he stick a wakizashi in me? What is he doing? Completely crazy? Damn, it looks like it also hit my liver, at least the bottom of the liver. Naruto thought and began to look around with peripheral vision. There was no way out of this situation, and the blood continued to flow in a stream. Naruto, hold on, I'll apply chakra to the wound, it will hurt. Kyuubi said and began to transfer chakra to the Jinchuriki. Naruto almost closed his eyes as the best memories of his life began to pass before him. I wanted to die like a warrior. And I'm dying like this, choking on my own blood. Nagato. Forgive me. I didn't become the head of the clan, as you wanted. Naruto closed his eyes and woke up in a dark basement. Before him was a corridor, and at the end of the corridor were white eyes. So you did come. In a bass voice, the creature affirmed and left the shadows. His white eyes turned red and his body became an exact copy of Naruto. Let me guess. Are you me? Naruto said as he approached himself with a confident look. Yes, I'm your dark side, no, the real side. I am the personification of everything that is inside you. Anger, hatred, envy, selfishness, narcissism and so on. Without me, you are not you. Without me, you are a fool to value friendship, eat noodles every day, and faithfully serve the village. The dark side of Naruto looked at the boy with greatness. Fool means. Maybe it's better to be a fool? Naruto squinted and closed his eyes in thought. If you were a fool, you wouldn't have met everyone you know. But I digress, I have a great deal for you. Evil Naruto smiled a sly grin. What is this? What can I offer myself? I want to unite with you. I think this is a very good deal. What will you get and what will I get? I will get the body, and you will get my potential and power. Interesting suggestion. But most likely, if we unite, then the personality of Naruto Uzumaki will change? Exactly. The personality will change, and this is the minus of the association. But for the sake of strength, something must be sacrificed. And in our case, the victim will be a piece of your humanity. Listen, if you are my personification, then why the hell do you want to unite? Aren't we connected? Partly yes, partly no. I do not have full control over the body, and then everything happened by accident. Honestly. Moreover, you probably know that ISE is up to terrible things. And I think Seiji is part of his plan. If we unite, Naruto's personality will change, but we will become stronger and be able to protect the clan. Your answer? Okay, I agree. For the clan. By the way, what are you going to do with Seiji? He stabbed you with a blade. And don't worry, you didn't die. For now. The dark side abruptly merged with the boy's body. I will kill him. The armada of countries prepared. Cascade through the village to sweep. While the hatred attacked the boy. The cries of the warriors broke into the sky. Naruto opened his eyes, his soul, and not only, it was cold. The blood continued to slowly flow out of the boy, while he was talking to himself. Only 2 minutes had passed, at least so the boy guessed. After all, most likely, Uzumaki would have died long ago if he had lain like that for more than 2 minutes. Thoughts were about everything at the same time. Naruto cursed Seiji, thought about how to protect Karen and still survive. Another minute passed and Uzumaki noticed, the wound from which the blood was flowing was gradually healed, although this did not restore blood, but for Naruto it was a salvation. Kyuubi, thank you, I owe you. Naruto said softly and slowly started to get up. The boy collected blood from the wound with his finger and ran his finger over his hand, unsealed his katana. The boy leaned against her, trying to stand on his feet. It worked out for him and he came to his teammates. Before Naruto was such a picture, Seiji tried to knock out Karen, and the latter resisted. And after Seiji hit Karen's carotid artery with a momentary movement, the latter fell unconscious. "Hey, I told you not to ignore me, you spermatoxic asshole. You've become quite weak since you're fighting a girl," Uzumaki said softly and approached his friend meter by meter. With every step, he accelerated, but he could not run. And now Saigo was 2 meters away, when suddenly one of the strongest genin grabbed his left arm and with a sharp movement broke the bones in the area of the elbow and shoulder. Naruto screamed sharply in pain, and later Uzumaki began to breathe heavily and sweat profusely. "Hurt? Can you imagine how painful it was for me to watch my parents die? This is unbearable. Nagato will pay for my pain," said Seiji with a proud look and a haughty look. And later he began to circle around the prince at a slow pace. "Nagato couldn't do that. He is not different from you," whispered barely like Naruto. Seiji heard him and he stood right in front of the lying prince with a smile. "You are so naive. All people are false creatures. Such is our world. The world of shinobi, not the world of samurai with their laws of honor. Don't trust Nagato, that's my advice, someday he will deceive you. Just like he lied to my parents. And in particular he deceived me. I hope there are no more questions." Naive? Or maybe you naively think that after revenge you will be fine. You know the consequences of revenge. Emptiness in the soul? I know. But I'm ready for anything for the peace of my loved ones. Seiji turned away from Naruto and approached Karen's body, and he later grabbed her torso and carried her on his back. Naruto yelled after his friend. "Seiji! Once again you fall into my eyes, I will kill you, believe me, I won't even flinch with my hand." Uzumaki lay on his back thinking about the situation. Too many questions swirled in the boy's head. "So I took Karen with me. She's from a sub-branch of the clan, does that mean a possible rebellion against the main branch?" There were 5 people in the office. The table was huge and littered with various documents. One of the meeting participants got up from the table and went to the board, on which hung a map of combat plans. "Here is this map https://yadi.sk/i/ln8b1zgelvttcg. Author's note. I really don't want to distract you from reading, but how do you like the idea of trying, the main word is trying, to turn some fanfiction objects into pictures, for complete immersion? How cool would I think? So there are blanks for future parts, write your opinion in the reviews. And yes, do not pay attention to the designation enemy strategic ports, I blunted this, just ports." End of note. Gentlemen, as you can see on the map, there are our ports in the Uzushio location area, which are needed for the siege, but there is a problem, there are people in these ports. And our operation must take place unnoticed. Without prying eyes. So you, gentlemen, will have to evacuate people. In these marked ports. Willow's army will arrive soon, you need to divide the troops into each port. And later sail out of the ports in small detachments. Our landing target is Hisayami Island. The genin exams are due to be cancelled soon due to my intervention, so the first squads land on the island and set up camps. There should be no enemies nearby, and if there are, then their number will be small. The detachments, as we discussed, should consist of 500 people. Kiri and Kyumo are in charge of the ships. Then we sail to the extreme port of Uzushio. This is a very old and dilapidated port, which everyone forgot after the first attack. I will open barriers. And we will begin the siege. The man dictated the plan and sat down at the table. The plan seems too good, I hope you haven't forgotten about the problem. You lost to him, one of the participants replied with a grinning tone. Yes, I lost. But I lost because I need time to master my power. But you won't lose to the Uzumaki? Said the creator of the plan, and later there was a knock on the office door. Okay, Lord, the meeting is over, tomorrow we will fully understand the plan of action. Said a completely different person. The council was over and the participants headed for the exit. Naruto crawled heavily holding on to his left hand. Despite the regeneration, the boy was in fucking pain and now he leaned his back against a tree trunk. The Uzumaki pulled out a photograph of his family from his pocket. And then he whispered softly. Give me strength. The crimson-haired man began to slowly get up, but he was immediately pinned to the ground by Nagato. Hey, hold your horses. Where are you going to go? You're still hurt and you need to rest. The Uzumaki leaned over to the boy. Naruto raised his head and saw the excitement in his uncle's eyes. Nagato, did you see everything? Asked Naruto with the look of a dead man. Nagato was a little scared, but he answered. Not everything, I didn't see what happened to you during these last minutes, and in general, what happened. Why are you hurt? And where is the team? Naruto lowered his head wearily. I'll tell you later. Nagato understood everything and took Naruto in his arms and dragged him to a special headquarters. Where was the small hospital located? Naruto was enrolled in the same room as Fusu. Nagato went to his mother's with the boy in his arms. Fusu opened her eyes and seeing Naruto became very worried. What happened? The Uchiha asked nervously and looked at her son, waiting for his answer. Nagato turned to his mother and answered. I don't know myself. After ISE started to fight me, it was like someone called him and he retreated, of course he went through the barriers. And at this time something happened to the team. Neither Karen nor Saiga is present. Only Naruto with a wound in his stomach that healed thanks to the Kyuubi and with a broken arm in 2 places. Orochimaru died in front of our eyes, so it's definitely not him. Nagato explained the situation and sat down on a chair by Naruto's bed. Fusu considered her son's words and became a little angry. Since ISE has escaped, you need to quickly return to the village. You must protect Uzushio. Fusu said with an exclamation. The Uzumaki began to stamp his nephew. And soon a black whirlpool, small in size, appeared on Naruto's shoulder. Print connection means. You should hurry. I know Uzushio is under severe threat. Mother, follow Naruto, as soon as he recovers, tell him to contact me. Goodbye. Nagato turned around abruptly and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. So you're already there? Fusu said softly and wearily closed her eyes and fell asleep. A young man wearing an Uzumaki cloak was climbing the mountain. The staircase that led upstairs seemed to never end. But now the man was already approaching the man that met him with a strange, surprised look. Why are you here, Nagato? Kuzashi asked the Uzumaki, who was trying to reach the top. There were only a couple of steps left. Nagato looked up at the old man. It's like you don't know. Nagato said in a serious tone and nevertheless went upstairs. So this day has come, Kuzashi somehow thought, looking into the distance. As you said, I need your help. Kuzashi-san, we need your help, although the enemy has not shown up, but I think they will arrive in a day. And barriers will not interfere with them because of a traitor advisor. Only you can fix the situation. The old man turned around and began to think about Nagato's proposal. It was hard to tell how the elder Uzumaki would respond. Okay, I still wanted to shake the bones, said Kuzashi and went to the house. Nagato followed him and then they went into the living room. Before them appeared various paintings, several blades and, most importantly, armor that was fixed on an armor rack. It shimmered scarlet, so much so that it illuminated the entire room with a red light. The armor itself consisted of 3 large parts. Armor for the legs, which was secured with several straps. The breastplate is the heaviest and largest piece of armor. And also a helmet that had metal, golden horns on the sides to intimidate the enemy. There were also small but important parts, such as the pauldron and the most beautiful part of this armor, the scarlet mask of the demon Oni. The old man walked over to the counter, raising his hand to Nagato. The Uzumaki began to examine the armor. Aoshi's armor. Restored by me. Will you pick up? No. My fighting style is not like that, you would be perfect, but me, no, the old man smiled and said. I could fit the armor to Naruto, but I'm afraid we don't have time for that. Is not it? You are right as always, there is no time, we need to prepare the troops. Nagato turned around and stood near the exit waiting for the old man. I'm glad you came here, albeit as a clone. Kuzashi began putting on his armor. And the Uzumaki smiled at the old man's observation skills, and in a second, the crimson hair disappeared into the haze. Meanwhile, the real Nagato was pondering the situation at the huge council table. In front of them sat the heads of the Uzumaki clans. Kuzashi-san will join the army, which means everyone is here. The number of enemies is completely unknown, but it will presumably be 3 or 4 countries. In general, there should be more soldiers than during the first attack. More than the first time? And you are going to resist? Said the head of the Karamasori clan. Nagato violently slammed his fist on the table, frightening those present. Do you want to give it up? Do you want to leave all the heritage of the clans? Send your people in slavery? Don't be stupid. By joining Uzumaki, you have made a vow to protect the village to the last drop of blood. The Uzumaki yelled in a harsh, rough voice that even Fusu couldn't hear. It's different. We don't stand a chance. The head of the clan drooped and lowered his head. Nagato held his head with one hand, remembering his father's speech. Uzumaki has no right to die of old age, because the clan itself is built on a cult of death. The first Uzumaki died in battle. The first Uzumaki died in battle, and I will die in battle. After all, our deaths give a ray of hope to the next generation. Therefore, I will be glad die. I will die for the future. If we die, then not just like that, we will die for the next generation. I believe in it. Nagato said softly, and the heads of the clans cheered up a bit. Let's say we take the fight, how will we defend ourselves? The advantage is only as a shinobi, and that we defend ourselves. Karamasori said thoughtfully, and calling his subordinate asked for a map of Uzumaki and nearby territories. Nagato waited for the map and began examining it. Hisayami Island, I think it will be an important stronghold to attack the village. Moreover, I withdrew my strength from there while I was cancelling the exam. Uzumaki was seriously thinking about the plans of the enemy. Confidence in the attack on Hisayama did not subside. It's as if Nagato already knows everything in advance, but he can't say for sure. Fusu looked at Uzumaki on the map and realized something. Nagato, it seems to me that the possible target of the attack will be the old port of the village. It is not on the map. And it seems like Ise lived on the outskirts of the village as a child, just near the port. I knew his mother. And if you take into account the number of enemies, then perhaps they will attack from 2 sides at the same time. Fusu said, waiting for a reaction. The Uzumaki grabbed his chin and began to reason. Mother is right, they can come in from 2 directions. I wonder how they can cross the ocean with such a huge army. It will remain a mystery. I think it would be better to divide the forces into the main and side units. The main one will consist of 80% of our troops. The remaining 20 are assigned to a side squad. The side force is sent to Hisayami, with Kuzashi-san at the head of the side force. The task of the side detachment is to prevent the enemy troops from entrenching on the island. We will answer for the main one and also divide the main forces. 70% will go to defend the old port, and the rest will remain in the village to wait for opponents. Communication through communication seals. The headquarters of the troops remains the main headquarters of Uzushio. Any questions? At the words of the Uzukage, everyone just nodded their heads. Then prepare the troops, I'll leave the selection, the old man interrupted Nagato's words behind the young man's back. On me. Your opinion quickly became an order. Kozashi smiled and Nagato got a little scared. Kozashi-san? The heads of the clans asked in unison, looking at the legend of Uzushio in surprise. Kozashi-san, you will select people in your squad, but I will take over the distribution to the main squad, will it work? Nagato asked and Kozashi nodded. That's great, now we can say that the meeting is over, the rest of the orders will follow later. All the heads of the clans dispersed and there were only Kozashi, Nagato, and Fusu in the office. Which unit will you send your nephew to? Asked the old man, sitting down at the chair. Nagato's mother changed her mood dramatically. Are you going to send Naruto to the squad? Fusu asked a little worriedly. Nagato knew that tone, hysterics would soon set in if the wrong words were spoken. The Uzukage didn't know how to respond softly, and in a fit of thought he heard Kozashi's words. Certainly. He is an Uzumaki, he will fight with everyone. You just need to choose a detachment. Tomorrow everyone will fight, everyone who can. The old man looked at Nagato, who raised his head and spoke. I'll send him to a side detachment, under your supervision. Although it is not certain that he will recover by tomorrow, I certainly know about the tailed one's chakra, but still. It all depends on his condition tomorrow. Moreover, knowing your strength, he will not be lost. Mom, don't worry, Naruto will be fine. You can recall the clone, you'd better rest. Nagato said and Fusu vanished into thin air in frustration. Tomorrow is a difficult day, you better hurry to finish everything in a couple of hours. I believe in you. The old man left the office, leaving Nagato alone. To be continued. Shine silvery, curved blades. In the middle of a vast plain. And despite all the difficulties. Uzumaki clan, forever united. Naruto approached with slow steps towards the old man in scarlet armor. At the same time, holding on to his broken arm yesterday. After all, the boy, as soon as he woke up, immediately left the hospital, despite the screams of the doctors. Kozashi was clearly surprised by the arrival of the prince, but wearing a demon mask, no emotions were visible. The younger Uzumaki had already approached the old man and immediately asked. Kozashi-sensei, what's going on here? Why are our troops here? As soon as I woke up, I immediately saw a huge camp. Kozashi strangely looked at the boy, but still answered. War. Again. The enemy troops are approaching us. Naruto was in complete shock. The thought of his new home being threatened brought shivers with it. Where does the information come from? Where is Nagato? And why do we expect the enemy on Hisayama? And although I roughly understand, the prince thought, and the old man began to explain such a readiness for war. Nagato at headquarters. Remember the lenses that predict the future? A long time ago, I used them on myself, right after the first attack and Ashina's death. And I saw the second attack on Uzushio, Naruto abruptly interrupted Sensei. Didn't you see the prediction of Ise's betrayal? The prince almost screamed. Kozashi exhaled heavily. I have not seen the details, but judging by which countries attacked last time, we can draw conclusions. Said the old man and headed towards the camp, where the members of the side detachment were resting before the battle. And what shall we do? The old man just waved his hand, calling the boy. Naruto understood and followed Kozashi. There were quite a lot of people inside the camp, about 1,000, and the camp was quite huge and was located literally near the Hisayami headquarters hospital. This practically did not surprise the boy, because thanks to the Fuin, it was possible to equip a place for the troops in just a couple of hours. "Does your arm still hurt?" asked the old man on the go. Naruto looked at his left hand, and after a second he said, "Not much, but I can fight." The old man smiled a little, and a minute later they reached the point of issue of equipment. "Well Naruto, you sort of passed the Genin exam, so you're now an Uzushio shinobi. Even though you killed Orochimaru, you know what? I think you deserve to be a Chunin. Choose your equipment. You have a weapon, but fighting in a kimono is not an option." Kuzashi pointed to the counters with a huge number of shinobi things. Naruto's eyes widened at the choice. And after a minute he dictated in a calm tone. "I'll get a black shinobi armband, black Uzushio vest, black pants, black Uzushio sweater and black boots." The Uzumaki who was sitting behind the counter was a little surprised, but still gave out Naruto's clothes. And after the prince was taken to the locker room, where he put on his uniform. "About. You look just great," said the old man when he saw his student in new clothes. Naruto nodded back and began to fasten the swords to the straps. "Where are we going now?" "Let's go to the headquarters, contact Nagato, and get instructions." After a while, the old man and Naruto entered the headquarters office, where a pair of Uzumaki signalmen were sitting. "I want to contact the Uzukage, quick." The old man spoke sternly and sat down at the table. The signalmen touched Kuzashi and Naruto. A connection was made and Nagato appeared in front of the Uzumaki, also sitting at the table. "Waiting for your orders. How are we going to fight?" "Enemies will have to come from the south of Hisai, where there are very dense forests. So we can fight in the forests, compensating for the minority." The old man was interrupted by Nagato. "No, you will receive them in the open, waiting for them in the north." Kuzashi was in a stupor from answer Uzukage. "What? We must fight in the forests to compensate for the minority of the troops. Waiting for them in an open area is suicide. What is the guarantee that you will not miss the enemy in the forest? There are many of them, let someone pass, which means that they will gain a foothold in the north and surround you, and then destroy you. And what is the guarantee that we will withstand the pressure of the armada in the open space?" Kuzashi screamed so loudly that Naruto was seriously scared. "Okay, do what you want, but protect Naruto. I don't want him to die because of my bad decision. I trust you." Kuzashi ended the connection and started thinking about Nagato's words. That's how, Nagato is ready to sacrifice 1,000 soldiers just to save Naruto. That's why he transferred him to a side squad. We will be swept away and forgotten, but Uzushio will have a hard time. The main blow will be on their side. And I'm the only one who can protect the boy. Kuzashi-san, what are we going to do? Nagato is partly right. And in the open country and in the forest, we will lose without a chance of victory. Just in the forest the battle will drag on. Yes, we simply don't have a chance. But there is a zeal to die with honor. Such is our clan. Well, sometimes it seems that our clan is built on the samurai clan. Well, kind of. In general, we will fight openly, right in front of the headquarters. The enemy will not stop in the forests, he will immediately rush to the plain, and there we will give them heat. If we die, we will take as many enemies with us as possible. I will explain the plan in more detail in the camp. You are mad, but I am ready to help you. I really can't die until I kill someone, but I'll do my best." Naruto left the headquarters and went to the camp, and Kuzashi followed the boy after a pause. "And what kind of battle tactics will you come up with?" Naruto asked on the way, and the old man cut him off abruptly. "Already figured it out. Although few people like the tactics." The prince was a bit sad. After all, 1,000 Uzumaki may, no, surely die. Everyone will die, one by one. At least that's what Naruto thought as he watched Kazashi call the shinobi to the gathering. The soldiers gathered quickly enough. The discipline of the Uzumaki made itself felt. But the mood of the guys was not the happiest, but seriously concentrated. The old man stood on a kind of porch, made especially for the commanders. And Kazashi began his speech. You all know the current situation. Naruto got up with the rest of the warriors. Each of you knows what awaits us. But is it a reason to give up? No. No, no, and one more time no. If we retreat, we will disgrace the honor of our ancestors. If we retreat, we will disgrace our families. If we retreat, we will disgrace the motherland. If we retreat, we will disgrace ourselves. Do you want the shame that even after your death will haunt your souls? No, I do not want to be in the eyes of my descendants a coward who fled from the battlefield. If you stand, then stand to the end. You are not so young anymore, many of you have families of your own. Do you want to protect the future? Naruto smiled warmly. The atmosphere charged the boy with a fighting spirit. Yes. The crowd shouted the word. The old man spoke even louder. Do you want to protect the future? Yes. All the shinobi shouted in unison. Give your hearts for the glory of Uzushio. Yes. The crowd roared, louder than ever. Fine, then listen to my plan. We will fight on the plain. We will be divided into 9 teams. And we will build several layers of protection. The first echelon is the largest in terms of the number of soldiers and will take the brunt. The second echelon will be smaller than the first, but in this echelon there will be soldiers stronger than in the first. Their task is to kill the maximum number of enemies, while not going into open battle. For this we will make special traps so that after breaking through the first echelon, the enemy will lower their vigilance. The third echelon will be the strongest with the fewest soldiers. I will distribute the detachments now, and then I will give instructions to everyone. And I almost forgot, in each detachment there will be a person with signal seals. Each unit, upon the appearance of an enemy or an unforeseen situation, orders this person to give a signal to the others. Red signal, the enemy is detected. Black is an unforeseen situation. I will also distribute the signalmen. You still have an hour off, and yes, booze is waiting for you in the warehouse, just don't get too drunk. Everyone must be ready. The old man got down from the porch and went to the headquarters. This old man didn't seem to say anything special, but everyone was so inspired. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by a soldier who had fallen right next to Naruto. Hey, are you okay? The warrior stood up abruptly and bowed in apology. Excuse me, Naruto-sama. The prince stood in shock. He was not very used to this, and it rarely happened. Yes, it's okay. The boy didn't see the guy that fell, but what he saw was a pack of Saru cigarettes on the ground. It looks like this guy, I would like to find him. But although, the boy picked up a pack and headed for the camp. There was a fairly tall tree from which everything in the area could be seen. Naruto looked into the distance, to the south. And feeling a strong wind going in his direction, he spoke softly. They are sailing, the time is perfect, the wind is in our direction. Because of the distance, it is difficult to say how long they will sail. Naruto took out a cigarette and lit it thanks to watching Nagato. He took his first puff and calmly exhaled the smoke. Sarutobi's tobacco is good. I don't even cough, as it happened with the adult children of the orphanage. I've had a rough life, but it'll all be over soon. I don't think you're going to die. Ryuka said in his subconscious. Oh, you woke up. After that dialogue we didn't really talk. What do you think about the current situation? Terrible situation, Uzushio is cornered again. Nagato won't save everyone, he's not Ashina. So, Uzushio will fall regardless of today's battle. You just slow down the process a little. Yes, Uzushio will fall anyway, and the old man just cheated, trying to keep the morale of the soldiers. The future. Everyone will die today or tomorrow, even if someone survives. I don't think they will want to revive the whirlpool, because the same fate will await them. I think so too, said the awakened Kyubi. Fox, since you woke up, make one of my requests. What? You are nobody to me. One dying request, tell me your name. I want to die as the person who befriended the bijou. Naruto stared into the distance as he finished smoking his cigarette. Kyubi thought for a moment before speaking. Kurama. Naruto smiled and smoked a cigarette, returned to the camp. The sun began to slowly sink into the horizon. While Kazashi announced the squads and thought out traps for the guests, Naruto continued to talk with his inner friends. Preparations for the defense of the island lasted long enough, because the plan includes the installation of a large number of seals to neutralize the enemy, with the participation of Kazashi himself as commander. And in the end, Naruto ended up in the Kazashi squad, the strongest, but with the smallest number of warriors, only 30 people. But their experience and skills went beyond the ordinary jonin, and were on par with some special jonin. Several of them are sons of the Kazashi family. And Tusher, as the strongest of the family, went to protect the village. But that's not about that now, because a red signal exploded in the sky, in the farthest place of the island. Did they decide to attack in the evening, or is it just reconnaissance? Naruto spoke softly as he ran towards Kazashi's tent. Running sharply inside, the boy shouted. Reporting, red signal in the south of the island, an unknown number of opponents, possibly reconnaissance, because it's getting dark and attacking at such a time is not the best solution. The wind is blowing in our direction, the perfect time to land. Naruto, gather a small detachment for yourself and check the situation, report everything that you learned after coming, go soon. The old man shouted in a commanding tone and Naruto turned around abruptly. Eat! Naruto abruptly ran to the main part of the camp. A detachment of volunteers for reconnaissance, urgently. Commander's order. Naruto continued to run towards the forest and then 5 more shinobi ran after him. Fine, that should be enough. The signal was from the coastal patrol. We need to hurry, they were probably attacked and killed already, but it's still worth speeding up. What skills do you have? Asked Naruto turning to his comrades. They were young in appearance, but of course older than the boy. We are mainly proficient with swords and medium techniques. Few in basic. Said one for the entire group and Naruto nodded in acceptance. Focus, the enemy can be everywhere, I'll scan the area. Naruto quickly turned on his Sharingan and began to look around. His eyes were fixed on a small pool of blood that was 100 meters away from the group. Speed up, quick. I saw blood further. Reconnaissance accelerated and in a minute was already at the puddle. Captain, there's a blood trail here. I know, let me think. Blood leads nowhere, the trail is broken. Stop, if the trail is broken, we are in the forest. And there is no corpse, then this means. Above. Naruto shouted and a lot of kunai and shuriken flew at the prince. The group also sharply prepared to defend itself. Back to back, live. Naruto began to deflect the projectiles, though a few of them still hit the boy. A cry was heard in the distance. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto immediately recognized that voice. And a huge fireball flew into the group. Naruto jumped into the fire and cut it with his katana in one fell swoop. The man who yelled the technique jumped back and Naruto followed him and they ended up in a small clearing. So we met. Seiji. Naruto stated looking with a murderous look at his former friend and current enemy. You say that like you haven't seen me in 5 years. Does your hand hurt? Seiji asked with a sly smile as he watched Naruto knead his left hand. You know, Seiji, I promised myself that I would kill you to my death. Can't help? Pointless chatter. Are you deliberately taking time to help your comrades? I'm taking time to enjoy your death to the fullest. Naruto abruptly turned on his Sharingan and ran toward Seiji, holding on to his katana. The prince's speed was enormous, and now he instantly meets Saiga's blade with a blow. The latter jumps back and snaps his fingers. Suddenly, 3 shinobi with swords raised jumped on Naruto. And behind the prince, a scout Uzumaki was running, who instantly folded the seals. A second and a cough of a scout is heard. Naruto, not understanding what happened, looked around and saw how one of his comrades was pierced by 3 blades. He replaced himself with me, Naruto said in a slightly drooping voice and ran at the enemy with furious fury. 3 hits and the corpses of the attackers are lying on the ground, and Seiji simply disappears in a puff of smoke. The prince ran up to the guy who was covered in blood. Naruto abruptly drew his 3 swords and examined the wound. The lung was pierced, the stomach was damaged, and there was practically nothing left of the liver. Naruto had already diagnosed the dead man. All who remained approached their friend. Report. The boy said firmly and looked at one of the squad members. 3 opponents were killed, 3 more are now lying here, the 7th, barely like the guy said, looking at his friend. Ran away. Do you know him? Yes. Akizawa Uzumaki. Am my friend. What was done to him? 3 bastards stabbed him with their swords, it was my fault. Akizawa saved me. Naruto looked at the half-dead man. Listen, Akizawa, do you have relatives? The latter began to barely pronounce the words. E-ga. There is. I will tell them that you fought bravely and died as a hero who saved me from my enemies. Beat him. There is nothing for him to suffer. Akizawa's friend sat down next to his comrade and took out a blade, stuck it in his friend's heart. Saying goodbye, see you soon. Captain, I will stay and bury him, and you go and report to the commander. Well, when you're done, then go to the camp immediately. And yes, take the signal seals from Akizawa. We will need them. Eat. Naruto ran with the group to the camp, thinking about how he missed the enemy's chakra. About giving their lives for it. These thoughts tormented the boy's heart more and more, but he was powerless to stop them. It finally got dark. And it became clear that the enemies would attack at dawn. The reconnaissance group arrived quickly enough, and after reporting everything that had happened to Kazashi, a break was announced and a few hours of rest before the battle, but no one was going to sleep, everyone was determined to fight. And now, after hours of waiting, the long-awaited dawn began. The sun's rays hit the steel blades that were being sharpened for the last time. The soldiers went to the points of their units. Naruto was no exception, and he also stood with his squad at the furthest point of defense. Kazashi approached Naruto. The prince calmed down a little, seeing the teacher next to him. And the latter, without haste, handed the boy a mask, the same as his, only with the only difference. The mask was black and was attached to the wearer's ears. What is this mask? My. You're just going to look great with this mask. Once I, with this mask, protected the village together with Ashina. By the way, I have his armor on. Naruto touched the mask and felt an electric shock to his brain. What the hell was that? Naruto grabbed his head. Kazashi smiled. Memories of the first attack. You asked me to tell you, alas, there is no time, so I sealed them in your brain, then you'll see. And now. Put on a mask. The prince grabbed the edge of the mask and secured it in one motion. Now the boy's emotions were unreadable. Beads of sweat fell from the faces of the soldiers, the sounds of a huge crowd of shinobi came from the forest. This undoubtedly put pressure on the Uzushio soldiers, but no one seemed to want to run away. After a couple of minutes, a red signal was visible in the sky. It meant only one thing. The battle at Hisayami has begun. The first echelon collided with the enemy and the massacre began. No one won, although the Uzumaki destroyed a huge number of shinobi, but there was no sense in this because of the density and saturation of the enemy army. The second echelon was ready to intervene and destroy the enemy. Narration from Naruto. The view here is great, you can see every squad. In terms of positions, I have no questions for the old man. But damn it, positioning is not enough to win. We need a phrase that will keep our spirits up, they need a hero. A hero that will lead everyone along, but I can't act alone. Or can I? The first units die, but they don't die in vain. We need to wait for the moment when the traps work and then we can attack them with all our might. Let's take the maximum number of enemies. Just need to be patient. The first squad destroyed quite a lot of enemies. He can retreat, I said to the old man and waited for an answer. He clearly considered the situation. But there is no time for that. The first squad is on the brink. Kuzashi turned to me. Nobody will back down. They would like to retreat, they would retreat, but they stand still, which means they are ready to accept their fate. Isn't that death with honor? Don't think about it, they'll be in a better world. Of course I'm down. But still, the old man is right, after all, they are ready for it. And I'm ready. I approached our signalman and asked him to connect me with all the Uzumaki on the battlefield. Soldiers. New order. First echelon, hold the enemy for the maximum amount of time. Second echelon, wait for me and await my instructions. Kuzashi grabbed my shoulder and asked. What are you doing? Become a hero for the soldiers, you don't have to follow me. I can manage myself. I resolutely began to go down the hill thinking about the battle tactics. Kuzashi said something and also began to descend. And now I'm on the battlefield. I approached the positions of the second echelon. And having found the echelon commander, I started a conversation with him. Name yourself. Hazuki Uzumaki, Special Jonin Uzushio, what do you want to do? What message was from you? Have you taken command? Yes, just like I said, follow my orders. The first echelon distracts the enemy, we urgently need to go around the enemy and strike from the back, surrounding and destroying the enemy, we will save the soldiers. The plan is great, but the traps. Leave them here, collect the soldiers, quickly. We have little time. Everyone seems to have gathered and Kuzashi approached us. Of course he scolded me, but supported my plan. So now we were ready to destroy the enemies. I stood near the central detachment and pathetically indicated the direction with a katana while screaming. Let's give hearts for the glory of Uzushio. Uzumaki Banzai. I shouted as loudly as possible, and the soldiers supported my mood by running towards the enemy. My personal army divided right 5 to 6 meters before the massacre, and after running around the enemy from the back, my troops attacked the enemy with wild fury and I was no exception, like Kuzashi. This caused enormous moral damage to the enemy. Many began to panic. But suddenly I heard sounds from the forest. Forest. One of us shouted. I turned towards the forest in order to find out the meaning of this cry. After all, the soldier shouted this word with despair in his voice. And I saw a huge horde of shinobi. I knew what to do. Retreat. I shouted to all my warriors, but Kuzashi shouted back. Stay where you are. The third echelon will help us. For Uzumaki. Banzai. Well, that's it, this is the end. The second horde has almost overtaken the troops, only 10 meters remained. I took the katana more comfortably and, turning on my damned eyes, ran towards the enemy. End of Naruto story. The prince immediately rushed to the first line of troops. He was immediately met with sword strikes, but the boy dodged and counterattacked. Those chains would help me now, Naruto thought as he parried another blow and killed another enemy. Some Uzumaki rushed to help the prince while he cut down the opponents one by one. Blood was already filling the boy's eyes, but he continued to kill people with furious pleasure. Until he was thrown back by the earth technique. Naruto hit the tree trunk with all his might. The boy closed his eyes in pain. "You want to kill them all?" said Naruto's doppelganger in his subconscious. The original replied without looking up. "Yes. I want to kill them all, one by one. And then dot and sleep? Get up. You need chains. Think of hate, anger, death. Set yourself a precise goal and you activate the chains. Good luck." The original began to follow the instructions of the doppelganger. Hatred began to consume the boy's consciousness. Naruto opened his eyes and started to stand up. 4 chains flew out of the boy's back, tearing the tree to shreds. And the prince with renewed vigor ran to the opponents. The situation escalated, more and more Uzumaki died surrounded. Of course, there was a lot of resistance, but the number of the enemy and the environment did not give room for the great techniques of the Uzumaki. Suddenly, the third echelon of Uzumaki ran to the second horde of enemies, who were preparing rank techniques. A minute later, a huge wall of flame fell on the enemy, which spoiled the morale of the enemy so well. And also the boy who was now destroying enemies from the inside, deftly dodging blows and techniques, killing with his chains. After some time, the third echelon entered the melee. Everyone understood that if the strongest Uzumaki began to smash the enemy with techniques, then they would clearly hurt their own. Suddenly, Naruto saw blue flames inside the enemy formation. The boy's curiosity and the situation he was in made him find out. "What is this chakra?" "Naruto, it's a two-tailed one. Don't rush to go there." Kurama shouted in his subconscious. "Jinchuriki? It's my duty to kill her for the sake of the clan." Naruto replied and accelerated even more. There was not much left, and the prince saw a young girl with claws of blue flame. The girl was surprised. It looks like her tailed one also told about the enemy Jinchuriki and his bijou. Naruto used his chains to knock back all the nearby opponents, except for the Jinchuriki. Perfect place to fight. Neither you nor I will be able to use the full power of bijou, right? Naruto touched the ground and took out water from there, made a kind of death barrier from the water, circulating so fast that he could cut through flesh with ease. And later, the boy took out a scroll of the Uzumaki barrier and, throwing it into the water, activated it. Now the 2 Jinchuriki were locked in barriers with no hope of getting out without killing each other. "Tell me, boy," the girl said, and Naruto laughed. "Kahaha. Call me Naruto Uzumaki, but you can call me your death. What's your name, then?" Naruto pointed at the girl with his sword. "Yujito ni. I would not want to harm the child, but still, let's check who is stronger." Yujito got ready and ran towards the boy. Naruto began to bide his time. And as soon as the girl was a meter away from the prince, he stepped aside and kicked with all his might on the back of his knee. Yujito fell to the floor and Naruto immediately tried to finish her off. Nothing happened. The girl just rolled to the right. She jumped up sharply and slammed her claws into the hand that held the katana. The sword fell to the ground, and Yujito was about to break the boy's neck, when suddenly, the scarlet chain cut into the claws and began to wrap around the girl. Yujito fired blue flames at the boy in response. Crap! Naruto released the girl and with the help of chains protected himself from the fire. The prince touched the ground, collecting underground water, a second, and Naruto seemed to take off with the help of water and chains. The Uzumaki began to separate the water into small jets, similar to kunai. And later, he began to shoot everything in the district with these shells. Yujito dodged, but some of the bullets grazed her shoulders and legs. Naruto ran out of water and went down to the girl to finish her off. The prince began to get wakizashi in front of Yujito. And then he came closer. The girl froze as if she couldn't move. Naruto's 2 chains entered the ground quickly and silently. And so the boy swings the blade, drawing the wind chakra through it. Suddenly, Yujito sharply defended herself with her claws. Naruto smiled devilishly. Useless, useless, useless. Checkmate. 2 chains abruptly came out of the ground and pierced the tendons of Yujito's arms, and later tore the Achilles tendon. The girl screamed in pain. Naruto turned and walked towards the sword. Taking his katana, he returned to the victim and asked. Last words? Just don't pull, move, and I'll finish you right there. I'm sorry, I was forced to. Yujito began to expect death. Naruto brought his sword to the girl's throat. A normal person wouldn't have killed such a beautiful girl. Yujito looked up. There were tears in her eyes. But who said that I'm a normal person? Naruto cut off the Jinchuriki's head with a sharp blow, and then grabbed his head by the hair and walked to the barrier. Uzumaki calmly left and went to his. But during that time of the battle, a lot of people died. Both enemies and Uzumaki survived only the 3rd echelon and a small part of the 2nd. The battle was lost, but killing the Jinchuriki softened the situation. The enemies retreated due to the loss of their weapons. And Naruto was trying to find Kazashi in this turmoil. And so he went to his allies. The old man discussed the reasons for the enemy's retreat with his soldiers. The prince approached the old man, still holding the Jinchuriki's head. The elder turned and rejoiced at the return of the student, but immediately noticing the head of the enemy, Kazashi looked at the boy strangely. The prince was covered in blood. What? Naruto wiped his eyes. You killed a woman? Kazashi said this with a hint of disappointment. Two-tailed Jinchuriki. I will lift our spirits. Naruto was right, now the soldiers needed to be inspired. The complete death of the 1st echelon greatly affected the morale of the soldiers. The prince shouted for attention. Shinobi. The enemies are running. Naruto lifted Yujito's head. After all, I slammed their only trump card. Some under Genin destroyed the most important person in their line. Enemy Jinchuriki slain. Further it will be easier. The soldiers cheered up a little, but they needed to rest. The old man thought about the weakness of the attack. We got off too easy. And there is only one Jinchuriki in such an army. The old man's head was full of porridge, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted by the sound of a thunderstorm. Storm? But right now, not a single cloud. Or, the rakeage? A man came out of the forest abruptly and burst into the crowd of soldiers at breakneck speed. He was surrounded by blue lightning chakra. Naruto turned towards the noise. They won't even let you rest. Shit, the rakeage saw the Jinchuriki's head, immediately ran at the boy and with a sharp movement threw the prince back into the camp's tents. Kazashi began to seal the seals, sending many water techniques at the enemy. But the rakeage calmly dodged. I'm surprised you're here, Kazashi said as he placed a seal of speed on himself. Your Fuin won't help. The rakeage ran towards the old man, and the latter made some kind of seal. Sure. Kazashi ran towards the opponent and sealed the rakeage with a light blow. The latter fell unconscious. And Kazashi put a few more seals that were able to block the flow of chakra. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around. His spine hurt terribly, but the guy could move. Your mother, the 2nd time already. Naruto saw the rakeage lying on the ground. Old man, you flunked him? So fast? You motivate me to study Fuin hard. He's not dead, I'll use him as a hostage. The enemies will return soon, you need to prepare. Do you have a plan? Look around, there are a lot of wounded around. They would be evacuated. We have no boats, we return them to the village to evacuate at least someone. We have one boat. Naruto smiled. So no one will run away. Okay, then shouldn't we just attack the enemies first? The prince pointed towards the forest. The old man replied in surprise. That's suicide. Isn't it suicide to wait for the enemy here? Naruto went towards the forest, the old man followed him. And then two people flew into the air. They began to stack the seals at breakneck speed. The old man turned to the boy, creating some kind of technique. There was a massive explosion. There was a strong ringing in the boy's ears. The explosion sounded so loud that Naruto couldn't get out of this shell-shocked state. And so he opened his eyes. Naruto couldn't understand his vision. Everything was blurry for him. But the scarlet hue strongly resembled the old man's armor. The prince hit himself on the head and that helped a little. In front of him was Kazashi's body. Blood dripped from the old man's mask. And in the breastplate there was a huge hole made with an earthen spear. Kazashi was simply nailed to the ground. There was complete emptiness in his eyes. Life is long gone. Now, we can say that you have carried out Nagato's orders. Am I right, old man? It's not for me to bury you. Naruto sat for a while and started to get up and look around. There were only a few whole corpses around. The rest of the remains cannot be called corpses. The enemy's technique completely destroyed the last resistance. But what was this technique? Naruto didn't give a damn about it. The prince finally took off the mask from the old man and sealed it in his pocket. The boy walked towards the camp and did not see the corpse of the Raikage, only Yujito's head, which he boasted about so much. A minute later, he went to the port and saw the only boat, and also noticed a crowd of people who were trying to prepare the port for warships. It is advisable to destroy the port by any means, and then sail to Uzushio. Everyone needs to be informed about the situation. It's possible they're all dead though. Okay, I won't talk about bad things. Naruto began to search for everything he could while avoiding open combat. And so he entered the dungeon of the port. He had never been here, but his damned eyes helped him navigate. And so he found what he came for, explosive seals. The plan was very simple. Just to hell with blowing up the port and sailing away on a boat. Naruto set all the seals around the perimeter of the port and creating a clone, he headed towards the lifeboat. The clone began to distract attention by making noises in the basement. Of course, many reacted and decided to check what kind of noise comes from below. The Uzumaki smiled and got into the boat. Snap of fingers and seals are activated. Explosions rumble to the screams of shinobi. The port is destroyed and Naruto sails home. Everyone who could die is dead. Except for me. Oh shit. The old man also died, but I never learned his story. Naruto visibly grimaced at the last words. This was noticed by Ryuk and Kurama. They would like to cheer up the boy, but the word does not heal, time heals, so together they decided to just keep silent. Naruto, you just lived too much happily, you have to suffer for 3 to 4 years to live happily again. Naruto parroted, apparently Kami-sama. Damn, I wish I was just an ordinary fool who didn't know about his clan. Ha ha ha, how would my life turn out? Probably better than now. Naruto was already sailing towards the port when he was greeted with a fireball. The prince, of course, protected himself with water. But such a hot reception did not greatly please Naruto. Hey, are you out of your mind? Know who you're shooting at. The soldiers on the coast screamed. You will need to identify yourself. Swim up here. Naruto began to follow the instructions of the shinobi and so he went into the village. There were only shinobi on the street and the streets did not give such comfort. There was a void on the shelves of the market. It seems that all the people hid in their houses, which is also stupid. After a while, Naruto entered Nagato's office. And found him and Fusu there. Naruto's view wasn't the best, but it spoke for itself. Naruto, you survived. I was afraid. The Uzumaki wanted to hug the boy. But the prince gave Nagato a right hook straight to the jaw. Naruto abruptly interrupted his uncle. Deserved. Reporting, everyone is dead. The guy threw a red, bloody mask on the table. And he went out with a serious gait, slamming the door. I look at loved ones, as if they are already in the grave. I'm ready to blame myself for their death. And wine is accumulating on me with a scab. Even for what was not there, I am preparing with a bang. Not ready to die and not ready to let go. Watch how he eats wine. The rain hits the tom-toms of thunder, and Naruto is sitting on the roof of Uzushio's headquarters. There was complete emptiness on his face. No emotions, no feelings. Only one thing, the will to destroy all enemies. Guilt for the death of his comrades enveloped the boy and burned the boy's mind with cold. Naruto had only power over the future mountain of corpses. I don't want and can't look at my relatives anymore. As if I know that they will die here. It's lousy. I won't change anything. Maybe I'll only make it worse. His thoughts were interrupted by the Uzumaki leaving the headquarters. Nagato left somewhere, as if forgetting that the village was threatened with destruction. This angered the boy, but there was nothing he could do but wait for orders. Naruto took into his hands the black mask that had been given to him by the old man just recently. Great job. Serrated two fangs, wave engravings all over the surface and the pattern of the Uzumaki clan. Is everyone ready? Ise calmly asked Seiji. The latter sat down on his knees and answered with one word. Yes. Then start disembarking, I'll join you a little later. Okay, Ise-san, did you say you need Naruto for something? Right, you want to do this? I don't necessarily need a live Naruto, I need his head, Ise smiled slyly. I'll bring you his body. Seiji instantly disappeared into the haze. Naruto continued to stare at the mask. She beckoned him, urged him to put it on. As if without her, the prince would not be himself. He was interrupted by Tusher, who for a second sat next to the student looking in the same direction as Naruto. The latter abruptly drooped, as if all his emotions spilled out in a second. Sensei. The younger Uzumaki trembled. Tears began to fall on the mask, purifying it of the blood of the enemies. The Jonin took Naruto's shoulder, ready to listen to everything that had happened. The prince obviously couldn't even look Sensei in the eye. I killed so many. I killed a woman. And the old man, and at all. Everyone died, Sensei. I should have died there, Sensei, I shouldn't have been here. Naruto screamed hysterically, as if begging to be killed. Everything that happens is for the best. If you survived, then you are needed here. Fate itself pushes you to protect the village and the clan. Tusher said, oddly enough, this phrase belonged to the late second Uzumaki. Also this exam. Do you know what happened during the exam? Partially, I don't know where Seiji and Karen are, but I do know that you killed Orochimaru. And where did they disappear to anyway? Tushi-sensei, Seiji betrayed me, nearly killed me and took Karen away. There seems to be something wrong with his memory. He changed from a child to a killer in a matter of hours. Orochimaru did something to him. As if he, Prince clenched his fist in anger. Printed out Saiga's false memory to hate you. Not only to me. He hates Nagato the most. He hates the main branch of the clan, just like Ise. And most likely, now Seiji is with the traitors in the lair along with the hostage Karen. Turns out I never knew him. Having said the last sentence, Naruto was clearly desperate. His only friend went against the clan. Even if Naruto could forgive Seiji, the clan would not forgive him. What will you do if you meet him? I will kill him without mercy. After finishing his sentence, Naruto stood up and put on his mask in one motion. What about the old man? Quietly asked Tusher, sharply saddened. Naruto jumped off the building and went to the Uzukage's office. A minute later he returned to the same place. In his hands was a red mask. Naruto calmly handed it to his teacher. He died with honor protecting me from the opponent's technique. Sensei took the mask and started wiping it from the blood. He did not cry, only honorably saw off the great man. I'm sorry. Naruto bowed in respect. The prince turned to the side, so as not to interfere with the teacher to see off a loved one. But what he saw shocked him. A cloud of ships sailed to the old port that covered the entire horizon. A loud horn sounded, signaling the landing. We need to meet with the main forces, Naruto said without turning around. Thunder fell from the heavens with a violent sound, marking the end of Uzushio's story. The chill from the rain was almost gone. It was hard to tell if Naruto was excited. He showed complete indifference, as if accepting fate. Tusher stood up and beckoned Naruto with his hand. The teacher and student walked together, surveying the area. Everyone who can't fight hid underground. They were protected by several barriers, so the Jounin didn't even worry. And so, minutes later, they arrived at Nagato's troops. They arrived just in time as Nagato explained the plan of action. In short, to stand to the last drop of blood. Naruto didn't care about the Uzukage's pep talk anymore, he just wanted to sleep. Forget all the horror that happened to him over the past few days. Of course Naruto knew it was all for real. This made it even more painful. While Nagato was making grand speeches, enemy ships began to land. Of course they got through the barriers thanks to ISE, this didn't surprise the Uzumaki. The only thing that surprised them was that one scarlet-haired boy came out of the ship, with a girl of the same age in ropes. She was blindfolded with some old bandages. Naruto saw this and immediately went down to his enemy. Aren't you afraid of a trap? Seiji asked with his usual smile as he dropped the girl to the ground. And then, Seiji unsealed his weapons, a kozurigama and an axe. Seiji, it's not too late to give up. You're one of us, you're an Uzumaki, just like me. Naruto said, of course not sincerely, while preparing to draw his sword. Seiji changed his mood dramatically. You were never one of us. You're just a pathetic usurper who inherited power. You are a false idol for the people of Uzushio. My eyes finally see the truth. I'll open your eyes too, Naruto. Saying these words, Seiji walked a little to the side, passing the fire chakra through the axe. The axe caught fire with a blue flame. Naruto collected his thoughts and slowly took out his katana. This is the end.